more guys.
Okay, what's up, everybody? My name is The Cove. I am here with two of my friends, Cananophone.
Hello.
And the one, the only, Sinister One.
What's up, everyone?
And we are here for a slightly delayed Big 20 number 13 race. As some of you know, as probably a lot of you know, this list was actually created by a fan vote. So anyone could vote for their favorite 20 games or the 20 games they wanted to get in. And then we tallied up all of the results. Thank you, Mythical. And came up with the list you see today. So Super Mario 3, our first game, is the one that got the least amount of votes out of the top 20. And then it goes all the way down to Ninja Gaiden 1, which got the most votes. And so this is because it's a fan voted Big 20 with people getting a lot of games in that they wanted, we're going to see over 100 racers starting the race today, which is far and away the most we've ever had. So without further ado, I think we can get started. We'll talk a little bit more about it once we get into the actual race itself.
And I believe this is about double the next highest. I don't know if we've probably been around 50 entrants before, if not much higher than that. So 100 is a ridiculous turnout. I'm really excited for this.
And we really have a great turnout of players, just excellent NES players from all over, and especially Sweden, as you can see by our top three featured runners there, Cool Kid, Old School Richard, and Andy Sweet, who have, I believe, the lowest PBs. I mean, something might have changed in the last, 12 hours or so, but they're definitely going to be finishing near the top.
Well, yeah, you know, with Swedish people, if Mega Man 1's in it, then, they're in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Cool Kid, he's got to be pretty satisfied with the games that got in here because, three of the longest goals are games that he's held or holds the world record in. So, kind of an advantage, I would say.
Oh, yeah. Though, I mean, so many of these games are just so popular that it feels like everyone has their own different advantages.
That's true. I mean, there's definitely, but we do, I would say out of the games that are on the list, there's a lot that, people hold the world record in. Mm-hmm. Like Andy's got Rescue Rangers 1, and he's had, or maybe he currently still has, DuckTales. I'm not sure, but yeah, should be very, very interesting. I'm very excited to see this thing kick off.
All right, looks like the countdown's begun.
All right. Moment of truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is a bit different from usual Big 20s, where usually they'll try to have different games each time. Most of the games in this list have been featured in previous Big 20s, but they've tried to mix it up a bit and have slightly different goals. So the goal for Mario 3 here is beat any 3 fortresses.
Yeah, I think one of the things we wanted to do this time was get kind of goals where you could choose a route more so than just, hey, play through the game. And so you're going to see probably a few different routes here. I imagine our top runners might go to get both of the warp whistles here. So in 1-3 and then in the fort, and then whistle over, or just one of the warp whistles, and then whistle over to World 4 and get the 2 forts in World 4. But you can also, if you want a safer route, go to World 2 and get that fort, and then go over maybe to 5 or 6. It's really open to what you feel comfortable with.
Mm-hmm. And worth noting, if you getting the whistle from this World 1 fortress counts as beating the fort for the purpose of this goal.
Yes, it does. Anything pretty much that makes the fort crumble will count.
And Cool Kid was able to maintain P speed there, which is a nice little trick.
You
folks can't see this. Sorry, you can't see this on stream, but Cool Kid has turned off his webcam, so that's how you know he's super, super serious about this run.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, the general strategy has been World 4, which is sort of nice. This is you don't see this too often in a lot of the other routes for this game. This game was originally in the first Big 20, which was, I don't know, 100 years ago. Like 6 or something. The goal for that was any percent, or not, I guess not any percent, whatever. Just beat the game, which is basically all auto-scrollers. So this is much more interesting.
Yeah, we definitely didn't want to do just any percent no wrong warp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who needs all those auto scrollers?
World 4 has some pretty neat levels too. I feel like World 1, the levels that they played through are fairly simple. But things like 4-3 that they're coming up on here, and like there's some good mechanics that you need to be able to get through it and keep P speed.
Mm-hmm. This also has some RNG because these Hammer Bros, one of them has the cloud item, so you definitely want to be getting that one, so you can skip. Can't remember which stage they skipped, 4 or 5. But then the other ones, if they're in the way, that just eats time. I love this cave level with slopes. It's always like really scary when they do it fast.
Yeah, it's one of the more like visually appealing levels at top speed for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like we've got Cool Kid and Andy already in the first fortress of World 4.
This fortress has a safe path where you go and take this pipe and go underneath, and then a more dangerous one where you potentially get hit and go around swamps. So to me, it looks like Cool Kid's in front. Yogi is also basically tied with him, though. I don't know if he's on stream yet, but. By the way, Yogi is in this race.
He is not on stream, but he is doing quite well. We'll say that. Sure, we'll see him eventually.
Though he might have just learned one game as a joke.
No, so Yogi is obviously no stranger to Big 20s, and he kind of went dark for the whole month, and so everyone assumed that he was learning, and I think we assumed correctly that he was learning. So we'll see how he does.
My prediction. Probably well.
Pretty safe prediction.
Isn't here, so odds are good.
So TMNT is in here, so let's not go crazy.
So we are going to most likely we'll keep the top 3 runners on the top, and then the bottom row will cycle through, and we'll try to get through as many of the runners as possible. Usually in a normal Big 20 where there's 50 or so people, we can get everyone on screen for a little while. Dexter is going to try his best, but I don't know if we can guarantee getting everyone some screen time today. But we'll do our best for sure.
With over 100 entrants, it'll be tough, but you'll certainly get a wide variety. So that'll be nice.
And Cool Kid's the first one past Mario 3, as far as I can tell. Not watching every stream. ND second, or OS is Overstorm almost also done. Seems like there's a lot of people within 5 seconds.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Yogi might also be done. Just spoilers. But yeah, we're coming up on Rescue Rangers 2, which is, I believe, the only game that has not been previously featured in a Big 20 on our list today. And many of the players quickly found out why. There's quite a bit of RNG with some of the bosses in this game. Thankfully for them, though, the stages are really not too complicated. They're pretty straightforward, just platforming. You just kind of gotta remember the route, and there are some slight upgrades from Rescue Rangers 1, which we will actually see later in the Big 20. But damage boosting in this game is much easier. You just kind of always get boosted forward, so you don't really have to worry about your positioning nearly as much. And when it comes to the bosses, it's going to get a little trickier. As you see, Cool Kid is making his way to the first boss here with some help from Zipper. You can actually deal double damage with the box, or sometimes other items that are going to be in these boss rooms. You have to charge up by walking in a certain direction for, I believe, at least 30 frames. And you can actually pause the game and do a frame perfect turnaround, as the boss kind of took a hit by himself there. That was actually probably not ideal. So if you see the player pausing and you see the box kind of takes on that Kirby trajectory, Cool Kid missing there. You can see this boss is super annoying the way that he moves around, and you can see Endy is also on the boss. This is really a tough boss. You have to be careful with these pits. You don't want to fall down. Cool Kid finally finishing him off though.
Yeah, and so this isn't beat the game, this will just be playing through the Ghost House.
Yes, which is kind of unfortunate because the Ghost House boss is the most RNG heavy boss that they're going to have to encounter. You're going to see some big lead swings here, just based on that RNG. There is one pattern from that guy that you absolutely just can't hit him, and you could just keep getting that pattern as many times as the boss wants to give it. So up until then, hopefully these guys won't run into too much trouble. Like I said, the platforming is really not complicated. The movement is pretty easy. So Cool Kid onto the second boss here. This guy's kind of got this, there's this wind physics going on, and you do have, when the boss is getting hit, there are some iframes there, so that's why you can just kind of run right through them. And you don't have any boxes here, so you have to wait for this boss to kick these little rocks at you, I guess. And 5 hits, he'll be down. So one thing is that normally this game, if people want to play it fast, they will actually do 1 player 2 controllers, because you can, unlike in the first Rescue Rangers, you can use your partner as a weapon and deal double damage. So you can do that charged up throw with just carrying your partner. So you never need to rely on the bosses for whatever, box or rock or weapon that they're giving out. So good job there. And we're on into the third stage.
And it looks like we are getting some new runners on the bottom side of the screen. So we do have Prizzy, who is a Big 20 champion. We have Yogi, who's a Big 20 champion. We have Arcus, who's come close many, many times.
And it looks like they're all doing pretty well. Everybody's coming up to this third boss. Now, this one's a little tricky. You want to get those, those double hits in, but those platforms are just long enough for you to do that. Cool Kid going for a pause strat. Not everybody's going to do that one, but you can pause and turn around. He got it that time. You can also just run on that middle platform, the low platform. Oh, and Cool Kid taking a death there. That's the one risk of the strategy that he's doing, is that there is a higher chance that you will die. But that's the one he's familiar with, so he's going for it again. You can see Endy is going for the other strat there, which is a little safer and doesn't require the pause menu. The only difficulty with that one is you have just enough platform. Like, you really have to throw that thing at the very edge. And Endy with the kill. So does that put him in first place now?
To me, it looks like Yogi and Overswarm.
Oh yeah, they're both
ahead of everyone.
Okay, they are actually. I'm sorry.
Prizzy,
yeah, they're already
beat that boss as well.
Yeah. Wow. We should have had them on top, man. These guys are cruising through. Okay, so this stage there is no boss. The one that you see Yogi and Prizzy in, and now Cool Kid and Endy. This one is just a climb, and you want to get out of here, in the mid 230s if possible. We'll probably see a lot of people getting 232, somewhere in there.
One thing we haven't mentioned yet is the very important decision of who's Chip and who's Dale.
Oh man.
So far, Chip looking more responsible.
There's a whole conversation. We should probably save that one for all zones, man. We'll have more time to go into it. But yeah, it is definitely a thing. So on into Ghost House. Ghost House is, again, it's a very easy stage, very straightforward. But again, we're going to come to this boss that is super RNG heavy. You are relying on the boss to drop these balls. That's the only way that you can hit him. The best luck you can get is he will actually drop 2 balls in the same cycle, which will allow you to get 2 hits. And the worst luck you can get is he will do these little lightning shots or energy shots, and you will get 0 hits. Most of the time, you'll get somewhere in between. So we're gonna have to wait and see how people do.
And try not to be too scared by the boss. It's very spooky.
So you can see Prizzy there got the good pattern. So he actually got 2 balls. So that's going to give him a little bit of an advantage. Cool Kid got a bad pattern there. That's that pattern where you get 0 balls, 0 hits.
This sort of reminds me of the Star Tropics hands, which it happens like right at the end of the run. Basically a similar type of thing.
Yeah. And there's really no limitation on how many times he can do any of these patterns. So, you'll see players, if anybody that's watched full runs for people, you could see people losing, a minute on this guy just because he keeps doing that lightning pattern over and over again, which is really unfortunate.
This is great, just like everyone's on the same boss.
Right.
Cool Kid and Richard are getting a lot of lightning.
Yeah, not very fair. Yogi, on the other hand, looks like he had just got a two-hitter there, so he might be getting done soon. Overswarm, who had gotten to the boss first.
Looks like, to me, TMR just finished.
Oh, wow. So TMR maybe got the god luck, and he's back in the lead.
Mm-hmm. Exciting seeing him in this race, too. Back in the Twitch universe.
Yeah, great to see good old TMR. Of course, the only person that I know of that has beaten every single NES game out there, right? Maybe somebody else has done it since then, but he did it first. So, pretty cool accomplishment there.
And by default, that means he's played all of these.
Yes,
True.
Nothing is completely blind. I mean, some of it might be 5-6 years old by now, but...
So, yeah, Yogi is sweating now because it's TMNT time.
Is this his worst enemy?
Yeah, in the first, I think, Big 20 number 1, he gamed over. Lost, 8 minutes.
Well, I'm sure
so
he
we make fun of him
practiced
every
this
time.
one then. Okay, all right.
Yeah. So the goal for this one is beat Mecha Turtle, which is basically like the 3rd boss, or the 3rd area boss. So it's a bit, for the first time we did this, it was just beat the dam. A little bit more gameplay, a little bit more fun platforming. But you get to drive the tank, so that's pretty good too.
And so I think the RNG gods really want this to be a close race because Infested Rich, who had the best overall completed time that we know of, really got terrible luck. He lost almost 2 minutes on that boss. So that's gonna make things just a little. It's gonna even the playing field just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Andy also not having a wonderful time. Well, you can only blame the voters, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there was probably a reason why it hadn't been in a Big 20 yet, but you got to go with what they want.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this first level is you end up going through town and fighting Bebop and Rocksteady as the 2 bosses of the stage. You can pick any of the 4 turtles. You can swap turtles at will. So if you're at 1 little bar of health or a half a bar of health with Donatello, you can quick pause and switch over to Leo and you're great. You'll probably see most people using Donatello. For a lot of it, he does have the largest range on his weapon, and it does a whole ton of damage as well.
Really hope that's the last hit. No? Alright, Andy, finally done.
Yeah, you hate to see it. But again, Andy, one of those people with top time. So, he might be off to a bad start, but he'll be coming back eventually.
Yep. Hopefully he can keep his focus or turn it into anger and go even faster. That always works.
Yeah, I mean, like Sinister was saying earlier, like Endy's got world records or has had world record or very close to world record in a lot of these games. And with games like Mega Man coming up in just a few games, I'm sure he'll be back in it.
So we're doing some of the world famous dam levels here. We can't just completely tank all the damage we want due to having to continue the game a bit more further after it.
Yeah, it's a good point. The last time this was in it, the goal was beat the dam, so you could get everyone down to just a sliver of health. But unless you want to take a game over, you pretty much need to at least leave one or two of your turtles with some health.
And my favorite thing about this game is how the life bar at the bottom basically looks like the game's gonna crash all the time. Especially in like the overworld parts, it's just flickering like crazy. We had to have to defuse all these bombs. And they basically choose which turtles they
don't want to play with later.
Yeah.
Yep. And you can see a timer at the bottom for casual play that can come into effect. You do need to beat it before it gets down to 0, but I'm fairly certain none of our runners are going to have an issue with that.
Mm-hmm.
Where the commentators curse.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm trying to do, though. Because
I mean, we can curse a lot of stuff in this run. I'm not too worried about this one.
in races, it's our job to curse whoever's in first. So it looks like TMR still slightly ahead of Yogi second. There might be some other people I'm trying to...
We did also just add what is that a bot to the bottom right. If my memory serves me, that is our friend JSR. He's just streaming on an alt right now.
Ah. Wonder why that is. This is Shredder. The text in this game is not very fast. But now we're going to do some sick tank riding. So this game has some strange enemies. I think it's been hypothesized that this was not actually really a Turtles game originally, when they were doing a lot of this art.
I mean, it's reasonable. I think all you'd really need to do is change the sprites of the characters, the bosses, and like the turtle van here. You don't need to change a whole lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You do end up seeing just a couple pallets of, or not pallets, but like a couple like groups of monsters that you can end up seeing too. There's like that robot kind of with the flying balloon grouping, and then there's like a fire grouping with the fire elemental guys.
Yeah. So they go in this room and collect the missiles and then take an intentional death to Death Warp. Some of those jumps are trickier. Like, you're not supposed to be able to just jump up there. It's intended to, you have to go all the way to the right, then all the way to the left.
Yeah, there's some very precise jump inputs you can do to get up there when you shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, you basically have to stand under it on sort of a full tile, then jump vertically.
Nice, cool kid showing us exactly how it's done. That is one of those that you are definitely not supposed to be able to jump onto.
A lot of them were nailing that first try, which is impressive.
Yeah, even the top runners of this game, whenever it's in marathons, like a lot of times it'll be not a one shot and done. It'll take multiple tries. It just shows exactly how hard it is.
So this sewer part with these platforms always makes me nervous. But we're approaching a nice little pizza area. If you're so inclined, you can refill everyone's health because there's this full pizza right near the exit.
Yep. And if you go back into the sewer, it'll respawn.
Yeah. Though I guess as long as you have Donatello full, that's usually good enough.
Yeah, our top runners, you'll see them avoid most of the safeties, but there will be plenty of people who are in this race who are probably going to fill up there, and that's a good idea for them.
And I've seen plenty of people die to this boss.
Yeah, he's no joke. Yep, so it looks like TMR is coming up right to the end here. This is the last boss, Mecha Turtle. And so he has captured Splinter, and TMR makes really quick work of this. That was a perfect first half of the fight. And he's just deboost through the second part, and that was picture perfect.
And he is actually on a green pace. He was fist pumping on his webcam, so he's pretty happy about how this run's going so far. Meanwhile, Yogi the Monk not far behind. He just finished up TMNT as well, so it looks like he has put some practice in since the last time.
Mm-hmm.
We do also have
he did it. He got
Tecate
it.
and Pikachu that have been added to the stream as well. And I think, and Overswarm is on the top right. So I think we're gonna maybe focus on Cool Kid and TMR a little bit and be swapping out the rest for now. I think early on, it's really tough to be able to tell who's in the lead, and you don't want to keep changing every minute or two.
But yeah, I see
Right.
Pikachu, Yogi, TMR, and now Overswarm on Mario 1.
Yeah, and Mario 1, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, guys. They're going to be playing 12 levels, so there's no warps. You're just playing through World 3. Everybody's played this game. You want to get your power-ups. You want to maintain them so that you can use the Fire Flower on the bosses. And, I mean, there's a few things that can go wrong, but I would say that this is a fairly straightforward game and goal. So hopefully we won't see too much carnage.
That said, if you ever have to do any improvising,
that
can be bad because the controls they're not like the future Mario games.
That's true.
You got a lot of inertia.
That's true. Yeah, it is a little awkward, and even compared to some of the other platforming games in this Big 20, you definitely that momentum can throw you off. You can think like, oh, I'm going to be able to shift my momentum, and then you can't. And, TMR getting some fireworks there. You want to avoid ending a stage on 1, 3, or 6 as the final number of the timer, because those will give you fireworks. But he's still doing well. Oh, I commentator cursed him there. I just said he was doing well. So yeah, he's lost his Fire Flower, and unfortunately, this is in 1-3, so he's not going to be able to get it back in time for the boss. If he had lost it earlier, he might have been able to, but he's going to have to take out the boss without it. And of course, the Fire Flower allows you to take out the boss, and it means that there's kind of that little cutscene when you cut the bridge that is skipped, so it is therefore a little faster. He's going to go ahead and take the mushroom there, is TMR, and start making his way through.
Yeah, you see he's a little uncertain because like the timings are all off from the normal.
Yeah, the global is going to be a little right. It's a little different, so he's going to have to jump over top. He does make it, and then you can see there's that little cutscene, and he's able to proceed. So he'll be able to pick up Fire Flower pretty early on in World 2. So no worries there.
Yeah, but for now, Yogi's taking the lead now.
Look out for him, guys! Look out!
Yeah,
he's coming. He's here.
I think he's practiced this game because he's doing some scary looking strats.
Well, how many times has this game been in Big 20? I have to imagine it's been in more than once. It was in the
first one.
Is that the only one?
Well, Lost Levels was in one, so that sort of counts.
That does kind of count a little bit there. All right. Meanwhile, Cool Kid is looking confident. He fell behind a little bit there, but he's got his Fire Flower and he's able to take out the boss pretty quickly. So he's headed on into World 2. And keep in mind, the next game up is, of course, Mega Man 1, which Cool Kid has the world record in. So you could expect him to gain some time there. If he's able to hold it together through Mario, which I believe, I mean, not that it helps here, but he does have a sub 5 in any percent. So he's got some experience with the game in general. But for now, TMR looking good. He's got his Fire Flower back, heading through this water level. These levels are pretty straightforward. You just avoid the enemies and don't get too far off script, and you're fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just as long as things don't go off script, it's great. But like, if you're going for a sub 5, that doesn't necessarily mean you can deal with things going off script.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So sub 5 is more of everything stays on script or you reset. So that is certainly a valid point there. But
that's sort of a general thing with these races, which is sort of exciting.
Yeah, you get to see who has the best improv skills. And I think, for someone like the Mexican runner, he has done a lot of full runs, so he's probably had to do a lot more improv than people that may have just kind of been grinding out practice and resets and stuff like that. So I expect him to do well there. Or somebody that's like a seasoned veteran like Yogi, who's been in so many of these that he's been in a ton of different situations.
Yeah, and there's some give and take. You have to decide what games you should be like, how much you should be practicing what games, and like which risky strats to go for, which ones to not go for. The 2-4 has that fun crouch jump they have to do.
Right. And TMR doing a really nice job. He is through 2-4, as you say that.
Yeah, if you don't crouch there, you're just dead. So it's pretty exciting.
Meanwhile, we do see Yogi in the bottom right corner there, and you can see he is indeed in 3-1 and possibly in the lead. We don't know for sure because we can't see all 100 streams, but
he loses his fire.
He does lose his fire at the end there. However, so I'm the one that has the power to curse Yogi. Apparently, it's you made your attempt in TMNT, but
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, he can pick up some items here in 3-2. He's going to be able to get that fire back if he really wants to. It might cost him a little time, so he may end up foregoing that, and he does forego that initial star. Yeah, looks like he's going for some small only right now.
That's an interesting thing to do is also just practice these small only.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one nice thing about being small is obviously your hitbox is also smaller, so you can get through certain spots that are a little tight, maybe easier than if you were big.
And I know for like regular warpless runs, they go for fire just because there's so many Bowsers to kill.
Sure.
But for like just a small goal like this,
yeah, you kind of got
safer though.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, that way you can, you can take a hit and still survive. That's a pretty big deal for something like this. So,
yeah, that said, like literally everyone on the screen I've seen them have fire.
Well, it looks like Yogi knows what he's doing. He does take a quick pause there to make sure to avoid the Podoboo, and he is taking on the last Bowser. Can he get through? Uh-oh. All right, he runs underneath, and he is good to go.
Yeah.
So Yogi gonna
that was
be
nice having backup strats.
Yeah. Meanwhile, TMR is going through. He's maintained his Fire Flower, so not far behind, and he is going to go up top. Doesn't even use the Fire Flower. He's just like, you know what? I'm going up top, taking this guy out. We're moving on because the axe is the goal, actually, guys. You don't have to kill that last guy. You got to hit the axe. So that's why he went up top there. And we're going to be on into Mega Man shortly here. Yes. Gotta save those frames. It is a long race, it is a 3-hour race. So you kind of there's a lot of trade-offs, in some of these games where it's like, which time saves do you want to go for? If something saves like a second but is a little difficult, do you really want to risk it if you could lose 30 seconds if you miss it? These are the choices that our runners are constantly having to make in pretty much every game. And they're gonna have to, do a little bit of that in Mega Man here. This is your straightforward platforming. Now, no zips are allowed as far as I'm aware. You're going to be just taking out the 6 robot masters is the goal. So you're going to see these guys starting in Gutsman because they want to get his power so that they can go ahead and get Magnet Beam as early as possible, which will make the following stages a lot easier.
Yep,
Yeah,
and way
zip-
back
zip
when
list.
this actually used to be the any percent route as well, but it's been quite a while since that's been the case.
Is that like Seth Glass days or something?
Not quite that long ago, but yeah, it's been years and years since the early Magnet Beam zip has been found.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen anyone actually do these. The Gutsman platforming.
Right.
This is always a harsh intro to the game when it's your first time playing.
Oh yeah. I remember I played actually Mega Man 2 before I ever played Mega Man 1, and I remember thinking like, what in the world? Why is this game so hard?
This
Yeah, there
game was
were
really
a
hard.
lot of quality of life aspects they added later on in the Mega Man series that were definitely not in the original.
So it
Yeah,
looks
so
like
the route you're going to see almost everybody take here is the normal all stages or any percent. It's not any percent, but any percent all stages route that you might be more used to. But yeah, just having guts in the beginning to be able to, like
And
Sinister
me-
said, grab that Magnet
Cool.
Beam.
Cool Kid already taking advantage of his Mega Man skills. He's going to be at Gutsman, not too far behind the other folks, TMR, Overswarm, Yogi, and then of course we see Pika Pika as well there. So Yogi, the first one into Cutman.
Yeah, Cool Kid had a very good Mario one time as well.
Yeah, he was
Like it
looking
was like
strong there.
a 656, which is incredible for those first 3 worlds.
Yeah, Cool Kid for his pace, he's doing well, and we know he's got.
Like that was a gold time on his splits, which is usually a good sign. So
That
another
is-
important thing about this game is the points RNG, where at the start of each stage it'll give you a point count up. So you want
Yeah,
those.
so you can get anywhere from what I think 50,000 to 100,000, and so you obviously want a lower number. It hurts a little bit if you're at a top level trying to PB, but
Yeah.
very minor for the race.
I was sort of joking, but
I
You
mean,
know, we
it
gotta
does
keep
take
those-
time to add up, though. It does technically lose you time.
it is a funny aspect of the game. Points in a Mega Man game.
Yeah,
This is the only one where they did that.
that was a smart thing to get rid of. There was, points were big because of, arcades and people used to play for high score and all that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. And a lot of these early NES games, you'll see points as a thing. And then it's kind of like, we don't need that anymore.
Yep, so going through Cutman, you can drop there. You saw TMR kind of just not go down the ladder. That is acceptable. There is a screen wrap there that you can do by jumping off the top of the screen and grabbing the ladder on the bottom. That for this is considered a zip, so that is not allowed.
There's honestly a lot of like accidental zips you have to sort of avoid. This game's a little janky.
The other thing I don't think we've mentioned is you can actually pause the game. As you can see, TMR did their. He was just switching to guts. That makes sense. You can pause the game while one of your shots are in an enemy's hitbox, and they'll go through their iframes, but the iframes will end while the game is paused. So you can essentially just unpause the game, wait just a few frames, then pause it again, and they'll take damage. And you can repeat that, and so you can hit and. Like Cool Kid is doing it right now. He did that real quick once. But you can essentially, with one or just a few shots of your weapon, be able to take down an entire boss.
So the question is, can Cool Kid get back into the lead by the end of Mega Man 1? He's definitely been creeping on people so far. What do you guys think?
I mean, it depends. I'm looking. Yogi made the corner jump there. That's 1 point that you can lose about 15 seconds instantly if you miss that little corner jump. It's very, very tight to be able to do that. I mean, I think like Cool Kid is the best in the world at this, and the people who are ahead of him, there are a couple other really insanely good Mega Man runners here, and all like the people ahead of him are very good at Mega Man, but they're not as good as Cool Kid is. So
That's
I
true.
think it's a pretty decent chance of him making it pretty close to the frontier.
Yeah, I think Andy's.
TMR hit the corner jump too.
Oh wow, nicely done. Andy is going to gain some ground. Prissy will also gain some ground. They're both very experienced Mega Man runners.
Pikachu hits it in a safe manner, not the run-up manner. And Cool Kid hits it. 4 for 4.
And Yogi has got his magnet beam, so he's going to break that out and start taking advantage of it.
Yeah, the climbing here at the end is pretty interesting. This stage is pretty annoying, considering it's all vertical.
Yeah, vertical stages in Mega Man games are always a little tougher. But you can see that the platforming is made much easier with the magnet beam, as well as the climbing. Yogi taking good advantage of that pause trick you guys mentioned so that he can take the damage and immediately gain control back again. And he's able to clear that last enemy.
That was a little scary, actually.
Yeah, he's a little low. He's a little low, but
if that hit him, that would have been pretty bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that he can afford to take another hit.
You probably take a body
does
hit
a
here.
lot of damage to you.
Yeah,
Definitely
so he's
don't get hit by the lightning. The lightning does like 10.
right. Well, he's just gonna break out Cut Blade and just 1, 2, 1.
And then we have Cool
game.
Kid going into the climb on the ladder here with 3 health.
Yeah, Cool Kid doesn't care. He knows he's done this 8 million times, and he's so he's already catching up there pretty well. Meanwhile, TMR also doing pretty well. He's about to take on Elecman and takes him out pretty quickly. Cool Kid right behind.
It looks like we've thrown Squarch and Skateman 222 onto the stream. They are both Big 20 experienced Big 20 racers. I think Squarch did fairly well last race. I want to say he was top 5, and Skateman's
sounds
been
about
doing
right.
them for a while.
So, yeah, and Iceman, you want to make sure you don't accidentally zip, because this is... If you put the magnet beam
Yeah,
on the right pixel.
yeah, you got to be a little careful about that. Cool Kid and TMR are neck and neck right now. Yogi just a few screens ahead of them.
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty close right now, guys. It's exactly what we were hoping for.
Yeah.
This might be the stage where you save the most time by doing zips.
Oh, for sure. Like, all the stages is a zip, basically.
Yeah, I was trying to think through the rest of them, but like, yeah, Fire, there's a few of them, but they're not as... I mean, even the one at the beginning of Fire, though, saves a good amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably
Yeah.
close, but I think Ice is probably more.
And Yogi approaching what is one of the easier boss fights. I mean, they're all pretty easy, but
Yeah, this one, if you have the Elec, it's definitely the easiest, and you use the pause trick.
yeah, and it's over. One shot, jump up, you're done. So meanwhile, Cool Kid has overtaken TMR, but still trailing Yogi. Yogi has been keeping a good pace here, not letting Cool Kid catch up to him.
It's definitely been whittled down, though. It seems like it's probably about 20 seconds now. I wasn't timing it exactly, but definitely less than when he started the game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so this beginning of Fire here, you can zip through that wall on the right, and so you don't need to go up to the left and up and around all this. So that does save a lot of time as well.
Mhm.
Oh, somebody asked, what do you do? What happens if you do an accidental zip? So they need to, at some point, if they zip accidentally, they need to die and get to a portion of the level, or run backwards if they can, to get to the portion of the level where they did the zip, and then they can continue. So it's definitely not a disqualification, but you will be guaranteed to lose time.
And just as we were saying that Yogi is keeping his lead, he's having some struggles in this stage, and Cool Kid gaining ground.
Mm-hmm.
Fire is a very technically demanding stage.
They were in the same screen for just a moment there.
Yeah.
Yogi needs to pull it together here.
It's all right. He's still got Metroid.
Well, he's got a lot of games. I mean, Cool Kid.
Yeah, I mean, Yogi's played probably all of these before.
Yeah. If you're picking favorites, without knowing Yogi's time, because he went dark, as you guys mentioned, you'd have to put him up there as, this is somebody that you would give odds to win this thing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I do think, as Apollo and MC Aaron Ice were talking about during the pre-show, I do think this is one of the most wide open, at least to get like a top 10. I do think there's probably a handful of people that have a good chance of winning, but to get in the top 10, there's probably at least 20 people that have a shot, which is just crazy.
Yeah.
This is a tough top 10 to get into.
And despite what it looks like on screen, I believe Yogi is, based on his timer anyway, he looks like he's still ahead here.
I think they're going to be, I guess timer-wise, that's true.
Yogi did get 100,000 points.
From what I'm seeing on my screen, Cool Kid is the tiniest bit ahead, but...
Right. No, but I'm saying on his, if Yogi's split timer is accurate, then it may just be some lag behind, but... We'll have to see. We'll have to see how that all shakes out at the end, guys.
Yeah, ultimately,
that's always a tough part.
Yeah,
this is 10 seconds lower to me even after refreshing.
Okay, yeah. So Yogi is probably still ahead, even though they look the same. But we're probably just going to be commentating what we see on the screen, because it's tough to be able to tell both their streaming lag and then potential lag to get it to Dexter's PC.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, I mean, the Sinister you were talking about, like, Cool Kid has definitely roared back and is now ahead of Yogi on screen.
I'm going to take a look at...
Bomb End stage is pretty good music. Heck yeah.
So this screen that Cool Kid is on right now is a pretty dangerous screen. There's those spikes in Mega Man 1 are all one-hit death. And with that dude, that flying dude that kind of shoots the 8 different directional shots, that can very easily knock you down into the spikes and have you die.
Yeah, and no iframes.
Yeah, also no iframes. So if you get hit and land on a spike, you are still dead.
They're violating all sorts of video game laws. The Video Game Geneva Convention.
I feel like it was just they made this before they knew how to make great designed video games.
As you can tell by the Sniper Joe just clipping into the wall, trying to follow.
So not on stream, but Prizzy has finished Mega Man. Just going to put that out there. Another one of those very strong Mega Man runners that was able to gain some ground. He is ready for Marble Madness. Yeah, so him and Cool Kid both getting into Marble Madness. Yogi getting into Marble Madness, and TMR also getting into Marble Madness. We have a pretty close race so far here, guys. I would have expected a little bit more separation than what there is right now for starting the 6th game. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I thought Mega Man 1 would separate us a little more, but I think we did see a lot of the people who are really good at Mega Man 1 actually get some pretty bad RNG in Chip 'n Dale 2. And so I think that is kind of evened out a little bit. There are some games in the list that I think we will see some changes. Like potentially, if something goes wrong in Tyson, you can lose a ton of time. Obviously,
Oh
like
yeah,
you were talking about earlier, Zelda 1 is going to be really rough. If you take a
Metroid.
death in Metroid, there's
Yeah.
almost no such thing as a good death in Metroid.
No, definitely not. Ninja
So-
Gaiden has a variety of deaths, but there are a lot of bad ones. So
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really great ending game for us. I think for everyone outside of maybe Arcus and Rich and a couple other people, it'll be a very, very stressful ending to the race.
oh, for sure.
This race has a ton of stressful points. Not to spoil it, but a certain boxing fight is pretty stressful. When your nerves are high, having to
Yeah.
react without cheating.
Cheating.
There is no cheating, Tyson. He's just going to punch you and you're going to go down. There's, if anybody's cheating, it's him with all his, varied timings of his punches.
Mm-hmm. So Marble Madness, you got to put in enough work to like pass it basically every time you play it for these races. Because it has like a pretty reasonable learning curve, because the controls take a long time to get used to.
Yeah, I think a lot of players talk about, and this happened with me too, because this was in one of the big 20s that I did. Like it's really tough for a long time, but then once it clicks, you're almost good.
Yeah,
Like you need to get a little
riding a
better
bike.
at that point, but then you're golden.
Yeah.
Cool Kid getting like the baby version of the silly skip there. If you want to see something really crazy, go look at Yell's Rakes one player 2 controller runs of this, where he actually plays and beats the game with both marbles.
Oh my.
That's pretty good. But yeah, in general, this game isn't overly scary for time loss, unless you run out of time.
Yeah, unless you game over, then you've lost 3 plus minutes.
The Cool Kid finishing with 73 seconds left. That's
a very strong time.
Yeah.
I'm trying to look. Looks like it was about a 3-minute 20-second run. So like for
that was a gold.
For a race, that's very good.
Yeah.
That was a gold for him.
World record, I think, is just above a 240, like low 240s. But in a race setting, that's a very good time.
We have a few new players added on the bottom there. We have the Andy Social Network and Cantaloupe and one Drew. I don't know how to read that one. I'll let somebody else.
So I had troubles with this last Big 20, and I think I ended up settling on Lord because I feel like they're L's. But
Okay.
so like Lord of Lionel or something. But I just always called that person Lord.
There it is.
So Little Samson's a pretty interesting game.
Yeah, I think somebody said this might be one of the games that a lot of people haven't heard of before. Might have been on the pre-show. I think that's very accurate, but it's a very, very fun game. It's pretty generic, but like some of the characters do some interesting things that we can talk about. Like in Mario, it's very similar to like a Mario 2, where you have 4 different characters you can choose from, but you can switch to different characters at any time. And so the beginning 4 stages you're going to see here are just 1 stage per character. And it's just intro stages to kind of get you adapted to what each character can do and what their strengths are. And then we'll get to the actual levels.
And worth noting that the category here is beat the game without zips.
Yeah, no out of bounds, no zips. And so there are a lot of zips in this game, probably a half a dozen that you would end up doing that save a pretty significant amount of time, probably in between 3, maybe even upwards of 4 minutes during the run. And so you end up seeing a lot more of the game than you usually do if you've seen people speedrun this any percent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of the zips involve basically tricking the game into triggering screen transitions way too early.
Yeah, they are also very precise. Like a lot of them, you only have you have to do an input and then another input within like 2 to 3 frames of it. There's a small window that you have to actually do them, so they're difficult. I imagine the runners probably had an easier time learning this than they would have learning any percent.
Yeah, this does seem more relaxing. But yeah, so I'm pretty glad that this one got voted in. I'd say so. The main thing about this game that I think makes it an interesting speedrun is the fact this mouse character is not only the fastest in terms of movement, but also has the lowest health, but also has like a really interesting weapon for all the bosses. It basically makes every boss fight have like these quick kills, which are sort of tricky to execute, and also risky because you're using this low health character.
Yeah, the mouse essentially poops out grenades, as you're going to see. And if an enemy runs into it, it'll do a small amount of damage. But if it sits there for a second, it will explode. And when it explodes, bosses that get caught in the explosion can take a lot of damage very, very quickly. And this is actually one of the games I haven't seen. Like, obviously, a lot of these games are super popular. They're very optimized. So there haven't been a ton of new strats found. This is one game where I think 3 maybe of the bosses have faster kills. Not many of them save a ton of time, but I mean, saving any time, even a few seconds on this game is pretty crazy.
Cool Kid taking a death. Not too far into the stage, but that'll knock him back to around tied with Yogi, I think. That's about where we're at right now. Again, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, and so a lot of these vertical sections is where you'll find the zips. So at the bottom of the vertical section that Cool Kid and Yogi were just on, that's where you can do a zip. And when you end up getting towards the top of that and causing a screen transition to go straight to the boss instead of having this whole horizontal section that you see them playing through.
Mm-hmm. Actually, it looks like Preezy's slightly in the lead now. And for these bosses that require mashing, he's got a big leg up on everyone.
Well, he mashes with his teeth.
Yeah. Possibly the fastest masher I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's definitely pretty good. You wouldn't expect it. None of us really believed it until we saw it in person at, I believe it was AGDQ 2018 or 19. 18, yeah, it was 18. Yeah, I remember seeing that and just being like, what on earth? But it works.
This stage with the flashing platforms is one of the scarier stages.
Yeah, if you're like, you can see Yogi's playing through at least part of it with the dragon. The mouse, playing through it with the mouse is fastest, but it's also the scariest because you need to know exactly where every platform is. Because most of the time when you're jumping on platforms, they're not going to be there, and so you just need to, well, they'll be there, but they're invisible. So you just need to know exactly where they are. Yeah, you can see with all these bosses, they're trying to make the I'm gonna call them eggs. I don't know. I don't want to call them poop. The mouse grenades, they try to put them just to the side of the bosses so that they will blow up, and you can see the bosses just take a ton of damage when that happens. Yeah, obviously, you're probably not going to get a copy of this game. It's probably running, I don't know, in between $1,000 and $2,000 maybe. But
That's a good point.
if you can get an emulator version of this, this is definitely one of those games that I would give a shot if you like platformers on the NES. It's not well known, but it's incredibly fun.
Even if you don't like platformers, it's pretty fun.
Fair enough.
I'm a notorious. Well, it's not notorious. I don't like platformers in general. This game's really fun. All the boss fights are like slightly different. I like the boss fights. They're really good.
Yeah, especially for a speed game, all of the bosses can be done very quickly, and most of the boss kills are not trivial at all. And so it really does have a pretty high skill cap to get good at the game.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say when this was in the Big 20, I think number 8, I think the best time at the time of the race, because I know I got a better PB after the race and got within like a half a minute of the world record, but I think it was around a minute from the world record was the best anyone got that race. So it's not an easy game.
No.
I think the one thing it doesn't have going for it is it's tough. I feel like it's trying to tell a story, but it's not doing the best job of it.
Yeah, possibly.
And the lava will do a lot of damage. I'm almost positive it's not instant death. And you can go in it if you have iframes, but this is another section that you only play in the no out of bounds. Usually you would do a zip and skip straight to this boss.
Now it's time for the scary dragon fight coming up here.
Yeah, this is one of those fights that is totally not completely copied from Mega Man 2. But we aren't going to see Wily 1 in Mega Man 2. So this is what you've got for that. It's kind of a mirrored version of that dragon fight. But you can fall off, and it's very easy. And with the mouse being the fastest kill, you kind of need to do these jumps out and then also get back in fast enough. So it's definitely a tricky fight, but very, very heavily inspired from Mega Man 2, I'd say.
Yeah, you definitely don't have quick boomerang there. That makes it a little more challenging.
And don't touch the boss. That's my recommendation. You will be dead. But yeah, so with the mouse weapon, you have to get really close to do the max damage. It's probably a lot safer not using the mouse for that, but...
Yeah, imagine the dragon and just kind of sitting at probably that top square would be the very safe route for that, because the dragon kind of has a U-shaped arcing shot that would make it pretty easy to hit that and stay far away.
I agree.
This is another really annoying like snake part that Yogi's going through that you normally don't have to do. I mean, it's easy. It just takes time. Looks like, yeah, we've had MTI on for a little while. I think Supersonic's probably been on for a little while as well. And Two-Sneck's... Two-Sneck was not on at the beginning, or was he? I don't know, maybe he was. But incredible.
I think it was on for a bit.
Castlevania runner.
So this death boss is another graphically scary, but also...
actually scary.
Don't touch him.
Yeah, if you touch death... it's pretty much instant death. If you touch the ghosts, I feel like if you have a full health bar of maybe it's not instant. It might still be instant death. You might be right. But if you touch the ghosts that he spawns, they aren't nearly as damaging. That is one of the fights that they found a quicker version of the quick kill, where you can kill him in the amount of time that he can just circle the one half of the room. And then we're on to the last stage. And this final boss is kind of cool. He's definitely difficult if you don't get the quick kill. You need to dodge a bunch of projectiles. There is a way that you can kill him before he even gets into kind of the second phase, or the second part of the second phase of the fight. But it's definitely pretty tight.
Yeah, it looks like Preezy's on this boss right now. If someone was gonna one cycle him, probably that's my bet. Yep, one cycle.
Yeah, 'cause- so this boss, you essentially, for the second phase, you want to set up a couple grenades outside of pretty much where Cool Kid is standing right now, or where the mouse is standing, and then you end up getting inside of the hitbox and just mashing as hard as you can. And if you do it correctly, you can kill the boss right here.
Yeah.
Which Cool Kid did. Nice job.
Kid did it.
Oh, you can
Yogi
see on
did it.
Yogi's screen, Yogi did not get the quick kill. He was just a little bit of health away. So he's on to this next phase, which takes probably 15, 20 seconds where you've got to wait, and then he can go and finish the fight. He's done as well.
Sort of scary doing those dodges as the mouse.
Well, especially the mouse with 1 bar of health. That was pretty ballsy. Like usually you would want to switch to like the dragon or something and just have somebody that has a lot of health. And you can actually stand in the middle on that fight and shoot to the side with the dragon as well to hit. And so either way, Yogi did what he was comfortable with and did well. And there you saw, as Canonophone was saying, Mexican Runner did hit death, and he died very quickly.
Also, I just saw Pikachu one-cycled the final boss. He looks to be in 4th. He's not on the stream.
Pikachu's a very strong runner who I think has only been speedrunning for a couple years now, but he's done very well in a lot of Big 20s. A lot of the recent ones.
It looks like we are finally going to get a glimpse of Prizzy, who seems to still be in the lead.
Yeah. So the goal for Zelda 2 here is get the candle and beat Palace 1, which is, I guess it's one of the easier goals.
Yeah, it's a
Whatever.
short goal.
But there's still some like death abuse stuff you could do if you were so inclined, which they probably will. But if you go a little too crazy on it, there is some slight chance of gaming over. Probably not, but
It's good to see Prizzy being in the lead pack here, because I know he didn't have as much time, I think, to practice for this race as he has in the past races that he's
That's
participated
correct.
in.
That's
And
correct.
so,
He
like,
doesn't
he
have
was
that many
still-
full runs.
Yeah, I think he did 5. I think I was
Yeah,
watching.
he's
his
got
run last night. It
five
was like his
completed
5th.
runs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
But-
so he usually does probably in between 10 and 20 full runs for the ones that he participates in. So
Right.
for him to pull it together this quick has been pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Prizzy is
Yeah.
an incredibly good gamer.
And
I
his
saw
sum of
him-
best is low.
I saw him learning Tyson maybe a few days ago or a week
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah, he went on a pretty hardcore grind, and it's paying off for the most part.
TMR one-cycled the final boss. That's good. So everyone but Yogi. Yogi known for his very bad mashing skills, by the way.
He is. I mean, they're still good. They're just not like a
They're good
Prizzy
when he's
level.
playing Metroid.
When you mash with a different button.
Yeah.
Cool Kid's also got really good mashing skills, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Ooh, it's hard to follow Zelda 2 a bit. So they're on this gray screen.
And they're on another gray screen. No, I mean, pretty much you need to maneuver through here, get a couple different keys that you're going to need to open the doors, the lock doors. And once you get the candle, it's pretty much just get to the end of the palace and you're through. I think we did have some people that were trying to theory craft if it would be faster to kill the boss and then go grab the candle. But for consistency's sake on when to switch games and to make it easier, we just said grab the candle and then beat the first palace.
Zelda 2 has a ton of intricate combat. I guess not too much in this goal. It's, as we're instead going to be taking these death abuses. Ooh, Yogi called his foul Mogi. So
And that's a good name, but I think even better was Old School Richard, who is off screen. He's also in Zelda 2, but he called his RNG Please because he has been getting very bad luck. And again, he was the person that had the lowest time to start, so he's not out of it yet. But he's had a rough go of it so far.
Yeah, I was really pleased to see Richard come back because he used to be an incredibly avid speedrunner, and he's done a lot more non-speedrunning gaming in the past year or two. And so it's been really good to see him come back and show that he really does still have it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes it's nice to take some breaks from speedrunning. Because it can wear on you doing it for too long.
For sure.
Oh, never mind. That person is no longer. Yes, they are. Christine is on the screen, though. You can see the dragon kill with the dragon for Lil Samson. So that's definitely kind of the safer way to do it, which might lose you 5 seconds, but you're not dying, which would lose you 30 seconds probably. So.
And Prizzy is he's gonna be our first player into Chippendale, and you want to get in there quick because unlike the other games, you do have to get to that title screen so you can let the demo roll. When the demo rolls, that's actually gonna lock the boss RNG, which is pretty important. You want to be able to know what's coming. So Prizzy's done that. He's ready. Is he gonna pick Chip? Is he gonna pick Dale? He went with Chip. What a bad choice.
Dale.
I thought he was gonna go Dale too. You know, Dale never fails. So I think this could be the end of the line for Prizzy being in the lead here.
He's done now.
I can't see him still being ahead after this game. But no, in all seriousness, this game again, like the part 2, which we saw earlier, is just going to be a lot of platforming. This one has a lot more difficult stages, I would say. Though we will probably see more deaths in this one than we did in Rescue Rangers 2. You have to be pretty careful, and it'll be interesting to see like which damage boosts people elect to take and which ones they elect to skip. There are some health refills, but typically speaking, you know, if you're taking damage boosts, you're maybe not going to get that health back. So you gotta be careful. The bosses are a little tricky, even without the RNG. They're still difficult, and you're going to have this red ball in every boss fight, as you see Prizzy coming up on it here after he gets some help from Monterey Jack. And you got to hit the boss 5 times. So you just, grab it, throw it, catch it, and repeat. And just, avoid the lightning there. So really good boss fight by Prizzy. And Cool Kid not too far behind. Cool Kid and Yogi both pretty close on Prizzy's tail, but it's gonna this game. I think it's gonna come down to where the deaths happen. And stage A, which Prizzy has just entered, or zone A rather, it's actually pretty easy to die here. It's a long climb section, but there are some times where if you miss a jump, you will fall to your death. Even though it looks like there's always ground beneath you, there's not. So he made it up to the boss. This is one of the tougher boss fights because the room is smaller and the ceiling is really weird, but Prizzy is able to take care of it pretty quickly. So he's going to be moving on into Zone C, which has the dreaded kangaroos of doom.
Mm-hmm. Worth noting, the category here is all zones.
Yeah, thank you for calling that out. They are not taking a suboptimal route here. They do have to play every zone that is set out. Normally in any percent you can skip A, C, and E, but they're gonna have to play all those. Prizzy taking an interesting strat there. He was having trouble with that kangaroo, and I think a lot of people will. He's down to 1 health. He's gonna have to be careful here. He's gonna have to kill a few extra enemies to make sure he can get out of this screen. And there it is, the death in C, and that's a big one. That's gonna be about a 40-second death, I would imagine. So you can see Yogi and Cool Kid right on his tail, but this is one of the harder stages to not die. So Yogi and Cool Kid, they may not get out of there safely either. Let's see. Oh, Yogi looking confident though, taking that damage boost. Cool Kid He's got enough health. All right, so Prizzy did make it through to the second screen this time, but things have really tightened up, and this is getting pretty exciting. Cool Kid also through. They're going to get Zipper in that second screen. Zipper essentially gives you invincibility, and he actually goes and takes out enemies as well, which helps kind of reduce lag. So they're going to be moving on.
I do like how some of the stages just have no boss, so it's like, okay.
Yeah, that is nice. It's nice to have a little break. B does have a tricky boss. It's the spaceship boss. There's an easy way to do the fight, and there's a harder way to do the fight, and the harder way saves like maybe half a second if you do it well, but it's really easy to mess up, and then you're going to lose like 5 seconds. So I'm interested to see. I have a feeling Prizzy's going to go for it. I'm interested to see which of them go for the difficult variation and which ones stick to the more tried and true, like easy 100% strat. But before all that, you got to avoid falling in these pots. So some nice little platforming. You don't want any boiled chipmunk.
No,
That is not on the menu.
I'm also confused by the water physics for these faucets. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you on that. They maybe didn't think that through very well, but yeah, you got to turn off the faucets. Something that has to be done in one player. All right, Prizzy, let's see what he's doing. Okay, he's going for the safe strat. I'm surprised. Meanwhile, Yogi, okay, he's going for a different variation of the safe strat. They both get it. Cool Kid, I don't know what he did, but it didn't work. So he is going to fall a little bit further behind. But the three of these guys are really close right now. And we're coming up into D. This is another stage that can be a little dangerous because there are some damage boosts you can take, but you can put yourself in a situation where you might die. So hopefully they're going to kill this first Jack in the Box. Takes a boost there. And then you got to avoid these guys, which you can stun them, as you saw Prizzy do there. If you hit those guys with a box, then you can go right through them. Not everybody knows that. I know I saw a lot of people like trying to jump under those guys and dying, and it's easier sometimes just to hit them with the box. You lose 16 frames. It's okay.
The hitboxes for some of the enemies on this stage are huge.
And Yogi first went for the damage boost, didn't get it, so he had to go back. And he's going to have to wait for this Jack in the Box now, whereas Cool Kid able to take the boost and does it really well, too. That was a really clean boost by Cool Kid. Prizzy's still in the lead, though. If you saw that star that came on screen, that was a 1-up. These guys are going to get so many 1-ups in this game that there's like pretty much no chance of game over. I mean, you'd have to just take like 6 deaths in a row or something, but Prizzy looking ready to finish off the robot. There it is. And Cool Kid catches up to Yogi. So these guys are all going to be headed to stage E. I would say the hardest boss in this game is stage E for sure.
Pikachu was close, but then he got cooked. So that put him back a little bit. Some boiled Pikachu.
Yeah, we don't want to see that. No. All right, so Prizzy using a nice little safe kind of back and forth strat to get over those enemies. Those guys have massive hitboxes, and you're gonna have to take this little boat to get across here. Nice little boat ride, and then for some reason they have this axe thing. I don't know what they were thinking here.
This is the mini game portion of the game.
What is this? I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. See, this is why I play co-op. In co-op, you can skip a lot of these sections. So, but these guys are going to have to play through. So this boss, even though the RNG is locked, he shoots out these lightning bolts, and he just shoots out so many of them. It's really easy to get hit. I guarantee we're going to see at least one death here. Prizzy is down to 1 health. Be careful, Prizzy. Oh, Yogi looking good. Oh, he gets away. Prizzy. Easy, can he clutch it out?
All right.
Oh, man.
Yeah, wow. The amount of lightning bolts that get shot at you there and the angles can just make it really hard to avoid.
Okay. See, that was the reverse curse, guys. I said there was a guaranteed death. None of them died. Cool Kid actually had the best fight, so he's in the lead. Just barely. But, man, these guys are really keeping it tight. And I think if they have enough practice in this game, you know, they should be able to get through cleanly. Although Prizzy taking a couple hits there, he's got to be careful. This final section is not completely free. Second screen is a little tricky as well. You can fall to your death. Cool Kid makes it up to the part that's pretty safe, so he's good. So is Yogi, and so is Prizzy. All right, these guys will all be headed into G, which is pretty much the most boring and straightforward stage in the game. So I don't know. Is there anything else we want to talk about?
Well, I was just going to say, on that climb there, you kind of saw them quasi-arbitrarily jumping. They're actually doing that to help the platforms spawn and start coming out sooner to be able to climb faster.
That is true. So despite this being a casino, there is no RNG in this stage. Everything's fixed. So these guys pick your own path. There's, you can go up top, you can go on the bottom. It's really whatever you want. Prizzy killing an enemy. I don't know why he did that. He just lost 16 frames, which is actually relevant with how close this race is between these guys. We're going to see some damage boosting there by Cool Kid, and then they're going to kill this enemy. It's going to seem really random to kill this enemy, but it actually despawns one of these bombs that blocks the door, so you can get through the door quickly to get into the final screen. Really a strange mechanic, but...
Yeah, definitely.
And then this stage is going to have a boss. So we're going to have Mini Cat. This is not Fat Cat. This is Slender Cat. He runs the casino and throws potato chips
Prizzy.
at you.
Prizzy fell in the pit right before the boss door.
I mean, I told you, man. You can see how well Cool Kid's doing, and he chose Dale. Cool Kid chose wisely. All right.
I don't know. Yogi's doing pretty good too.
We'll see, man. We're coming up on H. H is definitely one of the tougher stages. It's pretty easy to die in H. H and J are very, very dangerous. I, not so much, but these are going to be the final 3 stages, guys, for Rescue Rangers. And H has a pretty tricky section after the climb. I mean, the climb itself is tricky, but you can probably avoid dying. But there is one particular enemy in this stage that has probably killed more players of this game than any other enemy. And Cool Kid getting himself into a little trouble there. All right, he gets out. This is the enemy right... Oh, no! Cool Kid got killed by the crab!
Oh, boy.
Cool Kid sent back. And Yogi is actually able to get through. So Yogi back in the lead. I think all 3 of these guys have been at the lead at various parts of our run so far.
I'm sure my time's going to come, but I'm just going to say that's now 2 for you now, Sinister.
Was that the enemy you were talking about, by the way?
The enemy... oh, wait. Did somebody else die on that raccoon, the flying raccoon? I don't think they did.
No, I was just saying, you were talking about Dale being the best and Cool Kid's in the lead, and then...
Well... Yeah, but ultimately, when Cool Kid wins at the end, it'll be because he chose Dale. That's. I'm gonna remind everybody when that happens. So let's just file that away in your memory banks. We'll be back for that. But
no, the question is, did anyone choose different ones for Chip and Dale 1 and 2?
That's a good question. I didn't pay attention to that, man. I mean, maybe
that'd be respectable, I think.
Yeah, you're kind of hedging your bets there. It's like, you get a little of each of them. So, but I don't know. You got to be committed, man. You got to commit to Dale. Anyways, these guys are on into I, which this is the fan stage. The physics are really annoying. You're getting blown back by these fans. So it's just a slow stage, but there is a boss at the end that there's a quick kill. So one of these guys gets the quick kill, somebody else doesn't. That's about a 5-second difference. So it's pretty substantial. And Yogi's going to be up first. You want to get 3 hits in on this first phase. He barely did it. That's that was a super weird variation that I've never seen before. I don't know how that worked, but okay.
We call those Yogi strats.
I guess so. That should not have worked, but it did somehow. So Prizzy and Cool Kid, if one of them gets it and the other doesn't, we're going to have some separation. Otherwise, these guys are neck and neck. And Cool Kid not quite getting it, man. Come on, you got to hold up the reputation for Dale. All right, so the first screen at J is pretty easy. You're not going to see anything too crazy, but screen 2 is where it gets dangerous, and Yogi has just arrived, so he's going to need to get a tight jump to avoid this first enemy. Good job there. We have the axes section. Is he going to take damage boosts or not? That's the question. There's one boost. Is he going to take the second one? No, he does not
Very
feel that
I think that's
confident.
smart.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Chip players are sensible like that.
Well,
yeah.
especially because he went for a tricky strat there that he did take a hit, so that's probably why he did it. That strat saves a little bit of time, and you do get a health refill there, thankfully. So now he's coming up to the final section, which you do have to take some damage here initially. Oh, what? He got the frame perfect throw? Are you serious? Oh my god, what a god gamer this guy is. So he has 2 health. He should be able to make it through this final section and on into Fat Cat without a problem. And Yogi looking like he's ready to be the first one to finish Rescue Rangers.
Fat Cat's not even trying. I mean, come on.
No, he's not. With the RNG lock, it's pretty free, but when it's not RNG lock, he can do those ashes in all different directions, and he will get you. Prizzion into Fat Cat takes a death immediately, but that's probably for the best. Now he's got full health, and you got to get a little closer there. There you go. It's so tight, like how many pixels you have to stand on that left side.
Is facing left better? I think.
It's optimal. Yeah, it's better to just you grab the ball, throw it, and immediately face left by a couple pixels, and you're in the safety zone. But it's a little tricky. So on into Castlevania, but I will say that Endy is making up some ground here because that is his game. But he's still got a ways to go.
No, the goal for Castlevania is going to be beat Frankie, which is the 4th boss.
Yeah, so it'll be stage 12.
Yeah. I mean, no one uses those stage numbers. They're very strange. Sort of weird. But yeah, so it's a little bit before the super scary parts of the game. But still, yeah.
And part of that was done intentionally. Like with this Big 20, with some of the games that are in this, you could make the race just impossibly hard. And we really do, we want it to be very challenging so that the top runners can kind of show and separate themselves based on skill. But we do also want it to be approachable and learnable for people who aren't at the very top. And so that's why like games like this, we had it be, get 2/3 of the way through the game, but don't worry about death and Dracula.
Plus, a lot of these games are longer than... Usually these Big 20s have like some short games peppered in. But because
Also
of the fan
true.
voting...
Yeah, I think we had Marble Madness, but that's really the only super short game.
So Yogi manipulated a stopwatch here. So he's going to go for a crit. So these are frame perfect. He didn't get it. But using the stopwatch, you just go whip, whip, whip.
This game is one that over the last year or two, the world record has come down quite a bit. Like it's been pretty surprising how much work they've done on it.
It is surprising because it looked pretty optimal before, but apparently not.
And a couple of those guys, wait, did Prizzy just get the crit? It looked like he might have. Two Snack and SPD Wolf, I know, are in the race. They are 2 of those people that have been grinding it down.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're going for a world record attempt, stage 1, you have to get a frame perfect clock, then use the clock frame perfectly, then get the crit. So stage 1, you need 3 frame perfect. It's pretty exciting. Very easy. So they're in stage 1 for 95% of their running. Stage 2 is, well, I'm saying stage. I'm gonna call them level because stage is sort of on the screen. Level 2. Not a whole ton going on here except for avoiding these spike deaths. But you can do that in a safe way with the clock if you're so inclined. That's what Yogi did. That's what they're all doing, actually. Actually, maybe I'm just wrong. Well, whatever. Maybe you always do that.
You do find Holy Water is a weapon that's used on a lot of these bosses because it can kind of help almost unlock them in place.
Yeah, well, that's true. I think this is the only one. No, they'll be using it on Frankie also. So 2 of the bosses will be Holy Water. For the last one, if you die, you won't be able to get holy water though. So there's a slight risk over there. Level 3 is really tricky. There's just like a ton of things that can go wrong. So you may notice that they've kept their whip level at level 2 because they're gonna try to skip in stage 4. So they have to like keep their hearts below 8 so that the 3rd level whip never drops, like the max length chain whip. So then they intentionally get that axe there. Some of these skeletons will just juke you and then knock you into the pit. Especially that one that's guarding the axe. So you get the axe just so you can get this cross weapon here. If you try to do that frame perfectly, you can manipulate a can't remember what it's called, the potion drop. The one that makes you invulnerable.
Yep.
Looks like Cool Kid's just gonna kill this.
I mean, he's at 1 health here.
Yeah. He tried playing it safe, but while doing so, it looked like he wasn't ready to play it safe, but he just sort of bailed out. Because jumping over it is pretty scary. If you do it wrong, you just die. So for these mummy bosses, you want to hit the crosses while they're layered on top of each other. Because the cross will hit one, then the other, then the other, then the other, like frame by frame. They die basically immediately. Pretty scary for Cool Kid. He takes death. This is actually... We'll see if he has a plan for this, because he's gonna have to fight these bosses normally now. And he's just got a leather whip also.
Yeah, I imagine this is not one of the places that you probably spend a lot of backup time in this run.
No. To me, it looks like he doesn't have a backup plan here. Like, he's not jumping over these statues. Yogi is not able to get the cave skip here, which is a fun reset point when you're doing speedruns. Basically, you're trying to hit the stopwatch so a bat spawns in such a way that you can boost on top of it. No. Prissy not getting that either.
Ooh, death by Prizzy. That's unfortunate.
Ooh, how'd that even happen?
He fell in the water, man.
The platform was pathing away.
This time,
Dang.
jump.
Well... Yeah, and Cool Kid was able to finish the mummies. It's tricky because you don't get any useful sub weapon there. Yogi
Come on, you get the dagger.
Also, so this part where Yogi just was, if you mess it up, there's a chance you can get an axe drop there. If you pick up the axe, it's really bad because you have to actually like fight enemies.
Yogi really having a rough time with that snake guy, that bone snake.
No one wants to like actually fight enemies in this game. You just want to stun them with holy water. Alright, looks like he got through it. Cool Kid was not able to get the skip either.
It's like Yogi will be our
through.
first player into Punch Dough.
Cool Kid just walked off the platform. Not advised. So it looks like Overswarm's overtaken him. Gotta say, that was more of a change than I expected for Castlevania.
Overswarm quietly having a very solid run.
Yeah.
Yeah, Overswarm's done.
He's in 3rd.
Yeah, he's done very well in probably the last 3-4 or so of them.
All right, Yogi coming up on Mike Tyson. This is dangerous. I'm going to tell you right now, folks.
Leave this one to you, Sinister.
if you get punched, yeah, having to do this fight, if you're nervous at all, you'll probably get knocked down. So Yogi's up first. Those first couple punches are going to be kind of scripted, but after that, anything can happen. And he is going for the more difficult strat, which is dodge and punch. There are some buffer strats that allow you to get through this first minute and 30 and ensure you don't get hit. But Yogi wants to deal some damage. He's probably going to try to get Tyson down to a low level of health and set up a quick round 2 victory. That's the strat that most people have been going with and having success. Yogi is able to get out of the first minute 30.
I feel like he should have done more damage there with the like he was doing the
Yeah, it looks like
punches.
he looks like he wants to, and he takes a hit there, so that means he's going to be getting bad refills if he were to do a knockdown. But he's probably just going to try to drain him down low. Now, Prizzy on the other hand is going for the higher damage strat, so he might go for 2 knockdowns. Now remember,
eating a punch.
well, he might. Okay, he doesn't go for the 9 count. If you get up on 9, you could have a full refill, which will then affect Tyson's energy refills. But it looks like Prizzy probably not a ton of practice on this game, so he's happy to just go into round 2 just like. Well, no, he might go for the knockdown, which would be a mistake. It would be a mistake. So he's smart to hold off here because Tyson's going to get a massive refill. Meanwhile, Yogi will probably get an 8 count here. No, he gets a very lucky 3 count. This is real time, so obviously these counts are important. You can finally get stars on Tyson in round 2, so you see Yogi doing those gut punches. You get another one there, and now he can just unload these star punches. And is he going to save the last one? It looks like he is. So,
Overstorm was doing the safe strat.
Yeah, definitely doing the safe strat there with some of that quasi buffer. So Yogi does get a bad refill this time here, and he runs out of hearts. He didn't get his star punch in, and he better not use it here because he'll get clocked. Let's see if he knows that.
10 puncher. He could use it here if he wants.
Yes, he could, but he doesn't. He saves it for the hook wisely and takes Tyson down right at 136. That's a really good Tyson fight.
Yeah.
GG.
Yogi he's going to go straight ahead to Tetris while everybody else is stuck fighting Tyson, and Tetris is going to be 50 lines.
Yeah,
is what
I don't think
we're
anyone
looking
would
for.
complain about that.
So meanwhile, Prizzy, he's got 1 heart, 1 star, similar situation to what we saw before. Let's see if he's able to take care of business quickly here. Oh, he was going for the buffer strat and missed, and now takes a knockdown. Prizzy's going to be in trouble here. He might actually have a difficult time getting out of this round.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens, because now he's got no stars. Tyson has a massive amount of health. He's going to go into his blinking pattern. Let's see if Prizzy knows to block and counter. He does. So he's able to counter at least a couple of those before he runs out of hearts again. And he's got to be careful, man. If you lose to Tyson, you are losing such a massive chunk of time that could be the race for him.
Yeah. I'd like to point out Yogi's doing level 15 for Tetris. Pretty high.
Yeah, that is pretty fast. That is really fast.
It actually built up a bit higher than comfortable at the start, but he was able to clear it. He's also using Music C.
Prizzy gets through Tyson with 6 seconds left in the round.
Wow.
Yeah, that was...
And Cool Kid is probably going to make up a little ground here. He looks like he's having a pretty solid Tyson, but the way Yogi is playing Tetris right now, man, he's not going to be relinquishing this lead anytime soon, unless he were to top out somehow. Like if he got too greedy and let the build get a little too high. But it could. He's being a little more aggressive than some players would be, but he seems to be very comfortable with the game. So for him, this is probably not too difficult. And he's more than halfway through here, just waiting for the right piece. There it is, knocks down a double.
He's done some scary moves.
Yeah, he's building a little high right now. Okay, now he opts out.
Current situation.
Yeah, this is not super comfortable.
Oh, okay, good pieces.
Now he's good. Yeah, now he got a good burn. Now he needs a line piece.
That's
A line piece would be great. He gets it, but at the wrong time. Needs another line piece. Wow, he's really building high here.
All right. We're good.
Man.
Feels better.
There we go. He's just going to clear it out. He's not going to wait for that line piece anymore. He's like, look, we don't need Tetrises. We need lines. He's getting them. He just needs 5 more. He's just going to knock this thing down. I think that's smart. There's no reason to risk it.
They're going for Tetrises. Not necessarily advised.
It's not. And there it is. 50 lines for Yogi. He is done. Prizzy, on the other hand, very close to topping out. He needs to be careful. What is happening with Prizzy?
Now,
Oh my
level
goodness.
8, you're still... You can deal with it. Well, this is good.
Oh boy.
I don't think you can get to the left over there.
Man, he is in big trouble.
Starting over.
Ah, Prizzy. Oh my goodness. Can he hold on somehow?
Oh my god.
Wow. He is trying to dig himself out of this. He really needs some good RNG.
He was getting a couple really good pieces in a row there, though.
Oh, that was a misplacement there.
Wait.
Come on, Prizzy, get it over. Oh, there's a double.
Still alive.
Oh, man. He's bringing it back. He is bringing it back. Can he do this?
Still
Oh, my
early
goodness. Oh, my goodness.
This is not good. Uh-oh.
Oh. Oh. Come on.
Oh.
No. Prizzy.
I
He
think
put up such a good fight.
the fact people can choose what level to start with might be shooting them in the foot a little bit.
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, Yogi showed that he was the true Tetris pro, so he was ready. But some other folks might have gotten a little too aggressive with it.
And another really important decision is Mario Brothers 2. So the category for Mario 2 is any percent one character only. I also should have mentioned Tetris was 50 lines.
Yeah, I think Sinister mentioned it at the beginning. But
Okay,
yeah, we wanted to make Super Mario 2 a little more spicy. We didn't have the time to do warp lists, so we thought, you know what? Let them pick the character they want to play. But the trick is you have to play that character for every single level. And it's not the... Like, you would think you would just, oh, well, let's play Toad because he's fastest. But there are some difficulty kind of considerations to take into consideration, and there's only about 20 seconds in the world records between the 4 of these, and so if you're really comfortable with one of these characters, you should just go with it regardless if it's the fastest or not.
Yeah, so I would say Princess is definitely the safest one. Toad's still the fastest, but the most dangerous. Luigi is the tricky one, I would say. So you can do some interesting jumps, especially stage 6-2. And then Mario is you're out to lunch. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like Luigi definitely makes some levels, I dare say, easier. Like if you know the any percent run, like with 6-2 and 6-3, but it is trickier on some of the other previous levels. You need to learn some new stuff.
Tetris.
Yeah, Cool Kid, again, he's a top player for Super Mario 2, and this is a very long category here, so this is another chance for him to kind of gain ground, even though he fell behind. He can definitely make a nice little comeback here.
Yeah, I imagine Cool Kid will definitely be playing Toad.
So, as far as I can tell, Yogi's in first and Pikachu's in second. Or sorry, never mind. He's in third. Overswarm's in second.
Unfortunate death for Overswarm.
Overswarm decided to just jump off the carpet.
Yeah, so there's a trick here to get like a turbo carpet thing.
Yeah, I don't think he's going far enough left. You almost have to go like right up to that wall to get the second carpet to spawn.
And Overswarm down to 1 life. He's really got to be careful now.
Also worth mentioning, Cool Kid is the world record holder for this. And he's just gonna zip and do some ridiculous things.
Yeah, things are allowed. Unlike some of the other games, like Mega Man 1 and 2, he can't do all the broken stuff. This game, he can.
If you watch the actual world record, the level 1 seems impossible.
Yeah, I mean it is almost impossible between 1-1 and then the carrot and 1-2. It's just an incredible reset point for the beginning of this game.
Yeah. So looks like Princess is the most popular one, but you know, Yogi's Luigi and he's in first place. Coincidence?
Yeah. I mean, I imagine if you look at all 100 racers, I'd bet 75 of them are going to pick Princess.
Cool Kid got the frame perfect plant pickup thing that allowed him to bring the, I don't know, green onion thing to the boss fight, which made it very fast. It's the plant pickup thing. It's frame perfect. What do you want from me? Ah.
I guess it's not a carrot, whatever it is.
Do I look like I know vegetables?
I mean, your name is a pun off a fruit, so probably more than most people.
Yeah, I know vegetables. They call me the veg guy.
So Cool Kid is...
Can someone say something? No.
You're
Actually,
all alone, man.
Yogi is screaming through this game. He's already on, what, 6-3 here. And Luigi does this
got
nice
the
little
potion
potion jump, so he doesn't have to go underneath the wall. You most like you'll see Cool Kid with Toad. He'll have to kind of go underneath the quicksand and just keep jumping to bop his head on the ceiling so he doesn't die.
Oh, Yogi having Birdo problems. Okay. Still probably didn't want to take damage. Luigi can do that fun thing where he just goes to the right immediately.
If you have more health, you can do a nice little quick kill on this Hydra, but Yogi
The
gets
world
through it
record
fine.
fight is frightening.
Yeah, you spend the majority of the fight actually like on overlapping the hitbox of the boss.
Yeah.
On to World 7. There's only 2 levels or 2 stages in World 7.
Yeah.
Is anybody gonna die to Wart? That's. I want predictions, guys.
I hope not.
I mean, anyone, yeah, but of these 3, I will guess no.
All right.
Luigi can do this nice jump, which is very handy. He's also good at climbing, obviously. Or, I mean, vertical sections.
Yeah, and you can see they're actually utilizing a trick where you have a very small period, kind of as you're at the edge of a ladder, to jump, where you can actually jump off to the side. And so they will repeatedly kind of jump off a ladder, get back on, and be able to jump up faster than you could climb.
Yeah, he's just annihilating this game. Oh, I see on Yogi's Split, he has a 29-second delay after Tetris. Gonna have to
Oh,
look
stop
at that.
it. He has a 34-second delay, too, for Punch-Out, and 36 for other games. As long as it's, I think, an average of 30, they're probably fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Still, though, disqualified.
But yeah, I mean, Yogi, obviously, I think this game was in the Big Ten, if I'm not mistaken. And so Yogi does have a lot of experience with this game, even before this month of practicing. Obviously, he probably doesn't have a ton of experience playing all the levels with Luigi, but...
Yeah, that's true. Still,
So
this
here,
has been like
just-
a very impressive run.
Yeah, it has been. This is like the one trick where like you grab the orb to go to the end and it's like, nope, sorry. It's actually an enemy that you need to kill before you go in it.
Frightening.
And this is the final boss fight. We are on Wart now, who I've always
that's a
thought of this
tomato.
as like an organ, that like those are the pipes of the organ. I have no idea what that is, but a bunch of veggies shoot out and Normally,
I can
Wart
see
will
that.
throw bubbles, but if you're fast enough to attack him, he won't. Yogi making pretty easy work so far. This is my
That was like the
first-
only bad thing in
my
the entire run.
commentator curse moment, I
Oh,
guess.
oh,
Yogi doing great so far on this fight, and he's through. That was a really, really good Mario 2.
death for Cool
Yeah,
Kid.
you
That
annihilated it.
not the most costly, but that death is still very unwelcome.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Cool Kid with a sweet little kill there.
Now on to potentially.
It's the up and A block. Zelda 1 and Metroid.
Yeah, it is. This might be potentially the most risky game in the list. The category is to beat level 5. So to do that, you essentially need to beat levels 3 and 4. Not beat levels 3 and 4, but go get the raft and then the step ladder from levels 3 and 4, and then make your way up to World 5 and finish it. If you do that without safeties, that can be incredibly difficult. And so this is another one where people have a lot of choices to kind of decide, what do I want to do and how risky do I want to be?
Mm-hmm. So Zelda has a ton of like sort of obtuse mechanics. It's like a really weird speedrun to learn. They don't have to. Now, for the purpose of this goal, not many of them are going to come into play. But for one thing, the grid movement is just a really hard. It has a big learning curve to get used to. Even like world record runners, they'll still get hit by keys because the grid caught up with them. They'll think they're on some one plane, but then they're suddenly on the other. So yeah, the first thing they have to get is the raft here. Good. So leaving with 8 bombs is really good. One of those is guaranteed, but one of them was random. Dark Notes are in the bomb drop group.
So do you want to talk just very briefly about kind of the drop table and how you can get extra bombs? Or
I guess I'll give the synopsis. It's very complicated, but so there's 2 things. There's the consecutive counter where if you don't get hit, every kill you get, it goes up by 1. And then every 10th kill, if you kill an enemy with a bomb, then they're guaranteed to drop a bomb. Otherwise, they'll drop a 5 rupee. But then also every 16th kill, they'll drop a fairy, which also resets the bomb counter. Sometimes that gets in the way where you expected a bomb, but you'll get a fairy drop. But then on the other hand, there's just the global counter where every time you kill an enemy, it goes up by 1, and it doesn't reset if you get hit. And different enemies have different. There's 4 different drop tables. So, for example, these Vyres in the room Yogi is bombing, they are in the bomb drop group, so they have a chance of dropping bombs.
yeah, I mean that just gives you guys a little clue into just how many things are going on in these guys' heads. Like there's even like calculators and counters that people use while they're running this game to be able to keep track. But I know Yogi did already bomb one enemy to get bombs, which I think was planned, and that one may have also been planned. I'm not sure.
That one was planned. You have to avoid getting hit by bubbles because those reset the counter, but they move fast and they move in a weird way. But this good, he's leaving with 6 bombs, which is basically perfect.
And so the main category that's run in this is no up A. And so what you're seeing is Yogi's getting these items and then he's hitting start and then essentially doing what's called an up A. It's still on controller 2, right? Or he's just quitting out to essentially the start of the game so that he doesn't need to run all the way out of the dungeon.
Yeah. He's doing a save. The save, if you do continue, it'll start at the start of the dungeon. Which you'll do that in level 5.
Yeah, normally you wouldn't be able to do that in like a no up A run, even though I guess it's technically not an up A. Sometimes or at least like the continue.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to do that in the normal no up A category.
Right. So level 5 is where the real fun happens. They have to do one of the biggest sources of resets and variance in the run, which is going to be the recorder room. There's going to be basically they have to kill 6 blue dark nuts in it. So bombing dark nuts is not as simple as it looks because they can block bombs if they're facing the direction. If they're facing you where you plant the bomb, they'll take no damage. They have 8 health and bombs do 4 damage. They also deal 2 to you, so you do not want to get hit. So you're gonna want like a count built up. So, all right, Yogi got the bomb drop there. Getting the bomb drop there helps a ton because it basically just gives you 4 more bombs to use. You're gonna want 2 for the boss of the level to do it safely.
Nice, that was really well done.
Yeah, he's able to.
The extra 4 bombs definitely helped, but
yeah. The way enemies just move in this game takes a ton of time of getting used to. I would say like everyone who runs this, you spend like hours and hours practicing that room. Basically, the closer you stand in the middle, the more they clump together. But that's also dangerous. Yeah, cool kid manipulating a bomb drop there. There was also a scary 5 drop. I guess it didn't matter there. Sometimes, because when your count reaches 10, you get a guaranteed 5 rupee. So sometimes if you think your count's at like 8, you kill an enemy and then they drop a 5, you're like, oh no, I screwed up my count. But sometimes it's just random. It's like a random 5 instead of the guaranteed. So we call that a scary 5. So the Dig Dogger here this is why we need the recorder. He's got 8 health. So that's why you want 2 bombs. So, if you do something weird here, sometimes you'll miss a bomb and you'll have to fight him normally, which is, no one wants to do that. Yogi 657? Sub 7
657.
Zelda? That's incredibly strong.
He's really just pushing his lead further and further.
I mean, a lot of the past Big 20s, you'll see like Yogi will like stream his practice, do all that type of stuff. Whenever he wants to be really serious, he just vanishes. And that's what he did this time. And so everyone assumed he was going to join and that he'd been putting in his dirty offline practice, as he will call it. But yeah, he's just been really good so far. And on to Metroid, which he has a ton of experience in this. He was a runner of this, I believe. Outside of just anything Big 20 related, he's also run the game.
This is his strongest game. I would assume he's gonna go for. So there's basically 2 routes. There's Kraid first, then there's not Kraid first. Kraid first is like a couple minutes faster. I guess he's not doing it. Actually, I guess that makes sense because he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think
do that anyway. He's a Ridley first type of guy.
He is definitely a Ridley first type of guy, but he definitely, I think, was really stressed when we did the Big 10.
Yeah.
And having to attempt Kraid first there. And so like I was suspecting he would not do Kraid first here, especially with him in the lead.
Yeah. Trying to kill Kraid with just with no resources at all and having to do like a pretty tricky RAF.
But essentially, the goal for this, you technically don't need to kill any bosses, but the goal is getting 6 E-tanks. and there are 8 E-Tanks in this game, but you can only functionally get 6. If you get the 7th and 8th, nothing really happens outside of, I think, just a health refill. So you need to do whatever you want in this game to map out how you want to approach getting 6 E-Tanks.
Yes, that's a very good point. Yeah, there's some weird screens that usually you would never see in any other category. One particularly scary E-Tank near a false floor.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple ways you can make it easier. In this game, if you're crouched in a ball and then you fall off a ledge and then you unmorph, and without hitting right or left, if you jump again, you'll actually jump off midair. And so there are some very safe ways to get the E-Tank that Kananaphone's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there are some scary parts to this run, even with knowing kind of cheating mechanics, you could say. I'm pretty sure that wasn't necessarily intended.
Oh boy, Overstorm's second bomb was pretty close to missing. Or sorry, Cool Kid. Because so the hitboxes are sort of skewed in this game. And Overstorm finishing up. Overstorm has a sub 30 in Zelda 1, so it looked like he made up some time. That's good.
Not actually entirely certain what route Yogi is going to take here. I imagine he's going to get 2 E-Tanks in Ridley's layer here. And then after that, probably go down. Actually, I don't know. I guess I'm going to guess that he's going to get 2 E-Tanks here, and then he'll go get ice and bombs, and then go back to crate, is my guess.
Yeah, this is sort of a different route than what other people are playing. This is, yeah, just booking it straight to Ridley.
He's been playing with a lot of confidence, and you can see just in his movement and the way he traverses the rooms that, like, he knows exactly what's going on, and he's able to stun enemies and just get through. Like, it's just hold right or hold left. He's not slowing down at all.
Yep. I mean, this is essentially his, like, all bosses route that he used to run. And so it makes a lot of sense that he is just kind of very, very confident with what he's doing here. He's had a lot of practice with it. And
he got the health drops he needed. Yeah, if he didn't get the health drops, he would still be 1 hit away from dying. Yeah, cool. By the way, Cool Kid's setting up for crate first here.
Yeah, this is his big chance to gain some time here. I mean, it's really the only thing that can happen.
Never mind.
Oh, he's not gonna go for it.
I believe he got stuck.
Are you guys ahead of me? I don't even have Cool Kid on the screen yet, or in the wrap.
He reset.
I mean, even with that reset, though, it still would gain time over this other route, right? As long as he gets it the second time. I think if he gets it the second time, he's okay. If it has to be third time, then maybe not.
Mm.
All right, down we go.
So Yogi did kill Ridley and grab the E-Tank after Ridley.
Yeah.
And up A's out.
Yeah, one thing to note is that Ridley has 2 different RNG seeds, and they're incredibly finicky to the extent that it matters what, like, console and cart you're running it on.
Yeah, that was a very large source of discussion a couple years ago in the speedrunning community. But essentially it was just, you know what, Like, whatever hardware you've got, like run with it and
Yeah.
call it a day. Because we were discussing like potentially making you do a soft reset after or like before every attempt, just to make sure you couldn't. Because some consoles can just load up the game and get what we deem the good pattern, where others it's essentially just random as you reset, as you soft reset through. You just hope you'll get it.
Mm-hmm.
And Cool Kid got stuck again, so he
Yeah.
had to reset again. So there's no chance of him gaining any time on Yogi
No.
in Metroid anymore.
Kraid first in a race is a really, really risky move. But if
respect
you can do it, it pays off really well.
Yeah.
And that's the only route he knows, so he has to keep going back to it too.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I mean
it's
that's another point. Yeah, I do know CHX, the world record holder for Metroid, is in the run, so we'll probably be seeing Kraid first at least one other time during this.
But yeah, as just for so Yogi also like runs the category of this that involves doing Mother Brain with like the entire Mother Brain fight with 0 health, which is pretty exciting.
Cool Kid very close to finally making it through here, but even if he does, he's still got to fight Kraid, which
Yeah.
is
Yep.
no easy task.
Yeah, if you mess up at all getting the energy tank, it's over. Then the fight itself is
Yeah,
no
It's
cakewalk
rough.
at all.
Yeah,
I
if
mean-
you're trying to go fast, it's very difficult.
Even going slow, I mean, there aren't really too many safeties you can take.
I mean, going slow, like you can live indefinitely in Kraid's room just fine. And so,
Yeah,
like, if you actually, like, you can do a lot of jumping over the spikes and not damage boost through them. It will be a lot slower, but if it comes down to it, you can survive a very, very long time without getting hit and just slowly hitting him down.
Cool Kid almost there. He's gonna have to farm some missiles, of course, here.
He does
No.
not.
Or
have
no,
to farm
oh, he
missiles,
doesn't. He gets
'cause
knocked
he
into the
you
door.
use the bug
Never
to
mind.
actually like push you through that missile door.
Okay, got the E tank.
Right, that's good.
And
This
so
is a
if
really,
you
really strong start. Okay.
If you
Feeling
shoot directly at, like, I don't know, standing height level, you're going to hit that middle spike. So what you
Yeah.
see is Cool Kid is morphing and unmorphing very quickly and then shooting a lot. And that actually gives you a tiny bit of height so you can get over that middle spike and actually do damage to Kraid.
That was a really good kill.
Yeah,
I mean, he
Cool Kid.
still had, he could have gotten hit 3 more times and still been alive.
Mhm.
So that was very good.
Yeah.
We see Yogi doing one of the trickier parts of the run, actually, I think, is once in the very top right of the map, there's an area right above where you get bombs where you can freeze 4 different enemies to be able to get up to this level to get another E-Tank. You
Mhm.
can go all the way around the other way, but it's a big time loss
Yeah.
comparatively. Okay, so you grab those 2 and he's going to come back, get the one just a couple screens to the right here that's in the ceiling, and then he'll grab both of them in Kraid's
Yeah.
area.
Yeah, it's nice saving this one for now so you'll actually have health.
And actually with Yogi's route, it was kind of necessary because he did not have Ice Beam when he went through here either time.
True.
Mr. Consistency, man. I'll tell you what.
Mhm.
Yeah, the bat was literally like a pixel or two too high for him to be able to just jump on it. It also makes Kraid's hideout almost trivial with the fact that you're going to have I mean, he has 500 health now. He's going to get another 100 when he gets this first E-Tank at the beginning of Kraid's hideout. So it's going to make it almost trivial at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the rest of the runs that are there too, Yogi's in great shape because the only one that has like a major threat of time loss is probably Ninja Gaiden. But the other ones, it's like even deaths are not going to cost him to the point that people would easily catch up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he's good enough at Mega Man 2 that, yeah, it won't. Unless he probably game over plus another death or two, he should be good. A nice smooth little duck there as he went in that door, so he wasn't going to be hit by the flying bug. I'm curious why he didn't go get the other E-Tank at the start of Kraid's hideout first. Maybe it's actually faster.
I think it's just too annoying to get out of there.
Out of, probably. So he grabs that up in A's and then he goes and gets it. The only danger here is he is again at low health, but it is faster. You're right.
Thankfully, he did not miscount his E-Tanks.
Yeah, and I guess with freeze beam, as long as you freeze that bug, it's pretty foolproof.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little bomb jump over, and he's done. That was a 13:19. That is a really fast time.
Yeah.
Has he had any bad runs so far? I don't think he's had a single run that was like even below average.
No, I don't think so. Let's see.
No, because yeah, he got hit once in Mario 1, but I don't think he died. Yeah, I mean, I think he's just had a really solid day.
Let's see if that continues with DuckTales.
And so we are on DuckTales, which is almost the normal route, except we are not allowing the moon skip. And so most of the DuckTales runs, speed runs that you see, will start on moon, and they will go to the end of the first screen and do a clip, so you don't need to go grab a key and then like the remote control so that you can blast open that pathway. Since you can't do that here, you have really a lot more freedom into your starting order, and so you do see a lot of people starting with Amazon, and then they'll go back to the moon later.
Now, what do you guys think about
you would start with the moon just because it's a big reset point with that moon skip.
And Cove, what do you think about them disallowing that skip? Because it's not overly difficult to learn, right? Like,
no, it's really not. Honestly, it was just something. It was another one of those. All these games have been seen a million times, so we wanted to just throw a little.
Do something different.
Yep. It's like the Mario 2 where you got to pick a character. It's like Mario 3 where you pick any 3 forts. It's just one of those things that twists it a little bit, like all zones in Chip and Dale.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, DuckTales, there's not a ton to talk about. You can optimize boss fights a lot by not actually hitting right or left on your controller. And so you can actually be inside the hitbox of bosses while they have iframes. And then when they come out of iframes, you can hit them again immediately without taking damage, as long as you aren't holding left or right as that happens. It's a nice little trick. So pretty much the one rule in this game is just never hold left or right as you're attempting to hit a boss.
And Overswarm entering into Kraid's lair, so he'll be finishing up Metroid in second place.
Nice, yeah, Overstorm's had a really solid run so far. Yeah, so iframes do mean invincibility frames. So yeah, usually in most games when you get hit or when you hit enemies, there'll be an amount of time where they'll usually blink, but you can't hit them again or you can't be hit again until that amount of time is over. And so we call those iframes.
You know, I'm curious when it comes to Overswarm if he's playing against his PB splits here, because if he is having a monster run.
Looks like he's probably playing against average because it looks like the final time is a 321 on his splits, and I know he has about a 315.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought his time was better than that, but either way, still very, very solid showing for him so far as well.
Yep, I mean, before we knew Yogi was joining, like Overswarm, I think was on the short list of the people right behind the three Swedes.
Yeah,
who would have a chance to win.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean he won last time. He's good. It looks like he's going to be the second one to finish this up. Do we have any... So who else is on Metroid? I see Squirch is on Metroid.
TMR, Arcus.
Cool Kid.
I believe Endy is also on Metroid.
Good to see that there are that many people. Oftentimes at this point, you
record.
usually only got a few people that are within a game of the lead. Right. Yeah, I mean, this time, outside of Yogi just kind of turning it on and breaking away from the pack, we still have that huge group, right? Yeah, battling for second right now.
Yeah. I think second through fifth is going to be really close because there are so many people right now in Metroid, and they're all pretty close. Prizzy is still in there as well, so it's going to be super interesting at the end there.
It's funny. Cool Kid got the bad Ridley RNG, so he's just going through him to get the energy tank. Or never mind. Didn't have to fight him. Never mind, I got confused. Ignore me. Got my roots mixed up, because he did Kraid first, obviously.
Yep. Yeah, so you see Overswarm, he did pick Moon first, and so he's going through, and he went up and grabbed the key that you need to get into this other room that has a remote control. And once you have that, you can head back to where the moon skip usually happens, and it'll open up for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it made it look like they're very close all of a sudden, but no, Overswarm's still behind by a good bit. But Ninja Gaiden is the wild card, though, man. If Yogi were to somehow die on one of the final bosses, and it being sending him back all the way to the beginning of Act 6, that could be an equalizer. So it ain't over till it's over.
And I could be wrong, but I feel like that's historically not been one of Yogi's better games as well.
Yeah.
And so I'm not sure how, obviously no one knows how much he's practiced it this month. He could be incredibly good at it now.
Right.
But I think historically, if you looked at this list, that would be one of his weaker games.
Well, and I've seen a lot of people have that death, out of the people that have the top time so far. So it's definitely not out of the question. It's not a situation you can really play safe. Yogi can't just be like, oh, I'm so far ahead that I can just play it safe here. Nope. You kind of got to get in there and mix it up.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think a lot of the endings that haven't been incredibly close, you've been able to kind of take it easy on that last game or two, but definitely not with Ninja Gaiden. I think Mega Man 2, there are plenty of safety strats you can use to lose a few seconds and still be safe. But yeah, Ninja Gaiden is another animal altogether.
Yeah. There's the deaths in that are generally going to be pretty costly. And it just depends on how aggressive people want to get with some of this stuff. We'll see when we get there, but definitely see some more players making it into to Metroid and possibly DuckTales. Do we have anybody else
Yeah,
in
Pikachu is
into
now on
DuckTales?
DuckTales on the main screen too.
Cool Kid just finished up with Metroid. He's on DuckTales.
Rizzy will be on DuckTales pretty soon.
Yeah, he's at 4 E-Tanks. Let's see, who else is close?
Haven't checked in on Andy recently.
I believe he's at 2 E-Tanks right now. Yeah, for Metroid, a lot of it is just you spend most of the game at 0 or 1.
Yep.
To go get the bombs and the ice beam and the blah blah blah.
I'm excited Pikachu is doing really well. He's another one that kind of like Overswarm hasn't been speedrunning for the longest amount of time, just a couple years, I think. But he's been in a group. He's Eastern European. I think he's from Ukraine. But him and like some Russian runners have come on the scene in the last couple of years and just been destroying some games. And so it's been really good to see him succeeding here too.
Yeah, he always does good.
And with that, we have Yogi as the first one into Contra. So Contra, one of the more straightforward games, and unlike many of the other games we've seen today, if you take a death, you will just respawn right on the spot. It's not going to send you back to the beginning of the stage. The biggest penalty is, of course, you will lose whatever weapon upgrade you have. And Yogi about to get the primary weapon upgrade used in the run, which is, of course, the spread gun. He's going to want to pick up Rapid. And once you get spread and rapid together in combination, then you can just pretty much mow down all the enemies that are in your way. And he's going to need to get this rapid right here. Get rid of this. I think it's a laser. Yeah, get rid of that. There's his rapid. And then the idea is that you want to be able to shoot in a rhythm because there's only so many shots that are allowed on the screen at one time. So it's not flat out mashing. You have to mash fast, but not too fast. And you're going to see that on display as he heads into base 2. This is a full game completion goal, so it's going to be a little bit on the longer side, probably around 10 to 11 minutes, depending. And if Yogi can get his spread rhythm going, then you'll be able to see a lot of bullets on screen at the same time. So let's see how he does. Now it's a little chunky. But the faster you can get that rhythm, the faster you can get through these base stages. But the main thing in this game really is just don't die. Like once you get that spread and R together, if you can just avoid dying, like you're gonna make it through the game pretty easily. And coming up on the boss here. Boss can be a little bit tricky. There's these cores you have to take out first, and then there's going to be this eye thing that appears at the top of the screen, and you got to just avoid those bullets. Yogi does a good job of that, and he is through to the waterfall. So it'll be interesting to see if he goes for there's a interesting route you can take with your jumps in the waterfall that'll actually make it so you can get a little bit of extra jump height in a few spots. So we'll have to see if Yogi has learned that. Yeah, it looks like he got the first one, so he is certainly aware of the strat. Now he's going to get the barrier up here at the top, which gives you invincibility, and that's very, very helpful for this next section coming up here. The enemies in this game are quite random, so he actually missed barrier. This is going to be a little bit tough.
He just didn't even shoot at it.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused by that because it doesn't cost you any time to get it, so I'm not sure, but he's making it through so far. He's managed to avoid all the stray bullets, and yeah, okay, it looks like Yogi's good, so just gonna have to take out this boss here.
Barrier.
Yeah, he figures he's just doing well enough. He doesn't need it. So this boss, you don't actually have to kill the arms, but it's a good idea to just kind of because you have to wait for this mouth to open anyway, so you may as well get rid of one of the arms from attacking you. And he doesn't quite get the one cycle, but a few more shots and he will take it down. He is going to head on into base 2. And do we have anybody else even in Contra yet?
No.
I'm not sure that we do.
Or, yeah, Overstorm's close. You just beat all the stages. DuckTales.
Yeah, he's in Transylvania too now, I think.
Okay, so yeah, Yogi just on cruise control basically. So he's on into base 2. This one's a little bit longer. There's definitely more of these red cores that you have to mow down, but he's maintained the spread and R, which is, like I said, that's really what you need to do. If you're gonna take a death, it's best to do it sometime between like here and middle of Snowfield, the next stage, because you can actually get back spread and R. If you take it anytime after that, then it's going to cost you the maximum amount of time. So this is the one thing I worry about for Yogi in this game. I've actually felt what his controller, I don't know if he still has the same controller, but he had a D-pad that was just, I don't know how he even played video games with this D-pad, I swear. This thing was just mush. And in this game, like when you're trying to hold down, it's actually pretty hard to duck if you don't have a good D-pad. And you'll be trying to duck and then a bullet will, hit you as soon as you stand up inadvertently. So that hasn't happened to him yet. He's just so comfortable with that D-pad, He's had it for 30 years or since whenever NES came out.
Original child
yeah, exactly. But it seems to work pretty well, as you guys can see. He's been doing his usual thing here. And this boss, you got to take out the two heads only when they come together. Those bubbles are a little dangerous, but they're actually not that bad to avoid. And he does a good job of that. So he is going to be moving on into Snowfield as Overswarm is going to be the next player into Contra. One thing I should have mentioned also, you see these guys having a ton of lives. You are allowed to use the Konami code. That is totally allowed. Clearing this game without the Konami code, there would be a higher possibility for time loss because there are continues, but if you game over and having to start a stage over again, that would be something. So that kind of could have been kind of interesting, but I guess they didn't want to make it too hard on people because...
Yep, it's exactly right. That was another one of those instances where we just want to make it have a little breather that you can still lose a ton of time on Contra, but with 90 lives, you're most likely making it through.
That's the hope. And Yogi has now cleared that section. So if he takes any deaths from here on out, those would be pretty costly. That was really his last chance, to regain spread and R. There are some other spread guns that are located throughout, but it's like a little while before you can get them. So a few more tricky spots.
Asked Langston, do people jump over this tank just to scroll the screen faster so you can shoot it faster?
I think it's something to do with that, or maybe it gets the tank to stop in a certain spot, or maybe it's just to kind of get that rhythm. I'm not 100% sure. That's a good question, actually.
Looks like Aaron and Zallard are saying yes.
Okay, they would definitely know. So, all right, coming up on the boss here, there's 3 possible spawn positions. Yogi's going to position himself in the one that gives you the fastest kill if you actually get it. Well, no, he's actually going to go middle. Okay, so he got a decent spawn there. You don't want it to spawn in the far left, I think, is the worst spawn position. So Yogi is through.
Pikachu finished with DuckTales.
Yep, he is on to Contra.
And Cool Kid also done. They're pretty close. There's some other people who are about halfway through DuckTales, trying to...
So I was wondering about this. So oftentimes you'll want to reset Contra around like 24 seconds or so, just so you won't have the splash screen and stuff, so you can enter the code. Pikachu is just like, you know what? Screw that. I'm good at this game. I'm not using the code.
Nice. See, that's what I like to see. And honestly, if you are solid at this game, it really is one of those games where when you can speedrun it semi-competently, it's just much easier. Which it's the same with Ninja Gaiden, where it's like you're just going to get through stages so much easier due to familiarity and being able to keep that. If you can keep that spread gun, it's really not that bad. So Yogi coming up to one of the more random bosses here. You don't want to get too many jumps. He takes care of it pretty quickly. Only one jump.
Looks like Overstorm lost his weapon in stage 2.
Okay, yeah. So he's gonna have another chance to. Ooh, and he misses barrier as well. So that's gonna be troublesome.
He did miss barrier. He got DR.
So he can get spread here. The issue is going to be he can't get R until the base, which hopefully he knows where it is. It's a little weird because like I think if you're doing the screens optimally, you won't get it. You have to like wait a little bit. So
yeah,
we'll have to see if he's able to actually pull that out. Meanwhile, Yogi getting the barrier here. He's just been having a really great run so far.
I don't think he's been hit yet.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to keep that barrier all the way over here until these spike walls, maybe even take out the first one if he feels really confident. Let's see. Yep.
Ooh, wow.
Yep, he went for it.
With that lead, I would have stopped. That's like what?
I would have too.
Maybe.
Hey, you gotta do what you practiced.
Yeah. Although to be fair, like honestly, he is coming up on the final stage here, and you do get
another spread.
So it's not the worst, but yeah, it is a risk. He was risking probably like 20 seconds or something by doing that. So, but he's feeling confident, man. You can see it in the way that he's been playing. So he's onto the alien's lair.
It's almost like he's went from, you know what, let's see if I can win this thing to, you know what, I'm ahead a lot. Let's not go safer. Let's go even more ham and just try to destroy everybody.
You know what would be interesting is if he actually does have a PB, and it's not displayed. If you're actually watching on his channel, his splits are all empty. So it's like, oh, I don't have a PB. I've never done a full run, right? But maybe he has a PB and he knows that he's on like some sick pace and he really wants to just get a monster PB here.
Definitely could be.
So he's
back to last stage.
Yeah, it's pretty easy. There's just one part at the end where you can die if you're not too careful. But even if you die, it's like it doesn't matter. You're gonna just finish off the final boss pretty quickly. So here it comes, the heart. You gotta take out the heart, and yeah, great run. Yogi takes the death there, but it doesn't matter.
Takes
the swag death.
Swag death. That's it.
So let's see what his final time was here. It's going to be a low 10. Okay, well, no, 10:55, but that's still really good. Sub 11. That's super good. So he's going to be the first one into Batman. Now, Batman is a short goal, which I think was pretty fair because that game's brutal. If they had made this a full game run, that would have probably been a little too harsh. It's just the first 3 stages, the first 3 worlds or whatever you want to call them. But it's a mildly difficult game if you don't have a ton of experience. I mean, you're going to get weapons, so you can see right away Yogi has picked up. There's 3 core weapons, and you can actually, there's a global timer, so if you do everything right in this first screen, you can end with quite a few weapons and set yourself up really well for the rest of the run. And so far Yogi has done that. He's got 56 headed into the second screen. It's not quite as important as if you were doing a full game run, but you want to feel comfortable. It's more of almost like a psychological thing of like, you don't want to feel like, oh my god, I'm short on weapons, I need to get weapons drops. You don't want that going on. So he's in good shape with regards to that.
Chad is also letting us know that JSR is apparently on Contra too, so he's another one that's been keeping in that pack right behind the leader.
Okay.
Yeah, he seems to be in 6th, 7th, around there.
Yeah. The top 10, man, it's going to be really down to the wire with a lot of these folks, I think.
Yeah, and as we get to the end, we will get down to a final 6 and we'll try to get the top 6 on the screen, but we're still trying to get through everyone. So just, you'll have those top 3 or so, roughly the top 3 on the top, and we'll still cycle through a lot of people on the bottom until probably we get through to like Mega Man 2 or potentially the start of Ninja Gaiden. But we will be to a top 6 once we get to the final game.
And Yogi comfortably into stage 2-1. He's got plenty of weapons. Another thing to note about this game is that you actually don't get a full health refill between stages. So you start with 8 health and you only get 4 of that health back. So if you were to go below 4 health, you will not have a full health refill after defeating a boss. Just something of note. There is some opportunities to take damage, sometimes even intentional. So we'll see. Yogi did a great job with a late Dirk throw there to avoid damage that's pretty common. So he's in good shape, and he's going to punch these enemies out. There's some slightly more advanced strats that you can do to kind of save yourself some time, but he's just taking a pretty solid approach is what it looks like. Nothing too risky. Just take out the enemies and move on. But you can hit stun enemies as well. So you'll see these guys are actually going to take them out. You just hit stun and walk right through them. Use those iframes, and you're able to get through all 3 of those guys pretty quickly. And even getting a heart drop after taking that hit, which the heart drops are pretty uncommon. You're more likely to get points or weapons, and points are obviously completely useless. Taking a couple hits there at the end. So now Yogi is into 2-3, which this stage is a little tougher, and it is a little more likely to get hit. And you can see those drops that say B, those are the points. Those are just completely useless. You hate to see them, but they're, I think, also the most common drop rate. And using that hit stun again. Nicely done. So this final section's a little tricky with these conveyor belts. They're moving in different directions, and then you have a pack of enemies here at the end. Yogi does take 1 hit, and you do have to take some intentional damage in the boss if you want to do the fast strat, but if you use the gun at the beginning, you can avoid taking damage. So let's see what Yogi elects to do. He is going to go for the faster strat, and actually gets a pretty favorable pattern there, so he just avoids taking damage anyway. And a really nice job there. He's through stage 2. Yogi just continuing his super solid run. We're going to see these are the most challenging enemies in the game, these jumpers. This guy, okay, those guys will chase you down, man. They won't leave you alone if you don't get into a good position. And there's going to be a few here that usually are difficult. But Yogi gets a really good pattern, so he's able to scroll that guy off the screen. And this guy, he's just going to take him out. Very smart. And he gets the health drops. That's huge, actually. That pretty much guarantees that he'll be able to get through the rest of this goal without having to take a death. So a couple more jumpers down here in the sewer. But again, with the health situation, he's really in good shape, and he handles those guys pretty well. If you can keep like a certain distance from them, you can kind of manipulate their movement. All right, so just one more level and a boss, and Yogi will be into Mega Man 2.
There's a lot of people on Contra now.
Yeah, we're starting to get a bit of a log jam on Contra.
Mm-hmm.
That's good, though, because it's a shorter game, so that means that people are, they're all within at least, 10 minutes or less of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a couple people are in the final stage of Contra.
Overstorm with his... Oh, and Pikachu both have the pea shooter.
They can get spread, thankfully, right after this. So that'll help speed things up for them a little bit. And Yogi coming to the end here. He's got enough health. You're definitely going to take damage in this boss unless you do a really slow strat. But with 5 health, Yogi's got more than enough. He doesn't take a hit there from that enemy. He's got plenty of weapons here. So Electrocutioner is the last boss that he'll have to face in this game. And he's going to use a mix of Dirks, punches, and Batarangs, and he's able to clear him with 2 health to spare. So Yogi, he's ready for Mega Man 2. Meanwhile, Overswarm and Pika both clearing Contra at just about the same time, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Very close.
So Mega Man 2 is again going to be a similar goal to Mega Man 1. It's going to be the Robot Masters, and no zips are allowed. So you're going to have to play
it is playing on normal difficulty as well.
Yes.
Very, very different from the Japanese version or the difficult version of the US.
Right. Yeah, the Japanese version, the text in the cutscenes is much faster, but it balances out because the bosses are also taking twice as much damage, so the boss fights are longer. So it ends up being a pretty minuscule advantage. But
And
Yogi
Yogi's
actually
doing
going air
ledge jumps.
first? Ledge
And
jumps
doing
and air
ledge
first?
jumps.
Are you serious? Man,
I think
who
he
is
only
this guy?
missed
This
like
is
2 of those ledge jumps too.
wow. This
so-
is something not recommended by
Yeah,
for most
very
people.
not like I would be kind of upset if anyone other than like Cool Kid and maybe Prizzy did that.
Yeah.
Not even
Well, because
upset, I'd
honestly,
be
it's like
I don't think it would be smart.
yeah, it's not. If you're not hitting them, you don't gain time. So Yogi, he might have broke even based on I think he took like 2 hits or whatever. But the point is that this is a slightly superior route. And what people are going to do, you're going to see, is that people are going to try to end on either Heatman, which is the most common because you're going to get to skip a longer weapon get screen because Heatman gives you item 1. Sorry?
Oh, Yogi did all those ledge jumps.
Okay. Yeah, he got them all. So he's pretty much in the clear here. But they're going to end on either Heat or Flash. So it'll be interesting to see which one Yogi does. It. Flash is the more optimal, but it is also the more difficult. But now that Yogi has gone air first, that opens up doing Flash last. Ideally, like I said, that's the best route. But that's only for if you can do the rest of the Robot Master stages at a slight disadvantage because there's certain weapons or items that you would normally have that you won't have by doing that route.
Well, now that he's through air, is there any benefit other than the beginning of Metal Man being able to freeze the screen?
I would say that one and then Woodman. I mean, if you can do the dogs quickly, then it's not that much of a disadvantage.
The dogs,
But outside of that, it's not. There's no real huge advantages. So it'll be interesting to see, where he's gonna go next. I mean, I would think he's gonna go quick here potentially, but we'll see.
Yeah, I would say he will probably absolutely be going Flash last, and yeah, you'd imagine he'd go to quick next.
And the big challenge of Flash last is, and you're gonna see this. Well, with either of the routes where you're doing something last, is not having item 1 in Crashman stage is a pretty big disadvantage. And some players are more competent in this game and they can get through with using just the item 2. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with item 2, but it's really, you're using it in a way that's not intended, and it's very difficult. You have to get these placements that are very precise, and
you need to get like one of them to start moving and despawn off the screen.
Yeah.
So you can use another one.
Yeah, it is tough.
Pretty neat to watch.
Yeah. So you'll see the better players will be able to pull it off really well. Other players, they're probably either gaining a very small amount of time by doing Heat last or breaking even, or they may even lose time if they really struggle with item 2 in some of the screens. You can lose like 20 or 30 seconds. So there's a wide range of outcomes with that route. And Yogi did indeed go for quick second. So this is actually a bit of a tough fight that he's coming up on. You have to be a little bit careful. I mean, depending on how much damage he elects to take from these mech Joes here at the end. Quickman, his room is very uneven, and there are certain areas where you cannot hit him with Pea Shooter. So let's see if Yogi. Yeah, Yogi's not trying to mow this guy down.
I mean, he's not a
take
great
it.
master to begin with. And the first
That's
one
true.
you can get hit by the bullet, which doesn't do much damage.
Yes, correct. So you need 7 shots to take out Quickman, and he deals 4 with his boomerangs, or if you take a body shot. So you just, don't get hit too much. And then, you want to keep him down there in the corner. So, Yogi getting in a little bit of trouble. Okay, he had 2 more hits left, it looks like. So he cleared him. So now he's just going to go the route that you can use the actual boss weapons. That's, so next he's going to go to metal. Presumably that's where he can use quick boomerang and have a quick fight and just kind of keep going in that order, except for probably going to flash last, as we mentioned.
So the one thing, this was actually my very first speed game, was zipless on normal, before I wasn't scared about doing zips and stuff like that. And the two levels that I really like seeing people do on zipless that you don't in normal any percent are Heatman, kind of that whole section with the pillars that you have to get over with item 2. That's very technical, and as well as just kind of the beginning section of Crash that you end up zipping through or zipping over.
Right.
Like I really enjoy watching good runners do that because it's just so unbelievably smooth.
Yeah, it can be super smooth. So Yogi took an additional hit there from one of the crushers, so he's actually in a little bit of danger potentially here. It's not totally out of the question to get hit by these little wheel guys. Like if he gets hit by one of these guys, I can't remember how much damage they deal. He's able to get underneath there, and he didn't place his item too high, so he's safe now. He's just got to be careful. There's a few enemies at the end there. They can move really quickly and catch you off guard. So let's see. He's going to jump the first one. That's pretty smart. Okay, yeah, he's doing big jumps. He's just not risking it all. He's like, okay, we don't need to get hit here. And then Metal Man is pretty free as long as you don't cross the halfway point of the screen, which is, in normal mode, it's hard to even do that because he only takes 4 shots. So.
And you can see Yogi actually started shooting before he went in the boss room. Quick Boomerang's the only weapon that you can actually auto fire by just holding down the button. And so as long as you're holding down the shoot button as you go in, he'll never jump. Well, he won't jump to throw metal blades.
Yeah.
And so that just takes out one other potentially difficult area of the fight.
Yeah, so now Yogi, he kind of has an option. I think he's going to go Bubble here, yeah. So Bubble, not the most difficult stage. There's a little bit of danger in the beginning. If you mess up this item 2 fly, like things can go pretty bad, but he's able to get that part. So he just needs to take damage here, and he's good. So he's through that part, and then from here on out, really all you're worried about is getting too many drops in your path. With you have to kill a lot of enemies with the Metal Blade, and in normal mode of Mega Man, the drop rate is like super high. So
there's one jump in kind of the middle of this long horizontal screen that he's going to be on that you can actually. It's pretty tight if you want to be optimal. I think most of our runners are just going to fall down to the bottom and then just do a nice easy jump up. But knowing how Yogi's been playing, I wonder he's probably going to go. Looks like he's going to go for it. So this one right here, he clears. This one is the tough one you were talking about. He fell down, but that's probably because he was just holding right the whole time. If you hold right, you have a very tight window to actually get a jump off at all. He wisely did not jump there. I know that there's a strat that a lot of people have been doing to jump there, but the spike hitboxes are really weird in that spot, and I've seen a bunch of people bonk their head on the spikes. So Yogi didn't do that, and he is into the clear. He's going to take on Bubble Man again, another 4-shot victory incoming. With Bubble Man, there's just 3 different patterns, and there could be a little bit of lag with some of the patterns, but at this point, it's no big deal.
Little update, there's a ton of people who are just starting Batman right now. So, ND, Arcus, TMR, JSR, Old School Richard. I think they're all right at stage 1.
Okay, and a lot of those are good Batman players as well.
Yeah, Batman and Mega Man players. Not as much Mega Man 2 as 1, but they're still good.
Yeah, and Cool Kid and Preezy are also near the end.
Okay.
So they're 4th and 5th.
All right. Well, Yogi is just showing his consistency here. He's really playing well. He's gonna head into Heat, so we know that he's absolutely going for Flash last. There's no reason for him not to at this point. But Heatman is a bit of a difficult stage. You have to play really well with your item 2 or take a slightly safer route. You don't quite have enough item 2 as what you would want. So you want to place your item 2s in such a way that it doesn't drain any of the item 2 energy. And you can do that right off the bat here. So let's see if he gets a good placement. not quite. He got on the second one though, so he didn't waste any energy. And then here again, he can avoid wasting energy. He did not, so he loses a tick there. And then we have to see which strats he wants to do here. He's just going to skip it there. That's probably smart. I think that's a good idea. So he's basically ensured himself that he has enough item 2 to get across the gap at the end here. So he doesn't have to use the Yoku block route at all. He can just, straight onto the item 2 and fly all the way to the other side.
Yeah, that was a nice compromise of wasting very little time to ensure that you have enough item 2.
And he's got to take this jump. Oh, he might have to pause a second time. Yeah.
Buffer
Okay. All right. Yeah, that pause actually resets your momentum, so it does give you a little bit of extra horizontal movement there. And intentional damage there from that enemy. Heatman can deal a lot of damage, but Yogi's got enough to take one hit, I believe, so he's fine. If you don't want to be in a situation where you cannot take one hit from Heatman, it gets a little scary at that point, but you only need to get a couple hits in anyway, I believe. What is it? Is it 3
It's
hits?
3, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
That's it. So Yogi done there, and we're gonna get to see him head into Crash, and he's gonna be the first one to show off. Let's see what kind of item 2 skills he has, because this is where normally you would have item 1 if you were doing any kind of normal route, and it makes things a lot easier. But he doesn't have, no, he does have item 1. What am I saying? So he is, okay, yeah, so he's going to have, because he's getting it right here. I'm sorry, I'm so used to seeing people do heat last that my brain just broke in half. All right, well, Yogi's going to have an easy time of it then.
Yeah, he'll just need to go on I imagine he'll go on the left side of the 2 ladders. Or what do you think he'll end up doing? Because if he doesn't have item 3, he won't be able to do the fast climb.
Right. He doesn't have item 3, so yeah, that's it. He's gonna have to use item 2 on the ladder section. That's correct. That's where it was. It's the only person that's been doing this route has been Cool Kid, so I've been so used to watching everybody do the other route. But yeah,
and I'm the same, so I didn't even correct you.
We're both just like, what is he doing? Oh yeah, right. He has item 1. So yeah, Woodman here. So again, not having Time Stopper, he's gonna have to take down these dogs, and it's not too bad with Quick Boomerang. You have to take a hit, big deal. You're losing a little time, but ultimately, again, the time that you're saving is because of not having that extra item get screen that you would from if you went to Flashman, and it's a 26-second difference. So you're gaining 26 from that, but then you're losing time in other spots. So if you play really, really well, you can gain about 20 seconds net from doing this route. But it'll probably be between 15 and 20 for Yogi, I think, which is really good. And he's able to despawn that bird, which is a really tough trick. So he's on fire right now. Nice jump over the rabbit there. Those guys have massive hitboxes. He got hit by the second one. You can see their hitboxes are really backloaded. And just enough item 2. Let's see if we can get ground chicken here. Oh, no ground chicken.
He's disqualified.
Disqualified for the second time. He had the 29-second split after Tetris, and then this. I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's a good point. He always prepares really hard for the Mega Man games, even though he doesn't really play them much casually, or not casually, but I don't mean casually, I mean outside of races.
Right. I mean, it makes sense because they are longer goals, right?
Yeah. I remember for Mega Man 6 though, he was keeping up with Prissy. That was when they were both really close for the entire race. That race was crazy.
And here you can actually see Crash going on with no item 1 on the left with Overswarm and Pikachu.
Right. Yeah, they're doing the different style.
And you can see Overswarm is they're both kind of missing these jumps, but there's every 16 pixels there's 4 pixels of height where you can place an item 3 and immediately jump on it, or like fall on it and jump off it to do a faster climb. And it's very precise, but once you get it down, it's really fun to watch somebody do.
So Yogi is going to have the luxury of breaking out the item 1 here, which most players will not have this because I think most everybody's doing heat last. So you can see these 2 screens that are a little bit annoying with item 2 only are really made trivial by item 1. And then this as well, you're able to get, much higher up on this ladder. So you skip that whole climbing section. These screens, you're able to get a whole lot of height, whereas climbing is pretty slow relative to jumping. And there it is, 3 more item 3s and he's going to be up in that climb. But like you mentioned, he's going to go left side because he does not have item 3. So he's going to have to break out the item 2, and let's see how fancy he can get here. I think he's going to be a little safer here. I don't think he's going to do anything too crazy. Like Cool Kid might do something really crazy. But, this is the moment. We're going to find out. Oh, wow. That was slick. Okay, that was good. It was a little safer than what Cool Kid does, but it didn't lose much time at all. That was really nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Canonophone was saying, I think Yogi has put in a ton of time here because he's not historically known for being great at mega games, but you would expect this to be a good tier speedrunner of this game for how he's been doing. Not necessarily like a Cool Kid, but definitely a very proficient speedrunner of this game.
Yeah. No, this run has been really, really very clean. I mean, he just keeps on having clean run after clean run. It's really kind of absurd, but it's what you expect. I mean, how many of these has Yogi won?
I think 3.
I think 3.
Yeah. So, he's definitely shown that he's got that kind of skill. So Flashman last, this is it. So because of the way things are structured, as soon as, he gets off the screen from Flashman, he doesn't have to wait for the final cutscene. He's able to just move on to Ninja Gaiden, the final game. So he is going to get that nice time save.
The other benefit of this is probably by far the easiest Robot Master.
Oh,
so
yeah.
If you get through the rest of the levels, this is just autopilot at this point.
Yeah. This is the easiest stage. There's nothing fancy to do. He does have item 2, which most people won't have when they go into this stage. So he'll get to save a little bit of time with an item 2 fly here when he gets to the bottom. But outside of that, he's going to have Metal Blade, so he'll break out the Metal Blade in just a couple shots, 4 shots, and Flashman will be done. And then we'll see how much practice Yogi has on Ninja Gaiden. Can he if he gets a deathless run on that, man, I don't even know what to say at that point. His pace right now is absurd. He is definitely on sub 310 pace right now.
He is. Which, as far as we know, I think the fastest full run that I had seen was a 312.
Yeah, I think old school Richard with the 312, and there was a couple people with 314, 315. Yeah.
Well, and as far as I can tell, there's 5 people on Airman right now.
Nice.
So
this is going to be a crazy close race for the next few spots.
Yeah, we can see we've got Cool Kid and Prizzy on the screen now, so we're starting to bring in some of those other top runners.
It's too bad because everyone, who are you going to put in the 6th?
Everybody's
I think Andy's in front slightly, but
yeah, and Andy's pretty solid at Mega Man too as well. He's got experience with the game, more so with any percent, but he's still the movement and everything. He's going to feel more comfortable with item placements and such. So Yogi on to Ninja Gaiden. So the name of the game, this is very similar to Contra. So in Contra, you wanted to get spread and R and keep it. In this game, you want to get spin slash and keep it. Now, it doesn't carry over between stages, but most of these stages will have spin slash. I think stage 3 is really the only place where you're not going to have it. So, other than that, you're using your sword. The hitboxes in this game are very finicky, so you'll often see it'll be like, whoa, that sword should have hit, and it didn't hit, and then you're dead in a pit. That's kind of why this game's so difficult. But Yogi has the spin slash now, so he's good to go, and it kills the bosses basically instantly because it deals damage on every frame that it's active. So you just buzzsaw through these guys. So there you go. That's Act 1 down. And there's going to be 6 acts. They get progressively more difficult. When you get to Act 6, things get very, very hairy. Even Act 5 is pretty darn tough. So so you can see Yogi, he got everything reset. Now there is something else. You need to get this stuff called Ninpo, which is what allows you to use your special weapons. You can see he's got 20 right now. That's just to the bottom left of his sub-weapon icon, which is that flame. He's not going to be using that flame very much. He's going to get Spin Slash. There it is. And he's going to spin to win. So all of these enemies are going to be taken out instantly. And we'll see. He's probably going to switch up. There's actually an orange throwing star, which is kind of like a throwing star / boomerang, and he gets that right there. That's going to be used for, of course, the famous swag star, where you're able to kill a bunch of enemies by jumping around.
Yeah, this is the game another one where you don't want to do any improvising.
No.
You want everything to go according to plan.
Yes, as long as everything goes according to plan. Because one of the key aspects of this game that causes trouble for newer players is that the enemies respawn quite a bit. And if you're speedrunning, the enemies never get a chance to respawn because you're constantly going either left or right and just spawning them off the screen, which Yogi's doing a great job of so far. He misses that bat boost, but gets a very nice backup. I've never even seen that before. Nice strat. And then he gets a lucky hammer that boosted him in the correct direction. Those enemies are called Hammer Brothers. We're going to see them throughout the run. They can absolutely kill you without warning. They'll just throw a hammer at a certain trajectory or position, and you're doomed. There's nothing you can do. But Yogi's able to make it through. If you do have a death, you are sent back to the beginning of the stage, and you lose your sub-weapon. So deaths are pretty punishing, but he's headed to Act 3. And this is where you will not be seeing Spin Slash. This is the one act that doesn't have it. We're going to pick up a Time Stopper here. Going to get a Throwing Star. Use that. That's going to unlock the Flame. And good use of that by Yogi to just clear out some enemies. And he's going to head into 3-2. Now, 3-2 does have some risky sections, and it's going to be interesting to see what he does at the end of the stage. There's like a very risky damage boost you can do at the end of the stage. And I've seen players handle it in all different ways. There's varying degrees of safety that you can take. So we'll see. But Yogi looking very well practiced and confident as he makes his way through here. Oh, wow. That's a really tough sword slash to get that he just went for. All right, here it is. Moment of truth. Oh, Yogi going all out there. If he misses that damage boost, it's like a 45-second time loss. He's really just showing off at this point, I think. He's like, yeah, I'm good. Really great stuff and a good boss fight as well. I think Yogi, I'm guessing that if he finishes this Ninja Gaiden run like pretty well, that this is going to be a PB for him. It has to be. I mean, this has just been a monster run so far.
And his air, he was practicing his air attacks. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, he's going to need that at the end. So Spin Slash can only bail you out for a while. Eventually, you will have to do some sword slashing on the final bosses, and you can do something called slash canceling, which is, you press down and B at the same time. You're able to get more than 2 slashes per jump. You can get a lot if you can mash really well. But as you guys have mentioned earlier, Yogi not the strongest masher, but even getting 3 or 4 is still better than 2. So we'll see how he does with it. Yogi maintaining that spin slash, getting across this bridge section. And the spin slash is even able to hit enemies that are behind you. Like, it's just that good. Like, that guy's right behind you, doesn't matter. I mean, he's really just making it look too easy. This game is not that easy, folks, I promise you.
Ninja Gaiden is not easy.
I've heard. I mean, that's what they tell me.
I mean, that's what they say.
Yogi clearly proving that wrong at this point, though. But yeah, he's really he's about to be coming up on the hard stages. We'll have to see how he does in 5 and 6. That'll be the true test. I think anyone can get consistent at Act 1 through 4 if they put in time. But even if you've played the game a lot, like 5 and 6 can still cause problems.
Yeah, five's pretty annoying.
Cool Kid did just do the strat where he gets hit by the bird onto the item too, and then jumps up with the iframes, which was pretty nifty.
Very nice. Yeah, Cool Kid. I mean, yeah, is he the next closest player to finishing Mega Man 2?
It's
No,
tough
we
to
have a
tell
few-
because they're all doing different routes.
Oh, right, because they're in Heat. So the folks that are in Heat, they're going to finish, but then Cool Kid only has to do Flash, which, no, he's not going to be quite good there. It's going to be close. So, but Cool Kid, I mean, yeah, anything can happen in Ninja Gaiden. That's the thing. Like, for everybody that's not Yogi, they're going to have a chance in Ninja Gaiden. But Yogi...
It could almost come down to whoever out of the non-Yogis has the best Ninja Gaiden out of like 2nd through 5th or 6th could potentially get 2nd.
Yeah, for sure. No, I really think so, because like we're going to see deaths. Like people, not everybody is going to be just like cruising through this deathless like Yogi is right now. But yeah, here comes 5-2. 5-2 is a tricky stage. You got to be careful here. You also have to manage your health a little better because you are going to take damage in Act 5. And it's a pretty long, like 5-2 and 5-3 are pretty long stages. So avoiding this bird is pretty crucial. Yogi's able to do that. The birds deal 3 damage. So you don't want to get hit by them. There is a health in this next screen, which I would imagine Yogi will take. If he doesn't take the health, I mean, I don't even know what to say at that point. Like, okay, he's going to take it. You have to take a slight backward boost in order to get it. But
Doing the safe lemon drop, not lemon drop.
Yeah. And then he does take the damage boost from the bird at the end there. That's pretty tricky, but he pulled it off nicely, and he's on into 5-3. So 5-3, he's got plenty of Ninpo. There are some dangerous enemies at the end of this screen here. You got to watch out. There's a Hammer Brother that you can despawn him. It takes a little time to do that, or you can use your Spin Slash. And I couldn't tell if Yogi did there or not. My screen flickered just at the moment he jumped to the ladder, but he's safe. See if he gets the SP boost, and not quite. Didn't get the backup either. He actually just killed the bird, but that's probably smart actually. He's got himself into a little bit of trouble, but you can see Spin Slash will bail you out of a lot of problems. Even though he got knocked back, and all of a sudden there was like 4 enemies on the screen, he's just like, "I have Spin Slash. You're all dead. Thanks."
It is a little broken.
Yeah, just slightly broken. That's why they removed it in Ninja Gaiden 2. And Yogi easily able to finish off the next boss because, of course, Spin Slash. So what's going to happen in Act 6, though, is there's 3 final bosses, and you beat the first one with Spin Slash, you lose it, you have to beat the next 2 bosses with your sword. So here we go. This is it, guys. This is the final stretch for Yogi. Let's see if he can close this thing out. It's like I said earlier, it's going to come down to those final bosses. If he takes a death, that's going to send him all the way back here to 6-1. And I don't know that anybody's even close enough to catch him if that happens, but it'll certainly make things a lot closer, I guess.
I mean, he could die multiple times there.
He could, because there's something important to note. If you do die and get sent back to 6-1, a lot of people don't realize that you don't get health refills on the bosses, and they'll go in to like the demon, for instance, underpowered. I think this happened to Endy, and he didn't realize. He's like, "Oh wait, I don't get a full health refill," and then he gets hit once and he's dead. Because normally when you go to the bosses the first time, you get a health refill in between each one. So it's an outside chance, but yes, if Yogi were to take a death and doesn't know that, then he would be in kind of deep trouble. But
you have to think that he's prepared for that, though.
I would think so. The way he's been doing things, but you never know, man.
That's true.
So he's reasonable on health here. There are some damage boosts coming up that he's going to take, and now that might actually ruin it for him. Let's see if he goes. No, he's going to take that boost. So now what happens is he cannot take the bird boost that's coming up in this stage. He's going to have to do kind of a backup strat to get across this one section in one of the upcoming screens, but it will take that boost there. There is a health at the end of this stage, thankfully, that makes the final section a little bit easier. But right here, he's going to have to skip this bird boost. So let's see how he handles this section. Just going to kill the bird. That's smart. And then he's going to kill this guy, I would imagine. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
That was risky business. Here's a time stopper. He should be able to get through. There's one more enemy that could kill him, and there's nothing he can do about it. It's this Hammer Brother coming up right here. Okay, the Hammer Brother cooperated, so he's going to be able to get this health now. Or he's just not going to get the health.
Wow.
Okay, so he's going to go for the damageless final section here, which is a little tougher, but he's clearly prepared. So there it is, guys. He didn't even need the health, sure.
He was either prepared or he didn't know it existed.
We're
pretty
sure
say
he
was prepared.
He knew. He was prepared. It's tough to do that section there because it's easy to get off of Spin Slash with one of those 2 weapon drops. You have to avoid them. So here's Jackie-O. Let's see the mashing. Yogi's one weakness, man, is the mashing, but his jump timing is great so far. Oh, getting himself into a little bit of trouble. The main thing is don't take hits from Jackie-O's body. That deals 3, whereas opposed to those little flames deal only 1, and 2 more hits. 1 more hit. Yogi is on the final boss of Big 20 number 13, guys. Can he close it out? This is the demon. He's got to hit the head 10 times to take it out. He can go for the tail or he can go for the heart. If he goes for the tail, our hearts are going to be in our throats, I think. And he is going to go ahead and take out the tail now. He can only take 2 more hits. This is the moment. If he gets bad shrimp RNG... Oh, look out. 1 more hit. Can he finish? Okay. Oh, my goodness.
There he goes.
At the last frame, that shrimp was about to kill him, ladies and gentlemen. He would have been back at the beginning of 6-1, but instead, he has won Big 20 number 13 with a 3-hour, 7-minute, and 37-second time, according to his splits. Absolutely amazing run.
And that's what happens when you are home in quarantine. You take a month off for vacation and then practice 16 hours a day.
Yogi the Monk, man, taking down number 4. Wow, you got to hand it to him. That was just an ultra consistent performance. He was prepared for every game. He went for pretty difficult strats overall too. I think the only strat that he didn't go for was Kraid first, which was smart. I mean, we saw what happened to Cool Kid, but outside of that, man, he was pretty much going all in.
Just to show just like how crazy ahead he was from everyone, though, that was 5 minutes faster than the next best full race PB.
Yeah.
Not race day. Like Yogi probably had a faster time than this, but that was 5 minutes faster than anyone else that we knew of, which is just bonkers insane. I mean, he probably didn't have a time faster than this. He was really good. But
I bet you that this was a PB for him. I don't know if we're going to get to interview him later or find out, but this has to have been a PB. I mean, this run was just absurd.
Oh, no, he'll be in here to laugh at us in a few minutes.
Oh, yeah. So,
all right.
Overstorm and Pikachu, they've been like really close for like an hour, I would say. According to Overstorm's splits, he's like 5 minutes ahead of his PB. So this is going
average.
Really well.
That is average.
Yeah, we have a bunch more players in Ninja Gaiden here. So this is Act 5 for Overswarm. Pika right behind, also entering Act 5. Cool Kid not too far behind. And Prizzy and Andy also in the game, but it's going to be tough for them to catch up. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, Overswarm and Prizzy are probably around that 3:15 mark, which is still just an insanely good time, and would be right around Overswarm's like.
Oh yeah, PB. Yeah. Like they both have to be very happy about this. I mean, Prizzy was on like a 3:22 PB and had barely played as much as a lot of these other folks. So for him, he's like, gotta be, this is a great run. And then Overswarm, he played enough. But to get close to your PB on race day is pretty tough to do, and he's really doing that right now. So Overswarm with some nice ladder jumps there, even just trying to save a few extra frames as he makes his way through on into the final screen of 5-2. Meanwhile, Pika also in 5-2, not too far behind. Remember, the deaths in this game are very costly, and it's pretty easy to die in Act 5 and Act 6. And Overswarm, look out, almost didn't get the bottom of that ladder. I can see in his webcam, he made like a very Monko face there. He's like, oh my gosh. All right, so he's through. He's through on into 5-3. He has plenty of health. Health should not be an issue for him, but the Hammer Brothers are always an issue, regardless of your health total. He's going to scroll that guy off the screen. I like that move. There's really no reason you need to fight with that guy. All right, SP boost, not this time. Oh, he's going to go for the backup SP boost. Doesn't get it, though. He takes the hit from the bird. And now his health, taking a second hit from the bird, is a little bit in the danger zone.
Yeah, Pika's really low, too.
Yeah, and Pika is
at the
just
start of 5-3 with 4 health.
Yeah, that could be dangerous. So Overswarm able to get through though. He's in the clear now. He's not in any danger, at least not until he gets to Act 6. Pika on the other hand, what's Pika gonna do about the Hammer Brother? Gonna scroll him off. Smart.
Yeah, and Arcus has started Ninja Gaiden.
Even the mighty Arcus cannot catch these guys though. even with like an 11 something time, like we were hoping that Arcus was going to be kind of in the mix toward the end there, and then he just goes bonkers on Ninja Gaiden and crushes everyone. But I mean, he'll probably do that anyway, right? He'll probably still just
crush
get.
Ninja
He'll
Gaiden,
get he'll still get like an 11, 57 or whatever, or 1057. All right, so Act 6, here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Overswarm. You can see he's focused here. He's wiping some sweat off the hands. He wants to make sure he's ready for 6-2. Stage is no joke. He's already getting bonked around by some of these enemies.
Yeah, I think he has enough of a buffer that the only thing that's going to stop him from getting second is dying.
Yeah, which can happen pretty easily. Wow, he even goes for that damage boost there. It's not a huge time save, but pretty darn swag. So good on him there. And he's coming up to the famous AVGN room here. He's taking a lot of damage though, man. He needs to be a little bit careful with his health. And you can tell, I think the nerves are kicking in a little bit here.
Yes.
All right, Spin Slash makes this screen a heck of a lot easier. Is he going to take the boost? Yes, he is. That's a minimal time save. I probably would have passed on the boost there, but he's going to be in that same situation where he probably has to end up avoiding the bird boost. Yeah, he's going to have to skip the bird boost now in the next screen, which is a sizable time loss. I mean, it's not enough for Pika to catch up, but it could come into effect if something else happens.
Yeah, if they die here, is there a Spin Slash?
Only if you die in the beginning of 6-3, there's a backup Spin Slash, but it's almost debatable whether it's even faster to get that or not, because like not having Spin Slash, if you can mash even decently, you can still kill the first form of the final boss pretty quickly.
Okay.
So I see a lot of people going for it, but I actually think it's a little bit of a time loss. To be honest.
Is it hard to like get through this stage without the Spin Slash though?
No, because you really just waste the Spin Slash. I mean, maybe the end a little bit, but as we see Overswarm picking up that health that Yogi had foregone, the end here you can just take damage. Let's see if you can just hold right and take damage at the end of that screen. It looks like it's a tricky section, but you can just if you have 5 health or more, you're good. And Overswarm, he's on a Jackio, so this is the danger zone now. We're gonna see at least one person die on these final bosses. I promise you guys, it's gonna happen.
Why we're here.
Yeah, exactly. But Overswarm off to a really good start. Yeah, he was going for the more advanced strat in the beginning there, the stuck in a plate variation for a little bit, and crushes Jackio. Oh my goodness, that was yeah. And looks like he could get a sub 316 here. Just needs to finish off the demon. And hopefully gets better shrimp RNG than Yogi did. Yeah, takes one hit, but he's got plenty as he mashed this
has
out.
A lot of health.
Yeah, this is going to be sub 316, guys. So
Very
really
good.
great run.
GG.
Jackie time for Pika.
That is second place for Overswarm. And yeah, Jackie-O. A little bit of a bumpy start, but the main thing, again, just don't get hit by the body.
Yeah.
Getting hit by those flames is okay. And Pika also looks like pretty well versed in how to handle this fight. Looking good. One more hit. So many flames, though. Get out of here, flames. All right, there we go.
Yeah, I always used to call Prizzy one of the most underrated speedrunners, but I feel like Pikachu is up there now as well.
I would agree.
He's incredibly good at so many games.
And looking to wrap up third place here, going to take out the tail. Again, you can go straight for the heart there, but it's very dangerous, and you really need to be very confident in order to do that. I don't know that Arcus even is going to go for that. I think a few people might, but it's not a huge time save. You know, you might be able to save yourself like 5 seconds if you can do it really consistently. But great job by Pika.
Yep, very nice. Nice third place.
All right, who else we got here?
5.
Arcus is almost to Act 5 already. Didn't we say he was just starting Ninja Gaiden? Oh my god.
Well, Arcus is doing Arcus things.
Arcus is. So Cool Kid looks like he's ready to finish up. He's got 4 more hits on Jackie-O. And 1 more hit. There it is. Okay, Cool Kid. So he's definitely going to get a solid time here. A little bit behind his PB, but, you know, pretty good showing. I think the Kraid first is really what killed him. He lost so much time there. It's probably at least a couple minutes, but still a great run.
I mean, it is a couple minutes each of those attempts. So, I mean, I feel like Cool Kid, I would like to go see just how long his Metroid run was.
Yeah.
But I feel like that was probably in the almost 4 minutes lost range there.
It could have been. Yeah, it could have, because
The route saves like 2 minutes, so it's like a
True. So yeah, it was maybe a couple minutes net loss. And here we go, Prizzy on into Jackie-O. Prizzy probably has the least amount of experience with Ninja Gaiden out of all these runners, so he is in the danger zone.
Was Ninja Gaiden in the Big Ten?
That's a good question. I don't think it was.
Okay, because I want to say Prizzy has done some Ninja Gaiden, but I can't remember from where.
Well, he sure seems good at the air attacks.
Yeah, he's getting some slashes in. He's playing it safe. The wall is your friend. I always tell people.
So fast at it.
That teeth mashing, though. All right, Prizzy looking good here. I think he's going to be able to finish off Jackie-O.
He actually mashes on a puzzle box.
Okay, we're good. We're good.
For this.
All right, that got a little hairy there. Wow, I almost commentator cursed him. Okay. I'm not going to say anything. Demon. This could be a PB. This could be a PB for Prizzy. Come on. Finish it out. All right, good 3 jump on the head. Gonna take out the tail. Oh, that shrimp RNG isn't being too friendly. All right, here we go.
All right.
Very nice. All right, PB for Prizzy. So great job there. Who else do we have?
Now for 6th. Looks like Endy's on 6-2.
Yeah, Endy is on 6-2. I'm going to check out where TMR is. He's a little far behind. Yeah, Arcus is not too far.
Arcus and... Ooh.
Rich is also on 5-3, and of course, as soon as
though.
I say that, he does take a death. But
Yeah. He's run this before also.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Rich
he
is
has a
very
very
good
good.
at Ninja
He has
Gaiden,
a
yes.
very good time in this.
he used to be like, I think he used to do trilogy
Yes.
runs when I first saw
Yeah.
him, and he was incredible at all 3 of them.
Yeah, him and Arcus both did the trilogy runs, and they went back and forth on having the record for that. So very, very high tier gamers here. Endy looking strong. He's got Spin Slash, so he is actually has enough health to take the bird boost, so we might finally get to see it. I don't know if anybody else did it. Maybe I missed it, but check out Andy if he can get this bird boost. He's looking good. He's got it lined up. There it is. Very nice. Now he will presumably get the health, because I don't think he knows that strat that Yogi did at the end of the screen here. So let's see if he goes up top. Indeed he does. All right, taking damage. Okay, we still haven't had a casualty on Jackie O and the Demon. Let's keep it that way. Let's just have everybody not die on either of those bosses. That would be amazing.
You had to say it.
I can't help myself.
That would be something.
I'm sure somebody's rooting for Jackie O, right? Does everybody root for the ninja?
Apparently you.
You guys don't know his backstory, man. He's really not that bad of a guy. All right, the demon. Can Andy finish it up? Here we go.
I have faith.
I believe. Okay, no shrimp yet. No shrimp yet. That's the key. Don't get hit by the shrimp. It's 3 points of damage per shrimp that hits you. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, there we go. Nice mashing.
After a shrimp explosion in the beginning, it went very smoothly.
That was good. That
I
was
was
pretty
promised
good.
wild lead swings at Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah. Apparently everybody just decided to not die ever. Like,
They decided to practice.
yeah, I guess so. You can't blame people for that, I guess. It's only fair.
Yeah.
It's only
People
fair.
were scared of the gold. I had faith. We got some good players.
All right, so meanwhile, Arcus here,
finishing up. Yep.
he's getting ready to be done. So Arcus having a nice little comeback there. In fact, it looks like he is going to have a pretty big PB, unless he's also playing against his average splits.
I think I heard he's playing on PB splits.
Okay, well, in that case, he's about to have a
But
monster
I don't
PB.
know for sure. I had heard he was on PB pace.
Just
Either
no
way.
damage, Jackie O, no problem.
This could be barely a sub 12 if he doesn't kill the tail, but I think he's going to kill the tail. Let's see. Okay, he's killing the tail. I think sub 12 might be off the table, but this is still what an awesome run. Oh, maybe this could be
I mean, it's gonna be,
11:59.
like, right
Come
out
on,
of 12.
11:59. Let's see it.
It
Yes.
was.
Very nice.
Great job. That was a gold. That was a gold for his splits there. Obviously, he has a better run for
Yeah, just
you know
PB.
the world record, but yeah, 6-minute PB for Arcus there. He finishes up next, and it looks like Old School Richard. I can't get used to calling him that.
I still call him Rich.
Yeah, Old School Richard is gonna finish right behind Arcus.
I mean, he was right at a 12:30. That's another stinking really good time.
Yeah, with a death.
Yeah, with a death in 5-3. You're right. Yeah, I forgot
Yeah.
about that.
All right, so next up, I think we have JSR is in Act 6, and TMR,
6-2.
TMR and JSR. We got our two 3-letter guys
I saw that.
doing well.
I saw TMR lost 8 minutes on Metroid, which is
Oh,
rough.
that's
Oh.
fitting, but it's terrible.
Yeah, that's tragic because he was on PB pace for a long time. I think probably until Metroid. So that's actually really sad.
It
He
is
did a
fitting.
lot of really strong practice this month too.
He did. He
fitting
put in
with
work.
Crying Nemesis mode.
But are we still in top 10 here? We are, right?
Yeah, we have next finish would be 9th. We have 8 finished.
Oh, TMR with the death. That's going to make things difficult because this screen is really hard sword only. If you haven't died here and you don't know what to do, this screen will absolutely own your soul. So let's hope TMR can get out of it. Oh, let that bird off. Okay, good. He despawned the hammer, brother. Run for your life. Oh, okay, good. He's through.
And JSR also takes a death. Or what is that about? That's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yes, that is JSR. He's just streaming on his alt because of partner pushing and stuff.
Okay.
All right, JSR, he's got to handle this bird. See, this is the problem. That bird is just going to keep spawning and spawning. Keep it on the screen, dude. Keep it on the screen. Oh, he takes another death. See, this is the situation that people will get in that they haven't been in before, and you're doomed. Like, there's really no easy way to figure this out on the fly. What? Oh my god, he almost got through with the super aggro strat, but he's going to get sent back to the beginning of 6-2 with the game over. That was a shame.
Yeah, that does get the TMR solidly. Well,
Oh,
I did it.
TMR
I did
game
it.
overs.
Solidly
There you go. There you
in-
go. Get that commentator's curse
That was
in,
the
man.
first time. So I am so bad at that usually, and then you came in, Sinister, and I was so happy because you just started doing it left and right, and I was like, "Good, I'm done." But nope, I couldn't get out. Sorry, TMR.
Oh man,
But
you
he's still
almost made
solidly
it.
in ninth. I don't care what
Yes.
about that death. He's still solidly in ninth.
No, he's totally solidly in there. He needs to
Everyone
not
else-
die.
Squirch is on 5-1.
I'm really happy Squirch is this far up too. Like he came onto the scene the last Big 20, I think, or it was 2 ago, and he
Done
got
a
a
few.
top 5, and like it was just out of nowhere. And so to see him like up there with all of these like legends of speedrunning is really awesome to see.
Yeah. I mean, it's just this lineup has been crazy stacked, and I mean, anything under 3 hours and 30 minutes is really, really good for this set of games. I think. And we have a lot.
absolutely,
Yeah, we have like 10 people that are probably going to make that mark. Is TMR ready for these final 2 bosses? He's looking a little down because of what happened earlier, but I think he's going to finish strong here.
Yeah, good start.
Yeah, he's doing a nice job. Just stay over there on the left, and that's usually the way to go. There it is. Okay. Just the demon is left for TMR. Meanwhile, JSR really taking a beating. He's actually going to go back down and try to get Spin Slash, but unfortunately, he doesn't know that it all gets despawned in that situation. So now I don't know where he's going now. Now he's just like, he's probably like, what is happening? I don't understand.
Maybe just
I'm
taking a
gonna take a
game
death. He's gonna take a death so he can get Spin Slash here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so now all that stuff will respawn. But I mean, I
TMR
guess maybe TMR is finished.
Yeah,
There it
GG
is.
TMR. Ninth
Yeah,
place. Great finish.
There it is. So we're gonna close out the top 10 here. It's gonna probably be JSR's or anybody even close. We have X Ice Blue that's in Act 6.
I think-
Lack Attack is in Act 5.
Yeah, Lack and Squirch are in 5.
Okay. So I think JSR was just not comfortable doing sword only after what happened in that screen in 6-2, and he probably just wasn't familiar with how to sword only 6-3. He was like, screw this. I'm just getting Spin Slash. I'm not risking it. So
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you've practiced, that's a really good strat to do. Like, do what you know.
yeah, because he could have just game overed if he had gone to that next screen, and that would have cost him even more time. So yeah. But he is on 0 lives here, so not that matters. You get sent back to beginning of 6-1 regardless. But let's hope that doesn't happen. We're 9 for 9, guys. We're 9 for 9 on everybody surviving in Ninja Gaiden. Let's make it 10 for 10. Well, it's getting a little dicey in the beginning, but okay. Even. There we go. That was a good cycle. 4 more hits. Oh, okay. Getting hit by the flames is okay. Like I said, just don't get hit by the body.
Let's take it nice and easy.
Oh, there's the body shot. He needs 1 more hit. Come on. Okay, there it is.
That was clutch.
That was tight. JSR clutching it out. He's just got to beat the demon. I will say the demon is slightly easier than Jackio, but you can get bad RNG. That's the only downside. And right away, he does get a bad shrimp. So let's hope no more bad shrimp. Oh, he was standing in a really good spot there. Shrimp one went to the right, one went to the left. Here it is. Great mashing.
Nice. That was
JSR.
really good mashing.
And there it is. Top 10.
Squeaked in the top 10 and the 330.
Wow.
Yeah,
Really good stuff.
Did get sub 330 as well. So you were right, Sinister. Our top 10 did all finish sub 330.
Yes, there it was. So now we have, I guess, we have Lack Attack and Squares. How do you pronounce that one?
Squirch. Like,
Where?
Pretend it's like a CH at the end. I
Okay.
guess.
I just want to see how long can we keep this streak of nobody dying on the final boss rush. I mean, out of the 100 something entrants, somebody's going to die eventually.
Someone would die. But I do think when you have a final game in one of these races, like a lot of extra time is spent kind of at that game, and especially at the end of this game to try to make sure that you'll be able to make it through.
Yeah, but even with that, like Ninja Gaiden's just that hard. Those final two bosses, man. Like, I mean, I've played the game for years, and they're like, I could still die on those bosses, and I know it. Like, you're never feeling 100% confident that you're going to be able to take them both out.
Yep, fair.
So I would say yes. There's a much higher chance when you have put in the practice, like you said. Definitely got to put in that work, but
It looks
anything
like
can
Ice Blue
happen.
could be the next one. Doing the
Yeah.
boss fight.
Ice Blue is indeed in the boss fight. Here we go. He's also, if he's playing against his average splits, not on PB pace, but if not, could be a PB for him. Ooh, he gets hit by Jackio right off the bat, but good mashing though. Really good mashing. Nice dodging there too. He's like not trying to get hit too much, but okay, we're going left side or right side kill. There it is. Got our first right side kill of the day. I like it. Oh, Lack Attack taking a death. That was unfortunate. Come on. No whammy. Ooh, good dodging. Ice Blue getting trolled by the shrimp, but handled it very well.
Yeah,
he's going to finish.
Very, very good finish. GG.
Looks like it'll be a
11 for 11.
11 for 11.
This boss isn't hard. This is over exaggerated.
Yeah, I totally exaggerated everything. Everybody that's watching at home, I encourage you, just please play Ninja Gaiden. You'll see how easy it is to just beat the game. It'll probably just take you less than 15 minutes, like all these folks you're seeing right now.
Yeah, just say you're bizzed a lot and you're pretty good. That's about half of it.
You just got to jump and boom and biz, and you're good.
Yeah. Okay, Squirch.
Squirch is up next. Pretty solid mashing there to take down. Didn't have spin slash, so had to do some mashing for the first form.
Just some practice for Jackio.
Yeah, just getting warmed up. I like it. Looking good.
Took 2 body shots, but he's getting a lot of mashes in during.
Yeah. The mashing is solid enough that that's making up for it. But probably don't want to take too many more. Okay, could take maybe one more. Yep, there it is. Oh, look out! Look out!
Yeah.
Look out! All right, another clutch win
You
there.
could see on his webcam too.
Yeah,
there was a lot of relief there.
Yes,
like that did not go anywhere near how we wanted it to.
Yeah, that was not.
And no, JC, we are on our 12th person, and no one has died to Jackio.
Nobody yet, but Squirch getting trolled a little bit by those shrimp. But again, good dodging, man. Like, it's hard to dodge those shrimp because you have to judge the trajectory like so quickly. And there it is, another finisher.
All right, so Fire Broth Jackio's looking good. Yeah, he's got a ton of health. Looks like he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Except he's getting a bit aggressive.
Well, it's hard to get those hits in the middle. You know, people always want to do it. You just see Jackio going across all slow, and you're like, I can get him in the middle, but those flames get you, and it just becomes a bit difficult. But he makes it through. He got his center kill. That's our first center kill of Jackio today, so it's something to be proud of. And once again, slicing that tail.
Did Arcus kill the tail? Has everyone
killed the tail? Yeah, he killed the tail.
So everyone has killed the tail. I think that's smart,
everyone. Well, did we see? Did Richard? Because he actually invented. There's a strat that's named for him, which is called the Rich strat, in which you don't kill the tail. But if even he killed the tail,
did not go for the Rich kill.
Okay.
Looks like
It's
Lack
fair.
is good
It's
here. Yeah.
Sorry, Richard did not go for the rich kill.
all right. We got another finisher. Man,
It's like the evil version, Richard.
Lack and Skate Man. Look at this. Who's gonna finish first between Lack and Skate Man? Look at these two
Oh.
on the right side of your screen. Oh man, this is gonna come down to the wire between these two.
Hopefully the video is synced up enough.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
I know.
their splits look within a second of each other
Wow.
for me.
On
Yeah.
SRL,
So
they're
we'll
like
see
30 seconds
who
apart.
actually done first.
Oh,
Skate Man
second.
gets it by a second.
dot done. Hope you had your dot done ready there, boys. Lack looks like he's ready.
Yep.
Who got it
So-
in there?
So Skate
35
Man got the splits by 16 hundredths of a second, and he got the 1 second finish in front of Lack on the,
oh
IRC.
man, barely edged him out.
Okay,
Great
and
job,
chat
though.
did let us know Rich did not kill the tail.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Well then, silly
Living
us.
up to his name.
I know sometimes it's a little silly to believe chat, but I believe him this time.
You're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay, we have Christine coming up to the finish. Another Ninja Gaiden runner, very familiar with the game. Mike the Swan, and what's going on with is Lack Attack's video just very far behind? Why is he?
Yeah, on stream,
Or is
it's
that
really
somebody
far
else?
behind.
Maybe
like-
that's somebody else, and they just didn't change the name yet. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's what it is.
Okay. I was gonna say I thought Lack Attack just finished. Did I hallucinate?
Sorry,
I don't
this
know
is
what's-
Lack Attack 25.
All right.
Well, that's fair.
Well, whoever it is, Mystery Player is about to finish. Mystery Player. What? How many finishers do we have so far? I don't have SRL open. Oh, it's Andy Social Network. Okay.
Lack just got 15th.
Okay, great.
So we are on to
we're
number
still
16
top
through
20.
here. Yeah, we are still
We are-
top 20. That's nice to see Andy up here.
Yeah.
Like, Andy does a lot of these, and I feel like this is a really good performance given all the other people who have finished ahead
Yeah.
of him being very, very prominent speedrunning names.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he definitely likes the retro games and whatnot, but he puts a lot of effort into like making his stream funny and comedy and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like, if I was trying to make jokes all the time, man, I wouldn't be able to focus on doing a proper speed run. So I don't know how he does it, but he's having a good run here.
Yeah, and that Jackio kill was really smooth. He had over half health, I think.
Jackio continues to be free. What about the demon though? All right, looking pretty good. Oh, watch out.
Yeah, I was
There it
about to
is.
say it continues to be easy, but then he took a shot. I was like, I'm gonna shut up. GG, Andy.
Yeah, great job. So that's now 16 for 16. Man. All right, we need to start making predictions around at what number is somebody going to actually die to one of the final bosses. I'm going to go with 21. The 21st person to get there.
That's a good
I'm sure
guess.
I'm sure chat will have some guesses. Chat's probably going to be spamming numbers in the or maybe they won't.
I'm gonna steal KLM's. I'm gonna say 22. That's my birth date.
Oh,
so we're gonna go with 22.
okay. All right. Now, remember, everybody, we're not actually rooting for that to happen. We don't want to make it seem that way, but it seems like it would be inevitable, you know? But so far, everybody's just proven us wrong, which is great. I love seeing all these people beating Jackio and the Demon. And next up, it looks
Christine
like
finishes
Christine.
up there too.
Yeah, great job by Christine there.
Snuck right in right after Andy. I missed the entire Jackio fight.
Yeah, and Mike the Swan in your bottom left there looks like about ready to finish it up here too. And another victory. All right. So how many are we up to now?
Mike is 18th place.
18th. Okay. All right, we got Kha'Zix in 6-2, taking a health. Is he going to take the boost? Yes, he is across. On into 6-3.
Yeah, Kha'Zix has done a lot of big 20s.
We've got Rayo, which I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So
No,
forgive
you're
me
good.
if
That's how I pronounce it.
All right, well, Rayo is looking to be the next one to finish as far as I can tell.
Yeah, he's just a little ahead of Kha'Zix.
Spin slash, got an info. What more could you want? There we go. On into the boss fight. And also on a monster pace, it looks like. Now, he looks like he's sweating a little bit here, man. He looks a little bit nervous for Jackie-O. Come on, man. You can get him. Oh, yeah. He has mashing. There it is. There we go. I think after this big 20, nobody's ever going to believe that Ninja Gaiden is hard anymore. It's going to dispel that myth.
Also, Rayo just like
Mega fist pump.
yeah, had an incredible celebration on his webcam after beating Jackie there.
Well, he is on pace to PB by like 6.5 minutes or more here, so see if he can finish it out. Come on. We're rooting for you, man. Tail's done. Get that mash on. It's one shrimp. One shrimp isn't enough to do the job, though. Rayo going to take down a huge PB.
Nice.
He's pumped.
GG.
Yes. Another fist pump. There you go.
So I know Rayo from doing the Lolo games. He did like Adventures of Lolo, I think, at AGDQ, and at SGDQ, I think he did too. And
okay.
So like, it's like puzzle games, you don't need a lot of like, I don't want to like play it down, but you don't need as much finger dexterity as like a lot of these other games in here. So it's great to see him doing really well.
Yeah, for sure. And Kha'Zix looks like he is going to be the next one to finish if he can handle the demon statue. Getting some bad shrimp. No more bad shrimp. Come on. There we go. Kha'Zix taking it down. And CHX42 is our next competitor, finishing up on 6-3.
Yeah, I got to go back and watch his Metroid run. He is the Metroid world record holder for most of the main categories, outside of, I think, 100%.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I guess that came after the dominance of Metroid McFly, right?
Yes. Now he's just known as McFly.
Oh, okay.
No.
Got rid of the Metroid.
No, he has also started derusting it this last week. So
I saw that. So I didn't know why.
Hopefully, we'll see some battling soon. Because, like, honestly, I think part of it was just when you're the only person dominating a game, you sometimes lose your goals or you want to get on to other things. But if you have competition, which CHX is obviously competition now, breaking his world records, it could ignite a fire again. And hopefully, I'm hoping they have a good battle here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, we've definitely seen that over the years in speedrunning, and you love to see it. I mean, it's happened with a lot of the games that are featured in this, where there's been great back and forths. I mean, Batman is one that comes to mind that's had a lot of that. Contra has had a lot of different record holders. They weren't really directly competing with each other as much though, but CHX looks like he is going to be finishing this demon statue off.
Nice.
And there it is.
CHX. We also had DGs and Arnpully finishing as well. That I think we missed on stream.
We did not see, so we don't know.
We jumped from Kha'Zix at 20th to 23rd with CHX. And they all finished within the minute. We do have a raid from TMR, and I'm a little confused. They're trying to tell us something about June 10th or October 6th. definitely not TMR's thoughts on Metroid.
I don't have the chat open, so I'm not sure.
Oh, there are literally 1,006 out of 10s.
That's wonderful. Well, yeah, that was a
rating's
rough one.
too high now, I think.
Yeah, it's a 5.5 now.
All right, Mr. Cab could be finishing up here on stream. We see it. So we still have not seen a Jackio or Demon Statue death on stream yet.
Yeah, there is a chance that DGs or Arm Pulley did die. But
there is a chance, yes.
We're gonna assume they didn't because they were not on stream.
Yeah, we'll have to assume. So now we must be at, what is it, 2025 or?
Cab was 24th. Darth Dreads, who we also didn't have on stream, who was is the Little Samson world record holder, just finished on 25th.
Wow. So we're already a quarter of the way through our entrance and still no Jackie or Demon Death. That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible. I'm so proud of people and how they're beating Ninja Gaiden like it is nothing. Really, really brings me joy. Oh, we got SBD Wolf coming in here on into Act 6. Smart Alec 6-3. I think there's going to be a lot of people getting sub 4 hours, it looks like.
Yeah, this is crazy because like this list, even though it's super popular games, like there were a lot of really difficult games on here, even with the goals we picked.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even some of the shorter goals like Tyson, like that's not an easy goal.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like 2 minutes or it could be like 3 hours.
Yeah. Or Tetris, depending on how aggressive you get. I mean, we saw a few people top out. Like, that's not an easy goal. But apparently Ninja Gaiden is free, so that much we have learned. It doesn't even matter if somebody dies now. It's like there's already been like, almost 30 people that have cleared it without dying on the final bosses.
Though there have been like 1 million deaths on stage 6 in general.
Well,
yes,
that is to be expected. But yeah, you would think there would be more on Jackio or any on Jackio.
Yeah, just any at all. Like that fight can go off script pretty easily. But even when it has, people have had pretty good mashing, and that's really
true.
So yeah, SBD Wolf almost there. Smart Alec showing us how it's done. Another finisher. Great job. Well, I think we owe credit to Shuri Bear here. I believe his tutorial is the one that people were learning Ninja Gaiden from. So shout outs to him for making sure everybody was going to beat Jackio and the Demon Statue.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks to Shuri and
possibly Arcus. I think Arcus has a newer tutorial as well.
That's one of the great things about the Big 20, though, is that even people who don't participate, and Shuri has done Big 20s before, but even the people who aren't participating are helping. Like I know you had made the blindfolded tutorials that we used as like buffering strats for beginners,
right?
And I think even recently you put out something for like a little more advanced.
I put something last minute. I should have put it up earlier, but there's a way that you can fight Tyson. You get stars a little easier in some spots, but I think only Andy and maybe a few other people actually tried it. But yeah, no, I agree with you 100%, man. There's so many great resources and tutorials and people that are just wanting to help other people learn and excited of like, oh, somebody's playing my game. This is great.
Yeah, it's really good to see the community kind of come together and if there aren't tutorials, make tutorials and some of the new strats that he's found that everyone finds. It's fantastic.
And SBD Wolf is finished.
Being pressured. Our winner does want to go play Ocarina of Time, which I think might probably not be an NES game. That's
I
okay.
believe that's true. So are we doing an interview here?
Yeah, so we're gonna drag Yogi in here.
Let's get him in here.
Hey Yogi, can you hear us?
Oh, there they are. Hey.
Hey, Yogi.
Hey, we heard you wanted to go play Ocarina.
Oh, I just put that, just to
Just
relax.
to put the pressure on. All right, first question, Yogi. Was that a PB, yes or no?
That was a PB, yes.
Was it your first completed run?
No.
Okay.
So
did you do more than 10 completed runs?
No. That's too many.
That's bull. How many did you do?
I think I did 8.
Okay.
8 or 9, yeah.
Okay, for
How
those
many
people
hours
But,
that
did you
are
play?
yeah, how many hours a week?
I'm kind of anti full run. It's I've done this so much that it's just very inefficient, and during the month you have to be very efficient, I think.
So would your advice be to people that are trying to get on your level that they should not do that many full runs and they should grind out practice of individual games? Like, should they be doing full runs of individual games, or are they just grinding save state practice? Like, what does it look like?
Some full games. It depends on the game. Let's make an example of what's a good example. TMNT 1. There's so much downtime. There's that 1 minute cutscene where you have to watch Shredder in the TV and all that. And if you're grinding out runs and you're just wasting a minute there, and you're wasting 10 minutes on all the Mega Man 2 cutscenes. I mean, I can probably do a Mega Man 2 run in
that makes
10
sense.
minutes if I just load all the levels.
So you're just
All
saying
right.
do a lot of save state practice of the stuff that actually is challenging.
Yeah.
Skip a lot of the other stuff.
Yeah, like in Mega Man 2, I barely touch Flashman, to be honest. It's not a very hard level.
Well, he does damage, so you
um,
probably don't want to touch him.
Well, oh yeah, but with the round I did, I had metal, so.
Well, you had a great run, man. So, we haven't even said this yet, but congratulations. That run was amazing. We were like, Yogi's just playing super consistent. He's dominating every game. He's going for really difficult strats. Like, I remember when you went for the damage boost at the end of 3-2 and Ninja Gaiden, I was just like, oh my God, because that's like a pretty substantial time loss if you miss it, but you just went right in.
Oh, I have a pretty good setup for that one, yeah. There's a jump before you do the actual jump.
So how do you feel, man, now that you have won? I believe this is your 4th Big 20 that you've won?
Yeah, feels good, man. It's been a long time. A lot of these games were in those really big 20s. The first 3 or so that I was in. And back then, I was still an emulator, and now it feels a lot better now.
About what was your sum of best for single game PBs
for the full run
for these runs? Yeah, for these 20 games.
303 or 304 or something.
Wow.
Okay, so that was actually that would have put you in 10th place. But then you're just really consistent compared to everybody else. That's actually kind of crazy to me.
I had a lot of small mistakes, but a lot of my strategy is just to avoid, the larger mistakes.
What was your biggest mistake? You lost Fire Flower in 3-1 or 2-4 or something?
In Mario, there was stuff all over the place. My Ninja Gaiden was not that great. Especially near the end, like in World 6, it was pretty rough. Mega Man 1, Fire was Fire and Ice were both
that was the one. But even with that, it's all relative. You just had no really big mistakes. You had small mistakes here and there in spots.
A lot of small stuff where you just get knocked back or something, and you're fine.
So I got another question for you. Now, at ESA the last time, I got to actually see what kind of controller you use, and the D-pad on that thing. I don't understand how you can play with it, but I want to know: are you still using that same controller?
I am. Yeah.
And you have not replaced the pads?
It's so comfy, yeah. You just have to have gorilla strength and it's fine.
Oh man, we were debating is that Yogi's first ever controller, and he just has never replaced it ever, and you know.
You gotta go with what's comfy.
Hey, go with what works, man. That controller definitely works for you. So
are you going to be in for Big 2014? Yogi picks the games.
Oh no! Wait, this was the last one, right? What's next?
Well, we need another shtick, so I'm throwing that out there. Winner picks. It's Mach Rider 2010.
Oh no!
were there any games, Yogi, that you picked that were not in this Big 20 that you're willing to share? That you voted for, rather?
I missed the vote.
Oh, okay.
But I figured it would be something like this, yeah. Well, the surprise was Chip 'n Dale 2. I was surprised it was that and not like Final Fantasy or something like that. Beat the Pirates.
Was like 1 or 2 votes off.
We'll never see Beat the Pirates. Feels bad, man.
So, did you play Defender of the Crown this last month?
No.
Oh, okay.
I should.
Sorry, I'm done with any like reasonable questions.
Yeah, we got past that a while ago. We're just like Yogi first comes in, we're just like grilling him on like all this stuff.
No,
you're too good, man.
I guess Yogi, are you planning on doing any other types of events? Let's say this is the last Big 20. Are you ever planning on doing like a Super 16 or any other type of an Escathlon, some other type of events like that? Or are you just kind of done with your racing and you're going to ride off into the sunset?
I did almost join a Super 16 once, but it had Super Mario Kart and the goal was impossible, so I left. It was like beat 150cc Star and Special Cup, and the computers like they rubber band and cheat like crazy. So I got them to I left and got them to change the goal.
Wow.
But I don't know, maybe it's. Oops.
If it was something live, would that be more of a consideration? Like what happened at ESA, so a live competition?
Ooh, that would be interesting, yeah.
I think that's the first time people actually realized that you were real. When you actually traveled to an event and met people. It was always rumored, though.
It's definitely harder live, just because there's the lights and you can hear the noise of the crowd singing Rocky and Bullwinkle behind you when you're trying to make a tough jump, and
I'm fairly certain that the next live event would not have Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Just real quick, I do want to say congrats to Smart Alec for getting 26th, SBD Wolf for getting 27th, Lord of Lanal getting 28th, Ray Dude getting 29th, Brother Kyle getting 30th. We've had a lot of finishers. Kat Kunoichi with 31st. Congrats, everyone.
Yeah, great job, everyone.
Nice.
So Yogi, if you had to say which game was the toughest out of this list, which one would you say it was?
Toughest game. Ninja Gaiden's certainly hard.
Or which one made you the most nervous, or
especially
were you,
at the end? No, nervous.
Worried about?
Let's Punch Out. Tyson he rattles you, man. Like he starts shuffling his feet, and man, if you try to like guess his punch, like, he's gonna get you.
Oh yeah. Don't try to guess. You gotta react.
Pretty tough to train myself to only react.
The mind games. This
was a fun one though. actually wasn't gonna join, but just based on the games. But I joined because of the people.
It was a
Like,
pretty stacked competition.
You know, I saw a cool kid. I saw TMR join in. You got Prissy. And we met some new people as well. I got to meet like Darth Dreads and SPD Wolf, people like that.
So did you start right away, or did you kind of like have a delayed start because you saw all these people entering and then you were kind of like, oh well, I want to get in on this too?
I wasn't that much delay. It was like a day maybe.
Well, listen, man.
Just a day.
I know you didn't stream at all. Did you go full Yogi Big 20 mode?
A little bit, yeah.
Because I mean, like looking at how comfortable you were with literally every game, like I imagine a lot of time was put into it.
Oh yeah, for sure. A lot of time, and compounded with all the time from the other events that all of these games were in. It's not like I lose like after a race. I mean, I still know how to run. Like, I still know the feeling of the games, Like, sure, you got to de-rest a little bit, but the feeling of the game is still there.
So were none of these games completely new to you? Like, had you at least done something with each of them?
Only Chip and Dale 2 was new.
And that one's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Well, listen, man, congrats again. You did an amazing job. You put on an amazing run. It was close for a while, but once you pulled ahead at a certain point, it was just kind of like you just started pulling away from everybody, and until you ended up with an amazing time. So congrats.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Yeah, congrats, Yogi. Enjoy your celebratory Ocarina of Time.
Will do.
All right, and with that, I think I am also going to have to step away here. But thank you so much for having me on. This is the first time I've got to be a part of commentating Big 20, so I really appreciate you guys including me in this. It was super fun, and yeah, just enjoyed it quite a bit. But I'll be checking out.
Sounds good. Thank you, Sinister. Like, I mean, even if you hadn't been like a world-class runner of a lot of these games, like, your commentary is always amazing. So thank you so much.
I appreciate
Good
that.
having you here.
All right, guys, have fun the rest of the way. Take care.
Okay, I think it looks like TMR is ready in chat. So as I bring him into chat, if you could all type a 6 out of 10 in chat for us, that would be great.
Or the crying Samus emote. There you go.
Hey, TMR, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
What's up, my friend? How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling all right. I mean, a little disappointed to the 6 out of 10. Maybe I should have give us 0 out of 10.
I think that's more accurate.
Yeah.
I think we actually had just taken you off the screen, I think, the game before Metroid, so we didn't see that, but we definitely saw it from chat.
Yeah.
So you ended up soft locking?
Yes, I honestly don't know how, but yeah, I soft lock, and then I didn't know what to do. I was like, well, rip, right? So I just reset. Turned out that I lost like 7 minutes or over 7 minutes just to that. Then MCA told me after that I could have just up an A. I was gonna keep the missiles, the bombs, the ice beam, and my dignity. But I lose everything there, man.
So the interesting thing is, I was wondering, I wonder what that would have done to your time. And then Dexter, as I'm thinking of this, is literally scrolling up on the stream from the SRL times. It looks like, I mean, you did still get top 10. You got 9th. It looks like if you take off 7 minutes, you would have probably been around like that 6th place. That's still really good. I know it's not where you wanted to be, but it's still really good when you think of all the people that played today.
Yeah, just I mean, it's just a mistake. It's really hard to get them out of your head, right? Like I'm a guy who usually is all in or nothing, right? So after that, I really stopped caring about the run. I still got solid times in certain games, but I really stopped caring. Like I didn't play safe in certain parts. That, like if I would have been having a better time, probably I should have done that, and I was gonna get a better time. But you know, at the end, I guess that's my style of playing. I like playing risky. I didn't learn anything from Jogi. Like he's a smart player, a very smart player, and it really sucks because alongside the run, I had several mistakes that I didn't really have many mistakes, but the mistakes I had like cost me 140 seconds, another 1 minute. Well, the soft lock, not to mention that. But yeah, they were very costly with the mistakes I had for not playing safe. So yeah, that's how I feel. A little strange, mixed feelings, but overall, I mean, it was a lot of fun. Like learning all these 20 games in the whole month. There was pretty much like 1.5 games that I knew very well, Contra and SMB3. But the rest of the games, damn, like it was definitely a lot of games to learn. I never
Nice. Yeah, I mean, obviously you've beaten all of them before.
Yeah, no, but this is a huge difference. Just beating a game, like you take your time, whatever, but learning the game to actually be decent at them or have a decent time, I think that's hard. Probably something that helped me was beating Tyson, right? At some point that I didn't like start from zero. That's for sure, but still like trying to be it consistent and fast and all that is I mean it helps having beaten the games before, but I only play them once and that, well, some of them, right? Like Metroid.
Yeah, no, but it definitely shows that like it. I lurked in a lot of your practice this month, and you did have really good practice, and so I definitely knew that you would finish well. I am really sorry that you soft locked on Metroid, but I can definitely kind of understand that like first or nothing mentality almost, or like be the best or who cares.
Yeah.
But it does get tough. But I mean, I know all of your fans loved watching you today. They loved listening to you, like reading the chat. They were so supportive of you. Like that part has to still feel good.
Yeah, no, I definitely cannot complain. Like in terms of viewership and support from the community, the whole community, not only the actual my viewers, but like all the other participants of the Big 20. Like that, man, I really feel like we all connected like a lot, and it was just nice. Like honestly, I never joined a Big 20 before, but this time, since it could have been the last one, or it might have been the last one, I don't know. I decided to join, and the games were great. So honestly, well, outside of Marble Madness, I think all the games were great.
So I was gonna ask. You said that you only really knew how to speedrun 2 of the games before this. Like, were there any of the 18 that when you actually learned them, you really liked the speedrun?
Yeah, SMB2 is a game that I like because it's really fast paced. So I really like that one. Little Samsung, I don't know, like it's just a mix. Like I kind of like it, but not really. But yeah, SMB2, like I like playing just as a one character instead of switching like 1,000 characters. So it was a really great goal for me, and the fact that I could finally learn how to play Toad only, it was great. So yeah, I think that's the game that I really like a lot.
Nice. I'm glad you said that, because like that was one thing I really wanted to have as a goal, was just beat the game one character, because it was like a nice interesting twist, and all 4 characters were within 20 seconds or so of world records. So it was really just pick whatever one you have fun with, or in your case, in like Cool Kid's case, probably pick the one that's fastest and just learn it and deal with it.
Yeah, I think he quite didn't learn it.
Well, I mean, at one point he learned it, but obviously he already, he knew it by the time the games came out.
Yeah, no, it's really insane. It's really insane. All the friggin' top people like sharing the dirty knowledge, like despawning the goat. Like I learned that from cool Kid in DuckTales. Like it's just crazy. Like also like stuff that you never really see, like in Chip and Dale. Chip and Dale was another one that I really like a lot. The Chip and Dale one, of course.
Nice. Was there anything else you want to say to chat or anything else you want to say before we end the interview?
Well, it's just make sure to follow all the participants. I know there's people who kind of don't have the same time as others, but that doesn't take away like the effort of joining this race. To my eyes, all people who join and is going to finish or try their best to finish, they definitely are worth a lot. Like they have like the gaming in them. The gaming is strong in them. So yeah. And yeah, thank you Best of NES for putting this amazing event that is really great. That's all.
No, thanks, TMR. And once again, I know it's not what you wanted, but congrats. You still had, in our eyes, a really good run, and we're really, really happy that you were with us today, Rayson.
Yeah, no time. Thank you so much.
Okay, see you, man.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Good luck.
Thank you. I'm going to try to bring people in the order that they joined the kind of prep channel. It looks like we're getting a little backed up with our interviews, and Andy has been dragged in and dragged out. Maybe Andy actually just dragged himself in, but what's up, Andy?
No, I don't think I dragged myself in.
No,
Here I am.
somebody dragged you up here and then quickly dragged you out.
Okay. Well, I was talking to Lack, like in the shilling in the other channel, and then something has happened. Okay, so here I am.
Oh, well, sorry. I apologize to Lack. We have taken Andy away from you. But
No
what's up,
talking
Andy?
in
How
channel.
are you feeling, man?
I'm sad. I'm crying. No, I'm not. But it was a tough race. That was not what I was hoping for.
I'm trying to think. What did you get sixth?
Yeah, sixth.
Yeah, and I know that's not what you wanted, but like when it seemed like at the beginning you got some really bad luck in Chippendale 2. And then I'm not sure if you had a ton of other bad RNG, but like you just got killed there.
The thing is, I half brought it on myself because I actually, many people might have missed it, but I actually died to the ghost boss. I had some weird mistake in this stage, so I only had 1 HP, and that guy is I don't know what happened. I somehow died at least when I had 5 hits in on him, so there was 1 hit left, and then I died, which in itself might not be. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but then on the second cycle or the second life, I had like I think it was 8 like of those spark
lightning
cycles.
or the energy beam,
and that's basically that's almost 1.5 minutes right there.
Yeah.
Aside from the death, so I was like, okay, this is fun. so then okay, it's okay. I said, okay, I'm probably not going to be able to win, but I can do the comeback race, you know. So I think after that it went fairly well up until Tetris, where like in the middle, like 2 minutes in Tetris, I misplaced 1 piece really bad. Like the stack was like middle, but there was nothing to worry about. But then I misplaced 1 piece really bad, and I don't know what happened after that. I think I got 47 lines or something, and then I died at the top. So I was like, okay, reset Tetris. That's almost. I'm not a great Tetris player. Tetris was one of the games I was like. Well, I have never died before though, but I'm usually around like 3.5 minutes, which is okay for me. So, but I was at around 3.5 minutes when I died, of course. So that was 3.5 minutes lost in Tetris. So yeah.
What level did you play in Tetris?
5, because I want to save it. I mean, I can do like 7 or 8, but I went with 5 just to save it. But
sorry, that was a TMR question. I had to throw that in there quick.
Oh.
So I mean, outside of those 2 games, like, do you feel like you still played up to what you expected?
Not really. I mean, well, most games went okay. I mean, if there was only those two games, I mean, if those two things hadn't happened, there was a total of, I think I counted when I watched the VOD, there was like almost 8 minutes in total in time loss. 7 roughly, between 7 and 8. So without that, I would have had like a shot for second place definitely. But
Okay, well-
it's basically as TMR said too. Like when you do those kind of, especially after Tetris, the motivation kind of you don't really care that much anymore.
Yeah,
And then the rest of the games were fine. So yeah, the thing that really got me motivated again, that was actually at the end when I was in the top 6 at least, and I was like, okay, so I have Arcus on my tail. I think Kanana Phone said something in chat like, okay, Arcus is 1 minute behind.
Yeah,
And
so
then
now you
there's
mentioned also.
yeah, so then there's Ninja Gaiden to go. And he said that after maybe, I don't know, 30% of Mega Man 2 or something. So I was like, okay, I need to extend my lead in Mega Man, and then I need to don't fuck up in Ninja Gaiden.
No, but
So that was my main
you seem to play
motivation.
Ninja Gaiden pretty well.
I did. That was the thing I was like that I wanted to. That was the point here. I had the motivation then. I had the focus. So I actually did a sub 12 run in Ninja Gaiden, which is good for me. So that was basically deathless. So I usually play better when I have a bit of pressure. But then when the things that happened, they were like those weird things. Like in practice, I mean, you don't die to the ghost boss, and you don't die in Tetris. I mean, what is that? I mean, that's just bullshit. That really demotivates me. Because I really spend a lot of time this Big 20. Too much. I mean, usually when there's a Big 20, I usually don't have. I mean, with the family and all, I don't have that super time. I mean, I put in time, sure, but I don't have that massive time to put in. But since I learn pretty fast, I usually do well anyway. This time, I think I spent more time on this one than I've done on the others, mainly because there was 1 week extra of practice as well. So I mean, I was really I can't blame that. I mean, I was prepared. I had a free 14 in my last full run last night. So yeah, shit just happened. It annoys me, but it's not the end of the world. Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely when you look at like life responsibilities, you definitely have a busier life than most with wife and 6 kids and job and all this other stuff. So I always am envious of seeing you in there because like I have a wife, but I don't have any kids, and so like when I get done with work, I can play, and so like always seeing you consistently up in the rankings is really impressive to me because I know you do have many more responsibilities than most people here do.
Thank you. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's been a lack of sleep the past few weeks, and retake that. I mean, I probably need to chill for a bit, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm tired.
You do sound a bit tired. Is there anything else? Like, was there a game that you played that you were just like, hell yeah, I kicked the shit out of that game?
Let me check the list.
Also, that might
I
be
was
the
really
first
happy
time
with
I've
my-
cursed. That might be the first time I've cursed on stream in like 2 years.
Oh,
My bad.
oh, sorry, I made you do
That
that.
was me doing it. That's not you.
Okay, so Mario 3 was good. That was surprisingly good. I always say that I want a good start because I hate having a bad start, but Mario 3 was actually really good. But that might have been a PB actually. But I messed up my splits. I accidentally deleted my splits like 1.5, 2 minutes in, so my splits were messed up for the first game. Anyway, I was really happy with Marble Madness. That's a game that can either go really good or really bad. I was happy with my Chippendale. Castlevania was good as well. I was happy with DuckTales was also good. It was like PB basically. I mean PB wise. And Ninja Gaiden was good. Those were the games I was happy with. Then the rest was, I mean, many of the games were okay, but yeah, there was. I mean, overall, it was a much worse run than I had hoped for. But There were those major things that killed the run. I mean, otherwise I would have been content with like top 3 or something. But I'm disappointed. But at the same time, a huge congratulations to the top 5, and also of course the people below me as well. It was a really fun list overall. I really enjoyed learning all the games, and there's a couple of games I'm gonna do probably learn more properly after this event. So it's gonna be fun. I'm thinking Little Samson and Mario 2 most likely.
Nice. I would love this to see you put some time into Little Samson. I think that game is really fun, and it's really tough to get like an optimal.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I haven't spent that much time on it because my second day practicing, I got like seconds from the world record or something. So I was like, okay, I don't have to put that much time into this.
Okay, well,
so
you're
that's what I. True, but that's partly why I want to go back to it properly, optimize the small things.
No, it'd be great to see you take the world record if you can. But
yeah,
no, I just want to say,
Dark Threads is great. He's played that game to death basically, so it's not going to be easy, but it should be fun to try at least.
Yeah, it'd be good to get a battle with the two of you. But I do want to say thanks. I know it didn't turn out how you wanted to, but I know I loved watching you. I think this has been my favorite Big 20 to commentate because a lot of my like closer speedrunning friends are racing and are doing well and are competing, and so it's been great to commentate for all of you guys. So thank you so much, and hopefully if there is a future in Big 20, hopefully we'll see you again.
Yeah, we'll see. But I'll never decide that beforehand. But thank you for having me here, and congrats to everyone again. And it was amazing seeing such a huge turnout for this event. So I'm really happy about that. I love you all, and see you next.
Awesome. We'll see you later, Andy. GG again.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have had a ton of finishers.
Might need
Since
to
you started these last
accelerate
couple.
these interviews also. Oh yeah, a ton of finishers. We're up to 44 finishers.
Yeah, so we did. I'm gonna try to run through these really quick. I think I left off at Kat Kunoichi. So we have MTI finished in 32nd, right at 4 hours. Same with Narblast, right behind him in 33rd. Hey there, Billy Mays, or hey Billy Mays here. Sorry, at 34th. And then Magic K got a 35th. A lot of these are longtime Big 20 veterans of racing in these. Ariel got 36th. Congrats, Ariel. Tecate got 37th. Nice job, my friend. We got Skunky in 38th, the TMNT King. Zarnax 42 in 39th. Oh my God, there's so many that just came in the last few minutes. We have Johnny Link in 40th, Tool 23 in 41st, Rumble Mints in 42nd, Kevin Cabarello in 43rd, Perfect Finn in 44th, Redbird Grad in 45th, and just now Sabera Messia in 46th. We had all of those in like the last 5 minutes. So we had a huge rush from like 40th all the way to 46th. So GG to all of those people. And we still have a lot of people waiting for interviews. And I'm sorry, I'm taking a lot of these. I should probably get through these a little quicker. I think Lack was next. So we're going to bring Lack in here quick. Yo, Lack, what's up, man?
Hey, guys.
How are you feeling about the day?
Man, I'll tell you what, I'm hurting. I don't know if y'all had seen what had happened, but I played DuckTales on normal and didn't realize it until like I'd beaten 3 stages. So I decided to continue. Well, I didn't realize it, and so I decided to keep going, and I made it all the way to the end, and like to the last stage, and actually bounced into the wrong mirror, and I couldn't go back. So I tried to go like play the level, I guess normally. I don't know. And then died again. So I lost. I just counted. It was 11 minutes that I lost to DuckTales just by picking the wrong difficulty. So big mistake. Other than that, and Ninja Gaiden didn't go well for me either. But other than that, I had a really rough start with Mario 3. The Cloud Hammer Brother ran all the way inside the fortress, like by the last fortress. So I didn't get to use the Cloud, and I got all 3 bros, and I died in 4-1. And then I got like 8 yellow sparks on the boss. So 8 sparks, and dying was a really rough start.
Yeah, I mean that's a pretty rough start for like 2 of the first 3 games there,
Yeah.
Mostly RNG.
or the first 2 games I think actually.
Yeah.
But
After that, like honestly, after that, it went really well. I had a couple deaths in Mega Man that kind of put me down a little more, but I brought it back like mid-run, like Castlevania or Tetris, Punch Out, Mario 2, Zelda 1, like all those went relatively well. And then the DuckTales thing happened, and it was pretty hard to recover mentally from that. Honestly, you know, you prepare for this thing for 5 weeks, you get one shot to make it work, and my goal for this was, you know, placing is more of a byproduct of how well you do. Like, I didn't want to get to, like, top 10 was my, I guess I would have been happy with top 10, but really I just wanted a run that I didn't have any giant screw ups. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, but really had so much fun just talking with everyone and learning these games with everybody.
yeah, I'll say I definitely had a lot of fun watching you prep for it and watching you practice this month. Like I lurked in a lot of channels, but yours is one that I probably spent more time in than most others. And it's always nice to see you having fun and learning new games and stuff. Because normally, like, I've historically watched you play Zelda and a few other games on your goals list, but like it was really nice to see you like branch out and learn a ton of other new games.
Yeah, this list was just so strong, and you know, from day one I was in. You know, we talked privately about it and how cool this list was, and you know, the first time I played Punch Out in like a full run, it took me 27 minutes. So, you know, now getting it under 3 and like beating Tyson regularly, it was probably one of the coolest things that I learned, and like a complete new game in Little Samson and both Chippendales. I mean, they were fun to play, especially Chippendale 1. Like, I could see myself trying to get a good like 80% time in that. That seems fun. And Contra was fun too. Like, I didn't really know much about Contra. I just kind of casually speedrun it. But there's just too many great games. It's hard to speedrun them all.
It was definitely fun watching people learn to do the Tyson fight. That was the one goal I was sort of skeptical about going in, but definitely not. It was a great goal.
Well, based off of chat, everyone else was also skeptical of it.
Yeah.
Like in Discord, like the Big 20 Discord, everyone was like, screw this game. I'm not doing it. And then within a week, they're like, I can kind of beat him. And then another week, it was like, it's not easy, obviously, but I'm not scared of this anymore. And so that was one of the goals that I feel like long lasting. Like, that's one of like the ultimate as a kid goals is, can you beat Mike Tyson? And how many more people now can say like, oh, heck yeah, I can absolutely beat Tyson.
Yeah, it was really cool to learn. Like, I used a mixture of the blindfolded strats and just fighting him. And I think that's what helped a lot of people, was once you learn the blindfolded cadence, you're able to get past the uppercut phase. And then from there, it's a pretty straightforward fight, as long as you can beat him in round 2. And it just takes a little practice. So I did like a hybrid, like I did the first 2 like phases of Hearts with the blindfolded strats, and then I backed out so I could get him down to like minimal health so I could just knock him out. But yeah, Punch Out was great, really fun. Good job with the goals list. You know, all in all, really, really fun list.
I mean, I'll admit, this is the first one I helped with. Like, Bad Breaks and Dexter are really good at making them, and I just had a little bit of input to it, but definitely big thanks to Bad Breaks and Dexter for putting all this on. And like, they're the ones running the stream, switching the runners. Like, Sinister and Canatophone and I are the ones you hear, but they're the ones doing all the work. We're just watching it and talking about it. And so big thanks to Dexter and Bad Breaks.
Yeah, absolutely. Those guys are good buddies of mine, and I'm just happy that we were able to get this event again going again.
So let me ask you, like, this was obviously, it was a best of, it was a voted one. So we had over 100 people racing, but what can we do, whether it's a big 20 or what other type of event could we put on where we could get 100 people showing up again? Because this was so much fun.
Oh man, that's quite the question. I think if we knew the answer right away, it's like be doing it all the time.
Yeah, I'm just blown away by the turnout for this.
Yeah, I think the games really played a factor in it, because you look at the list, and even if you just played growing up, played casually growing up, you probably played at least half of these games. Really big hitters, all the Mario, Zeldas, Contra, Punch Out, Tetris. It's pretty hard to find people who haven't played most of those games. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's like accessibility. Accessibility is people like to do things that they feel like they can, that they could accomplish. Because there were some people, even with this list, they're like, Punch Out, Ninja Gaiden, I'm out. There's like no way I'm doing it. But yeah, I just think it's I don't know, just kind of massaging that games list to have like enough familiarity and kind of being able to like feel like you can do the goals starting out. And like that's, I think, getting people in the door. You could always just say like, hey, this is the last event we're ever going to do. You better join or you may not get another one. I think that helped.
Yeah, I feel like we can only do that once or maybe twice, and afterwards it's just like crying wolf. But
yeah, I think so.
No, I think those are good points. I do think it's crazy though, because Ninja Gaiden I was really worried about, and all three of us, when we were talking about the goals, we were really worried about it. The first 20 people to finish the race did not die to any of the final three bosses.
Oh, wow. I guess that's true. I was about to say, like, I definitely died, but I didn't die to the final boss, so that's definitely the scariest part of the game to me. I thought the levels for Ninja Gaiden are pretty, like, relatively easy once you learn them. Of course, it can go poorly if you make a mistake, but, like, once you learn them, I feel like executing it is the hard part, but it was not impossible. Like, I started learning and I didn't know anything. I watched a few videos and just save state practiced it and was getting to the final bosses fairly consistently without dying. And then that's just like a completely different game doing the mashing. Takes a special skill to be able to get those guys down.
Yeah, definitely. I was just really impressed because I was expecting people to fail like crazy on it, but like it was an absurd number of people that didn't die, and then we started interviewing. So I mean, maybe even more people after that. We haven't been paying as much attention. But is there anything else that you want to say or anything before we go on to somebody else?
Just thanks for all the help. Learning the Big 20, I got like some of the largest viewership numbers that I've ever had, and that's big thanks to like the people that I kind of ran with and practiced with. Like I was watching Big 20 every single day, watching somebody practice, talking in chat, learning strats. Like, just to call out a few, like Indy and Cool Kid, TMR, SBD Wolf, Prizzy, like a lot of those people, Overswarm too, like a lot of them, I was really in their chats, and it's just fun to see like, some speedrunning communities don't have that luxury of people helping, like top players helping each other and really kind of spurring everybody else to be better. And that's like what's special about this community is that, while we do want to finish at the top, we want to have the best run we can have. Like we still want to see other people do well too, because it's so exciting, like to just be a part of something this big. I hadn't done a Big 20 in 4 years, and like this was the most fun I'd ever had doing an event. So thanks to the Best of NES crew for putting this on, and I appreciate your time on the or giving me the time on the mic.
Anytime, man. Thank you very much, Lack. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your weekend.
Yeah, y'all too. Later.
See you.
Okay, I think OS was next. I'm just going to say, hi, OS. Congratulations again on a super strong finish. I need to really quick run for 2 minutes. I will be right back. But why don't you start by just kind of telling everyone how you felt about the run? I was watching your webcam a lot, and you seemed incredibly excited at various points through it. So I'm assuming you were pretty happy, but.
So I was pretty happy for a lot of it. Like, everything went fantastic. Super Mario Bros. 3, I got to skip 2 Hammer Brothers, and that had only happened once in practice. All of my runs had killed 3 Hammer Brothers, and I got the Hammer Brothers skip. And then everything went fine to that point, no major mistakes, until I got to Super Mario Bros. 2. I messed up the 1-2 like fast carpet. And I did a safe strat. I messed it up twice. And
Yeah, I remember that.
yeah, it was. I was like, oh, I messed it up. Well, let's just kill myself and start over. It's not a big deal. I got the 1 up at the beginning. I'm good. And then when I tried it again, the bird head was gone. I forgot it despawns when you kill yourself, but I use it as a visual cue, so I goofed up. And then I had to kill myself again. It's like, all right, let's do it this time. And then Zelda was a nightmare. I forgot that I needed to get my count up, like in the stairs to the Olive Garden. And I still got sub 8, but all of my runs were always close to like 7 minutes. And I lost 40 seconds like in 2 games back to back. Felt really bad. And then came Metroid, and I had the best RNG. Like, it was so good. And this actually kind of sucks. I was playing on the most recent firmware for EverDrive, and it started glitching out my games. Like, I was getting screen tearing, and like Peach was killing things in one hit. Like, I kept killing Birdo in one hit with an egg. I didn't know what was going on. But it was a problem with the most recent firmware for EverDrive. When I reverted back to 1.16, some of the Metroid patterns had changed for some of the enemies. So like the little hoppers went a little bit higher, and Kraid always gave me a worse pattern where he didn't in the other firmware. And so on race day, I'm sorry?
It sounds like Metroid to me.
Yeah. On race day, I go in there, and Kraid gives me this bad banana pattern, and so I actually stole a strategy from Pika. I went to the corner and I bombed my way into the E-Tank. But Metroid went very well. And then Contra. Contra was the worst. I have an injury in my right hand from playing Super Smash Bros. Melee competitively for a long time. It was really rough on my hands. And so I can't mash for very long. So I can only play Contra like once or twice a day. And if I play it more, I'll be fine for that day, but the next day the joint will swell up and then I can't play any games. So I only got to play Contra once or twice a day. I played it this morning and I got an 11:30. I was like, wow, I would actually be happy with that. Then I immediately lost spread in the first stage, and it was downhill from there. I never kept spread for more than a few seconds, it felt like. But yeah, I was happy overall.
Yeah, it sounds like you definitely don't want to lose spread if you can't mash very fast.
Yeah.
Injury.
Yeah, I mean, you're obviously a very good speedrunner. You won the last Big 20. You've been very competitive in the last few. But like, how does it feel when it's this stacked of a field and you come in ahead of people like I mean, there's Pikachu, but also like Cool Kid and Prizzy and Endy and Arcus and Old School Richard and TMR and JSR. Like, the list goes on and on and on for a very long time.
This is every good retro runner, like, except for maybe like Toad. Like all of them are here, and it's a little surreal to be like behind only Yogi, which is like the master Roshi for me. He's the mentor that gave me advice in all the Big 20s. But I mean, like, there was always an asterisk next to everything that I did in the marathon. So in Big 20 number 9, I had just started speedrunning. I was on emulator, and I was still learning things, and I got third. And people were like posting the links like to the spreadsheet, but it didn't show just the race times. It also showed the race times minus the blind game. So it's like, oh, you got third, but did you really? And then the Nescathlon, I won that. I was like, yeah, you won the Nescathlon, but not too many people entered. And it wasn't very stacked, like just a few good runners. So nothing from Sweden. And then the next Big 20, like number 12, I think, that I entered. It was a hard-fought race with Pika. He unfortunately got a death in Metal Gear in that one. And I was able to win, but it was again like, yeah, you won a Big 20, but it again wasn't like super stacked. Like none of the past winners were there. And now like I got top 3. I got second place out of the world, playing like some of the most popular games of all time, and most of which I didn't know beforehand. Like I've never done a speedrun of Super Mario Bros. 3 or Chip and Dale, didn't do TMNT or Super Mario Brothers. I don't really like the first Mega Man. I played Marble Madness, but it's short. Don't know anything about Little Samson. Zelda 2 I played for just a few days. Like Chip and Dale 1 and 2, Castlevania I played for 5 days only. Never played Punch-Out even casually. Tetris I'm horrible at. And Mario 2 and Zelda, with the games I did the worst at in this, were the only games that I knew very well. I guess Mega Man 2 and to a lesser extent Ninja Gaiden. But the rest, like, I mean, Cool Kid has the world record in some of these. Indy has had the world record in tons of them. And all these other runners have better times in these games on the leaderboard. Like, if you look at the spreadsheet, I don't have a single gold or silver. Like, I've got some bronzes and 4th place, whatever you would call that, emerald or whatever. And it was just, like, consistent, safe practice. And it feels really good to be able to say, like, okay, I did something good, and there's no asterisk.
On my phone.
Sorry, that's my kid coming in.
No, that's fine.
Hit him himself in the head with a stick.
I do want to say that. Do you need a sec, or are you good?
You good?
Okay. I do want to say I think like 10 to 12 of the games that were on the list had the world record holder in the race.
Yep.
Like it was an absurd number. Like usually we might have like 1 or 2 games where it's like, oh, that person's the world record holder. Like screw them, they're gonna have a huge advantage. This was literally like over half the games the world record holder was racing, and so it was actually like you were talking about just with everyone. It was one of the most insane races ever. So like you should rightly feel incredibly proud. I get sad when you talk about how a lot of your previous finishes have felt invalidated in some respect, because like even if you do win, like and it isn't top competition, you are still winning events. You are still placing really well in events. You are still winning the Nescathlon, which was a very, very tough game list and did have some really good players in it. And so, like I do feel sad that you feel that way.
It wasn't me thinking those things. It was comments from other people, like popping in my chat.
I cursed earlier, so I'm not going to curse now. But like seriously, just screw everyone saying anything like that.
Yeah. I mean, just completing a Big 20, that's insane. Like, just finishing a run. Like, if you watched some of these, like, worldwide top players, watch Indy, Cool Kid, Arcus, Old School Richard, like, all of them, like, every single one of them reset constantly doing their full runs. It's like, oops, made a mistake, reset. I don't want to start with that big disadvantage. These are the best players in the world. And they're constantly resetting because something's always going wrong. And like things went wrong for everybody, except for maybe Yogi.
Yeah, no, it's very true. And like, I love seeing, like you said, even finishing is a really big accomplishment. There are people who, like, Big 20 number 7 was my first speedrunning experience whatsoever. I'd never speedrun anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, you know what, let's try this. And so I did, I guess technically I did like a week of Mega Man 2 zipless, but then this came out and I was like, you know what, I want to try it. So I did it and I finished and I did well. I got 5th, but like it's really great just to even see. I think two Big 20s ago, I watched somebody that finished in like 12 hours.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as we cut stream here, I watched them for like the next 7 hours. Like I went and made dinner and stuff and ate and came back and just cheered them on, because that's part of it. it's a huge deal, even if you're not at like the top of the game.
I mean, in some ways, it's even bigger. Like I play as much as I can, at least like 2 hours a night, and it's not as much as I would like, but it's still a lot. And some of these people that enter, like, they don't get to practice 2 hours a night. They don't get to practice every day. They don't even get to practice except for maybe on weekends, and they still join, and they do fantastic. And that's like, they're like TMR. We were talking in the Join This Before call. He was like, "There's no prize. There's no money. Like, there's nothing to it. It's just you love NES games. Like that's the best thing." I really like seeing that.
Awesome. Well, is there anything else you want to say? I know I've got to start making these interviews quicker because we have
There's so many people.
But I just want to give you a couple of seconds just to say thanks or to say anything you want to right now.
So I want to give a big shout out to Pika. Like Pika especially, like everyone shares strategies and we'll watch each other's streams, cheer each other on. But Pika and I, like we're always really close during these races, and we'll share strategies and every safety we find, and we're constantly comparing things back and forth. Like in the last Big 20, it was us first and second, and this Big 20, it was us second and third. And like we're like, we want to get top 3. We want to be ahead of like Sweden, because like I made a prediction form like with a prize, and a few people put us like in the top 3, but most people were just like, oh, here's like all of these like famously good runners with world records, and it was the people you would expect. And like Pika works really hard, and he is an absolutely fantastic runner, and he's been super helpful. He helped me learn safeties. I stole his like bomb strat to the E-Tank and Metroid, and that saved me like 20 seconds. He's just always been a joy to run marathons with. And I also do want to give a shout out to Redbird Grad, because I just finished calculating all of the guesses from the prediction contest, and he got 2 votes, or 2 people correct. He got my placement and JSR's placement correct. So Redbird, Raydude, and Absolute Katie all got 2, but Redbird Grad was the closest to guessing the top 5 times. So he was 9 minutes and like 40 seconds off of the combined times for the top 5. So he wins the prize. He was the closest. But that's about all I've got to say. This was absolutely fantastic. I hope there's more, and I hope Crystalis makes it in the list eventually.
Well, I mean, we'll see. You never know what's coming next.
It was so close. It was like
it actually was close this time. Yeah.
I asked so many people to vote for it. I was like, I don't care what you vote for. Just vote for Crystalis. Just add it in. It'll be great. It's a fantastic game. It doesn't even have to be a long goal. Get the fire orb, whatever. That's fine. Just do it. And so many people told me after the list was revealed, like, oh, I forgot to vote. It's like, well, you only needed 3.
I don't care what you vote for. I just care what you vote for.
I don't care what they vote for, as long as Crystalis is part of it.
Okay, well, either way, huge GG's on the finish, man. Second place is huge.
Yeah. Thanks.
And I do second everything you said about Pika. Like, I think Pikachu is one of the most underrated runners right now, and I think he's just done a great job, and he's a really, really great person.
He's never had a bad placement, I don't think. Like and he turns it up on race day. Like, some people get worse times on race day. He always gets better times on race day. Like, I was 5 seconds off my PB, and we were neck and neck going into Contra.
Yeah, I mean, he's really good, and he's just really good at games, and he's a really nice dude too.
He's just so happy.
Okay, I will see you later, Overswarm. Thank you again for the interview. Great job.
Thanks.
I hope you really enjoy the rest of your Saturday and Sunday.
Will do.
And let me see who else is finished before we bring in our next person, who I think is going to be Ice Blue. We're going to start making these interviews a little quicker. I like to talk, I guess, and ask questions. I don't think we caught PUBG coming in at 47th, or Hero 82 at 48th, DDG at 49th. We have Ferretdipity in 50th. I like that. It's kind of a play on serendipity. Oopla at 51st. Sinan Mache at 52nd. I'm sure that's probably wrong. Captain Caveman 910 at 53rd. Link 7777 at 54th. Base Guy 4, or Bass if he likes fishing, but I'm going to assume it's Base Guy 4 at 55th. And we have Amune at 56th. And I think we're caught up at that point. So let's bring in Ice Blue real quick here. Hey Ice Blue, can you hear us?
Yep, can hear you loud and clear.
Sorry, I know you've been waiting a long time.
That's okay.
I've been asking a lot of questions on these interviews, but how are you feeling? How'd the day go?
I'm feeling really good actually. I think the run just like it went really well. Couple of hard spots, but other than that, I think I did pretty good as far as like how the run went.
So I've seen your name around, but I don't know you a ton. Like what are your main games that you run?
I started back in 2017 with Zelda 1. And then I kind of just like went to like Zelda 2 from there, and I've just been all over like NES and SNES stuff.
Okay. Because I mean, you finished great. I don't think you quite got. Did you get 11th or 12th?
Yeah, 11th.
11th. Yeah. I mean, you finished amazingly well. How did the month go? Did you expect to do this well? Did you want to do better?
I was not expecting to do this well, to be honest. My goal was like to get like top 20, and being on the cusp of top 10 was actually like really, really awesome.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you consider this wasn't a normal Big 20. Like when you consider the people that were in it, like you still beat many incredibly good speedrunners, and you almost beat like a lot of legends in the speedrunning community.
Yeah.
But what did you do you think was this your first Big 20?
Yes it was.
Okay. I thought it was. I figured I should ask instead of just making a fool of myself first. Do you think that after this experience, would you ever do another, or do you want to do other types of these types of races?
I mean, I had a lot of fun with doing this. I'd have to see like a games list first, because there are a couple of games in this list that were not my favorite. Tetris just being one of them. I'm not a fan of Tetris. But yeah, I definitely am interested in like doing something like this again for sure.
Nice. I guess one question I do have for you, is there any game that you learned this month that you really want to like continue to push that you might not have ever played before?
I haven't really thought of it. There were a couple games like that I started getting down like really well, like towards like the end, like Contra. I think I have a sub 12 now. As my last like official like PB before like actual race day. But other than that, I didn't really particularly care for the Ninja Gaiden grind. It's a good game, just not for me.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really blame you there. I've beaten it casually. I love watching people speedrun it. I have zero desire to run it myself.
Well, yeah, my first time ever like playing through it and beating it casually was the day that the games list was announced.
Oh wow! So you were maybe not new to the game, but new to actually playing the game.
Yep.
Nice. Well, is there anything else you want to say? I want to just give you time to say anything that you would like to before we move on.
Not really. GG's to all the runners, and thank y'all for putting on this awesome event. I had a ton of fun meeting all the speedrunners and all the runners like throughout this entire experience. It was like really, really awesome. I've definitely met some pretty awesome folks here, and definitely gonna keep an eye out on more events like this.
Okay, and I do want to say like huge GGs on getting 11th on your first event like this, because even a lot of people that have done a lot of these like still end up like making big mistakes on race day and not finishing where they want to, but being able to almost get top 10 in this stacked field is a huge accomplishment. So huge G's, man.
Thank you.
And yeah, hope you have a good rest of the weekend. I think we're gonna get JSR in here next. Give me 1 second quick. Hey, my friend.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, JSR?
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Or sorry, what's this a bot now?
Yeah, who are you?
Oh, so I should explain. So I've been grinding for a couple of months now. I applied for Twitch Partner 3 weeks ago, and I was concerned that, you know, because there's a big race going on today and everybody wanted to watch the restream. I was just a little concerned. And then I turn on my bot chat at the end of it, and I'm like, oh, I've got a ton of viewers right now. This is crazy. But
yeah, I mean, it's probably safe. I did mention to chat that you were actually JSR and that's why you were doing it. So I explained it very briefly, but no, I mean, how do you think it went? I mean, you placed very well.
So, I mean, obviously, going into the event, everyone's doing their full runs, and I didn't really feel like I had a clean run going into it at all. I would always have something go wrong, and then when I finally would get the good RNG in Chippendale 2 or whatever, I would always find a way to screw it up, you know, somewhere. So I actually stopped doing full runs a little while ago. We did do one practice race, but I worked really on just my fundamentals, backup strats, just trying to come up with ways to adapt in situations. And for the most part, it worked well. I didn't die at all in any of the games until Little Samson when the death boss killed me. And honestly, going into, I'd say probably Castlevania, I was doing a really good run. For me, I think everything was going great. And then I guess the second half kind of started to get a little out of control. Mario 2 kind of trolled me a bit, and then DuckTales was rough, really, really rough. I almost game overed in DuckTales, which was scary. And then, but for the most part, I was very pleased with how I played. And so I usually race in a vacuum. Like, I don't have chat up. I don't have the IRC open. I'm very much a choke artist. I've always been that way. So I always just try to zone in, right? So I opened the IRC up to pre-type my .done as I was opening up Ninja Gaiden. And I'd seen that the only person that had finished was Yogi, and I was like, oh my God. Like, I'm actually might have a shot at top 10. And as I was about to start my Ninja Gaiden run, IRC crashed. So now I'm starting level 1 and I'm trying to get the IRC back open, and Ninja Gaiden was a complete and utter train wreck. It was rough. But outside of that and DuckTales, honestly, I'm pretty happy with my run, and I feel like I did well to compete with, you know, the peers that were in this race. I mean, I'm sure a lot of the other interviewers and you guys as well have probably mentioned this, but this is by and away the most hype and talented and tightly contested event I've ever been a part of. And to be able to even be involved with the best speedrunners in the world, the best organizers of events in the world, like, this is the coolest thing I've ever been a part of, and I'm just so thrilled to have been able to participate.
No, it's awesome, man. I 100% agree with everything you said there. Like, it's just been a magical event. Hopefully we can kind of pull a rabbit out of a hat twice and have another event like this down the road. But I mean, this was definitely one for the ages, for sure. What's next for JSR? I know you said you're on your partner push, but what should other people know about you to have them want to come watch you and help you get there?
Oh, well, for sure. I love to do a different variety of stuff on stream. Obviously, I'm a speedrunner and I do a lot of old school stuff. My current ongoing project, which is now a little over 2 years and ongoing, is the the Angry Video Game Nerd Trials, where I attempt to speedrun a game from every episode that the Angry Video Game Nerd ever did. And I was actually really conveniently excited because a lot of the games that are in this Big 20 are in the trials, and I hadn't done yet, like Ninja Gaiden and Batman and Contra and Mega Man and a few others, Punch-Out, and a few others that are in this list are actually in the trials as well. So it's like, it's exciting, and obviously I'm not rusty, so I'm going to jump into Ninja Gaiden, and I'm gonna go for a 12:30 or better, I think, to start, and just try to keep it pushing with those. But mostly I just like to have fun. I do a lot of randomizers, a lot of fun streams and stuff, and just try to have a nice place where people can escape from the pressures of real life and just enjoy classic video games and maybe act a little goofy sometimes and stuff.
I will say all of our runners are really good people. Like everyone we've talked to today, like I can call a friend, and I've grown close with most of them through my speedrunning time. But JSR is a super great dude. Like he said, he's trying to go for partner right now. If you are so inclined to help, it would be a good help. I'm sure he would love it if you would drop him a follow and pay attention to him. Watch him a couple times, leave his stream open if you're going to go for a run or something outside. I don't know why anyone would go outside right now, but just in case you do, it would help out. Sorry, I'm trying to help you, dude.
I appreciate it.
But no, is there anything else you wanna mention? I feel like we should move on to Kha'Zix soon.
No, I just want to say thank you, everybody at Best of Ness, for putting this thing together, and it's something I look forward to, even if I don't participate. Just being able to watch the community come together. I mean, honestly, for me, and I know Lack mentioned this earlier, like the best part is how the community comes together and helps each and every one of us to get to the best that we can with not only the tutorials, but sharing strats and cheering each other on and stuff. And I think that's the most underrated part of the Big 20 is just how the community gets so tight and so supportive of each other. And it's something I hope continues ongoing. It's a great event and something I look forward to. So thank you guys for putting this on, all the restreamers, all the commentators, and of course, every one of the competitors. You guys are awesome. And you did a great job today. Every single one of you did.
Awesome. Thank you, JSR. And thank you, Cold Blood. Yeah, usually we don't like links, but this is definitely one that we can link. But yeah, I'll obviously definitely try to go follow a lot of our runners. If there are any of them that you felt a kinship with for whatever reason, go look up their name, go follow them. They want to say hi to you. They're all really nice people, and they would love to have you in their chats watching games. But JSR, congrats so much on rounding out our top 10. Like you had a great run. I figured you would do well. You did do well. So congrats, and hopefully you'll hear good news soon about the partnership thing.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you guys again, and have a great day. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Yep. Later, JSR. And we're going to bring in Kha'Zix, which might be our last interview here. If there are any other racers who want to talk quick, you could jump in the Discord chat for the join this before call. Otherwise, we'll probably have the last one be Kha'Zix here. How are you doing, man?
Yo, guys.
I always talk with Kha'Zix because in Big 20 number 8, we finished 1 and 2. And we sit back and we have a cigar and we drink a little glass of wine or whiskey. I don't smoke cigars at all. But and we talk about how Russian Attack was the worst game to ever be in a Big 20.
Yep. Definitely one of the worst.
But how's it going, man? How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I had a pretty good race, actually. Like, I didn't place very well, but I'm not mad about how it went at all.
Yeah. I do think the games are good. Was there anything that you did especially well today that you're like, oh heck yeah, I stomped that?
I recovered surprisingly well in Zelda. Like something went really wrong, and then I recovered and just crushed it from there. And that's really hard in that game. Like when something goes wrong in Zelda, it's just devastating usually.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you feel about the list, like compared to other lists? Was it easier for you to prep for? Because I know you've done a lot of these now.
It's definitely an easy list to prep for, but like with most lists, if the people that have experience with the games obviously have like a nice little advantage. And in some of these games, it's a pretty massive advantage.
Yeah, some of them it definitely is. But I mean, you finished what? Were you exactly 20th?
Exactly 20th.
Okay, I was gonna say I knew you were around top 20. Like top 20, like I'm seeing some people in this list, like Billy Mays here. He's like, you know, top 20 in this list is like top 10 in a normal Big 20, and I think that's probably true. And so I mean,
yeah.
Even if it's not the placing you wanted, like I hope you can still be happy with what you did today, because like 20th in this is still an amazing accomplishment.
Definitely, I'm happy with how the race went, and I'm you know me. Usually I'm not happy about it, but this time
usually you're probably even more doom and gloom than TMR and Endy were. Or at least around the same level. And so, yeah, it's nice. I can like almost hear the smile on your face when you're talking. So it's good. But I mean, what else are you playing right now? What are your plans next after Big 20?
I think I'm gonna run Ninja Gaiden.
Wow.
Game's just too much fun. Yeah, that's the current plan. I think I'm gonna grind some Ninja Gaiden, try to get good at that game.
Okay, I mean that's good. I know. Sure, you'll be happy. A lot of people will be happy about that.
I've heard that from a lot of people actually, saying that they're gonna pick up Ninja Gaiden after this. Because you gotta be forced into playing it for a little bit, learn to love it.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of the people who run Ninja Gaiden at a high level are so excited whenever they get new runners, and so I think they're pretty excited about it now.
Yeah. What about Zelda 1?
Zelda 1, if I could get good at raps, then I would love to run that game, but raps are so hard, dude.
It's true.
You just got to press up for a frame.
Yeah, just
easy.
Just press up for a frame. Just make sure you know how far 5 or 6 pixels is.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, just line up on the exact right pixel and then press up for it. And it's super easy. But okay, is there anything else you wanna chat about, or do you have anything else, other comments you want to say before we head out, Kazakhs?
The only real comment I have is like I hope this isn't actually the last one. Like or it comes back in a different form at least.
Well, interestingly enough, directly after your interview, we're gonna have Bad Breaks and potentially Dexter come on and talk a little bit about future events.
Ooh,
so
nice.
Maybe we can.
But I better get up out of here.
It's a good transition, but congrats, Kazakhs. Great job, and hopefully we'll see you at future Best of Ness events.
Thanks, man. Good job on the commentary as well. I'm gonna be watching that back later on.
Awesome. I need to go scrub the VOD for all the bad things I said about you. We'll see you, dude. Have a good night.
All right. Good night.
And momentarily, we'll get Bad Breaks in here to chat a little bit. And Dexter will probably be here too, I assume.
Yes. Ooh.
So, Dexter, first off, thank you so much, man. I know with you and BB dealing with over 100 entrants, like you guys did a very admirable job of keeping people on screen and cycling through others. So thank you guys so much.
I can tell you right away, keeping track of the top 3, top 6 is not easy, and then showing it the best possible way, it's impossible.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we got you, BB.
Oh, you can. Well, hello.
I know it's a shock from normal.
But yeah, it's been an amazing race. It's been awesome to see.
Remember, I said this is going to be 100 people in this one, Dexter. You said no way. And I said yes way.
I didn't say no way.
Well, I mean, Bad Breaks did say there'd be 100 people, but yeah, I don't remember Dexter being against that idea.
That's true.
And then later next week, we'll hear about all of the direct payments Bad Breaks made out of the Best of Ness account to various people that joined the race to get to 100.
So what are we going to announce? We got a couple of things. We're going to talk about the future of this. Was it the last, Dexter?
I don't know.
The Big 20. I mean, the plan was that this was going to be the last, but seeing this, what could we stop? I don't think so.
I don't think so. No.
I don't think so. We have talked a little about it. If we're gonna polish a really good list of 20 games and maybe keep that one annual, the same games, and because we do 2 of these. So the one we do make new games, and we'll skip and we'll keep one to polish it more with good goals, polish the goals more, and we'll keep that one annual. I don't know.
Yeah, something along that line. I mean, still try to have one Big 20 with new games that you never played. It's still gonna be hard to do that list, but we'll try. And then you
need to be willing to play some games that are not top tier quality games.
I mean, we do have still have the list with all the votes.
Yeah, exactly.
We could do a lot of things with that list.
Yeah. I mean, we have a pool of games. We have a pool of games, like 40, 50 good games that we can just make, I don't know, take out 20 good games out of those and then just make it annual, but with different goals, like I said. Yeah.
I mean, it would be cool to have a Big 20 with the same games every time, because people are going to try to get the best time of that Big 20, when you don't even do the Big 20. And then people can, they already know the game, so they can join. They don't have to practice that much for that one.
Yeah, exactly.
But, and then we have done this this is 13, so 7 years, 6 years. 2 each year, right? So we usually do one right after ADDQ, somewhere around there. So we'll keep that one with new games, and this time of the year we will keep. We'll come up with a good list and goals. I mean, we're pretty much going to use a lot of these goals we have done here because so many new people joined this. I mean, that's what it's all about. New people joining. So I think we should have all these fantastic games like that. A lot of people know.
I would say that
before next time is a couple Tom Sawyer and Flintstone games and some other crap.
I mean, the plan was this was gonna be the last, but we didn't expect this was gonna be this many people and so popular. Because we saw the last Big 20, we went down in numbers actually. I think we were number 12 was the least participant, and this time it's 3 Big 20s combined, right? So, all right, that's it. We will continue with the Big 20. It's official, Dexter, right? Huh?
Yeah, pretty much official. Yeah,
pretty much. Okay, that's fine.
So what else we got? It's not just Big 20.
It's not Big 20. It's more. There's more. But wait, there's more.
Yeah, we're a bit late on this though, but we have to do it, of course, because that's also an annual thing.
And we've been doing this since 2013, I think, or 14. So 14.
But
it's going to be the Best of NES Marathon 2020. We have done this. This is a 3-day event, 24 hours stream.
Yeah.
No. 24 times 3, right?
That's 72. I don't even want you to break your brain there.
I know. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, how many? 6 hours. 6 hours. 6 years. 6 times we've done the marathon. So yeah.
I think it's gonna be. And we, if anyone don't know what it is, maybe you can explain what it is, Cobb. You're good at that. Explain.
I mean,
stuff.
essentially, it's if you have a world record in an NES game, you should submit it to this event. And if you want to race and you guys have kind of swapped world records very recently, or you have like the exact same time, they will probably consider a race. I say they, I'm part of they, but essentially it's a showcase of the very best NES runners playing their games over a weekend, and it's a great time. If you have a game that there's a world record that the person has quit speedrunning for years or something and you're close, like you could DM us and see if that might fit. But essentially we're looking for the world record runners of as many games as possible to submit, and we are going to have a really fun weekend race or running all of them.
So we open up the submissions this week coming up, or tomorrow, Dexter?
Yeah, I'm gonna set up the submission, but we haven't figured out the date yet that would work the best. But
we usually have done this around Halloween, late November, early December. No, October. I don't know.
I'm guessing in November this time.
Yeah, early November or something. But yes, those were the announcement. We since we got this much love for this race, 101 people, really? How could we stop? That's it. We will go on.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is one of the... So I've only been in the speedrunning community since like the end of 2016, but this is one of the best events I've ever seen participation-wise for like a multi-game race. It's incredible. And so yeah, I don't know how you could stop after this unless you just want to like peace out.
I mean, it's
drop
a good
the mic and leave.
I know.
Like you just
right?
want to keep it going because this was such a fun day.
All right. We will. I think we're going to continue. It's let's say 99%. We will keep on doing this.
Well, you've already given plans for next spring and next fall's Big 20s. So
yeah, if we continue, those are the plans, and it's a big chance. You already said it's official. I did.
Yeah.
You did, yes.
Yeah, but then Dexter said it pretty official or something.
Then it's 99%.
It's not really.
You notice it's he tells me to explain best and that, so I get yelled at. And then he tells you, well, Dexter said it's not completely official.
But we've always said this also. We're nothing without all the runners, pretty much. So
yeah, that's it. That's it. It's not we that making this. It's the racers that make these events.
Exactly.
And like even I think I saw around 4,000 people in chat, and I'm sure that probably wasn't even the most. Crazy. Like, what the heck, man? Like that's so.
I mean, 4,000 people. That's what we have in our big marathon. Like we real big marathons. This is the biggest one we had for sure, and it's probably gonna have. But we will keep on going, man.
And I mean, we still have 1,500 people 5.5 hours in, 2.5, whatever, like 2 hours after Yogi finished. We still have 1,500 people here. So thank you guys so much, guys and girls and gals and everything else.
There's still like 200 Japanese games, like Let's give people half a year learn Japanese and do the Big 20.
Some mahjong games or what?
And I will let you know, chat. I will do my best to make sure those games are not on the list. Unfortunately, I don't have nearly as much sway as Dexter and BB do.
Yeah, but yeah, that was all we wanted to say. Announce. I believe we do have MTI coming in here, which he was actually in the first Big 20, and I believe this is the second one he's joining. So the first and the 13. I do believe.
I also played on the first Big 20.
You did. I did also.
Yeah.
Who won? Did you beat me?
I haven't heard that. Well, do you mean who won or who beat each other out of YouTube?
Yeah.
I came second. So
second place?
Yeah, I did.
Where the hell did I go?
I don't know, 20, 30.
All right, I will tell this. In Big 20, number 5, I think it was. I beat Yogi the Monk with 5 seconds. And I did notice today that he had learned the screen wraps in Legend of Zelda, because he was in the lead, getting to the sword, and I screen wrapped past him, and I won with a couple seconds. Doesn't mean that I'm better than Yogi. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, it's good.
Now I'm dropping the mic.
Okay, well, I think we're gonna have a couple more interviews here. It looks like we got MTI and Christine that want to jump in.
Yeah. You have two
I want to say
about the
Dexter and BB, thank you so much for putting this on.
Yep.
You guys have done so much work behind the scenes. Keep in mind we are gonna have the Best and S signups coming out apparently next weekend or something very soon. Tomorrow. That's even sooner than next weekend. That's this weekend. So get ready for those signups. And we will apparently see a Big 20 with brand new games next spring. And we will potentially see a Big 20 with reruns of games that might be very exciting for people to join next fall around this time.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks guys. Thanks everybody for watching. Let's get a couple more interviews in, then I think we're gonna find a raid target maybe, Dexter?
Yep.
Yeah, well,
Sounds good. Sounds good.
We'll see how many. There's still plenty of people coming in here. It's close raids all the time. Every time I check the screen, there's always someone on Jackie.
Maybe not too much anymore because you guys have been doing like talking, and so you haven't been updating streams maybe. Although Moo Money is literally on Jackio, so what do I know?
All right.
Okay, let's pull a couple more interviews in. Thanks, guys. We'll, I am very excited for the Best in S.
I am very excited.
And then we'll see about Big 20 next spring. Okay, so I'm gonna try real quick before we bring in more people to catch up on people who have done. I think we left off at 59th. And so in 59th, we have Avadrock 42, which I noticed backwards. I like reading words backwards, is Cordova. So I'm wondering if that person actually likes to go by Cordova. But congrats with the 59th place finish. We actually had Amune accidentally undone and redone, and so the places kind of got messed up, but I'm going to try to put them where they should be. Right in 60th and 61st are two of the people that I really, really like in life. They are Tutu and Hayo24. I'm really happy that you guys finished the race. We got Fred Coughlin in 62nd, who, I'm going to be honest, I had his stream up on the side for a little bit, and he had his daughters and his wife watching for, his daughters were there like almost the entire time that I was watching, and his wife was there for parts of the night. It was like the most like wholesome thing you have ever seen. But congrats, Fred. Great job at finishing. And then we had Amune came in again saying 62nd, but they actually finished in the 50s. We have Neff Nos at 63rd. Spontaneous finished, also saying 63rd. I think it was 64th. We're getting a little messed up down here. Joey Mittens finished in 65th. GG. Cantaloupe, I'm going to call you Cantaloupe, finished in 66th. Congrats, man. And then Two Snack just finished in 67th. So congrats, Two Snack, as well. Okay, let's bring MTI in quick. Hey, MTI, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Awesome. Yes, I can. How are you feeling, man?
I mean, it's a little bittersweet, honestly. I mean, I PB'd during the Big 20, like in the actual race, so I can't be too upset about that. But I mean, I really wanted the sub 4 hours, and this is my third 400XX run. Each one better than the previous, but not enough to get sub 4. So, but you know, feeling pretty good overall, though.
Oh man, you were 4 hours and 15 seconds.
Yeah, and so the funny thing is, it actually should have been, and maybe it's best that I didn't do this. It really should have been like 4 hours and 5 seconds, because when I was adjusting my splits to make sure I had exactly 30 seconds in between them, so I would know like when to go and try to not have to do math during this, I actually messed one of them up, and it was a 90-second split, and I didn't realize it for a while. And so eventually I just got to the point where I was like, I've waited way longer than 30 seconds here. I'm just going to go. And, you know, I had some people in my chat who were like, yeah, you definitely waited longer than 30 seconds. Don't worry about it. So it turned out I waited like 40 seconds on that split. But luckily, it turned out to not really matter. But
yeah, I mean, either way, like 4 hours, 3:59. It is a difference in the hour column, but I still feel that regardless of whether you did hit that 3 or not, it was still a PB, you said. So
yeah, exactly.
Hopefully you're still feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. I feel good about how most of the games went. The only one that was really a disaster of all things was Rescue Rangers, Chippendale 1. The very last enemy before Fat Cat, I don't know if I just didn't jump in time or I did jump, but my controller didn't respond. But long story short, I died on that last hat-throwing enemy before Fat Cat, and that kind of rattled me, and I proceeded to die like 2 or 3 more times in that last section of level J. And, you know, that cost me a bunch of time. That wasn't the only mistake, obviously, but that was easily the biggest one that I was like, okay. But really, that's kind of part of the fun and the challenge of a Big 20 like this, or any kind of long multi-game race, is that at some point, something is going to go wrong that you probably don't expect. And how you adjust to it and how quickly you recover from it is a big part of, your final placing. So.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to say congrats to Mumuni, who just came in at 68th place. We're going to see who gets the nicest placing soon.
Oh, there you go.
But so MTI, I saw you were very active in the Discord, trying to chat with people, helping people out. Does this type of environment inspire you, motivate you to practice more, to help others, etc.?
I think it does. And I think, as Lack said, that community and the people helping each other out, helps a lot, keeps me motivated to do Big 20 stuff, and just also kind of keep up with other people and try to help them out and sort of pay it forward. Like, I think the big thing with this one was the Mike Tyson goal. That's one of those things where going into this, I thought that was going to be like the final boss goal of this, and
yeah, definitely.
But through people just trying to figure out emulator strats, incorporating the blindfold strats, buffer strats, it went to a point where, as you said earlier, it was certainly not easy, but it was a point where it was like, okay, I eventually got to a point where I said, all right, if I can survive the first 90 seconds, and there were times where that was a big if, to be clear, if I could do that, I was generally good because of like the research that everybody did in terms of figuring out, instead of like 4 possibilities, there's only 3 here, or, When he gets winded, when you get winded, he's going to do this pattern. And so using a lot of that knowledge, even if I didn't use a lot of the specific buffers, made the fight a lot more manageable for me, to the point where by the end, it wasn't actually the game I was most worried about in this Big 20.
Good to hear. Also, nice to Isander finishing in 69th place with a time of 5:29.57.
Nice indeed.
Chat is very excited for you. No, Cordova. I had suggested that maybe that was your name backwards, and then I had read something where you had said no, sir, or something, but I didn't read up enough to where you said yes. So you were actually responding to something else. That was completely my bad. But no, MTI. So was there anything? How many of the games in the list did you know when the list was released?
So I'll define no as something I had played at some point. And so in that case, the only two games that I didn't know, quote unquote, were Chippendale 2 and Little Samson. Or probably the two you wouldn't be surprised by. Definitely Little Samson. Yeah. There were, some others where I had seriously run them. Or one thing that helped in my decision to try and join this Big 20 is that a lot of the stuff you would traditionally consider very difficult, Ninja Gaiden, Castlevania, Batman, I knew them well enough that, not to say I'm a world-class runner of any of those games, but I knew them well enough that I figured, okay, if I, for whatever reason, go into this with zero practice, none of those games are going to wall me for a particularly long time. I know them well enough that I could get through them eventually, even if not exactly quickly. And so starting from that kind of base on a lot of the games definitely helped a lot. Sure. And then, of course, I kind of spent the last 4 months prior to this Big 20 playing low-level competitive Tetris, so that helped a lot with it. I was.
Did you end up playing at 18? What did you play at?
18.
Wow, that is insane. I wish if we did have you up on stream, I missed it. I need to go back and watch that because, man, anytime you even get over 10, it starts to get a little scary fast. But once you get up to that 18-ish level, man, does it get really quick.
Yeah, it's luckily, like I said, I played enough sort of competitive Tetris over the last 4 months that just the speed. I will say it's a very different approach just trying to survive kind of 450 lines than it is to sort of go for high scores. NES Tetris doesn't work like Guideline Tetris or Modern Tetris, where, without getting too into the details, in Modern Tetris, like Tetris 99, for instance, you can build really aggressively for a bunch of different reasons. One of them being that you'll never have to wait all that long for a line bar to actually complete your Tetris. NES Tetris has no such thing. You can.
I was gonna say you can pretty much go forever.
Oh yeah, I've seen in some competitive matches, I've seen 60+ piece droughts between line bars. It's insane. So you can't really, especially in something like this, where the goal is kind of to just survive for lines as opposed to score. It forces a completely different philosophy, and just in my case, just really trying to make sure I wasn't dependent on a specific piece to survive. Just trying to build the stack in such a way that I have multiple options, multiple ways out of a bad situation.
I think Sinister brought that up too, and that's a really good point that you really want to build it in such a way that you can get any piece or almost any piece and still have a really good place for it to go. And so I hadn't thought about that a ton. I played a good deal of Tetris in my life, but I don't speed run it. I'm not anywhere near a great player. But that was that really good point that you just kind of reiterated there. And the other thing that I think people don't realize if you haven't played NES Tetris, it's the jankiest Tetris that there's ever been. If you barely, a lot of Tetrises, you can get in place and start rotating. You can get it down to the bottom level and then move it sideways. None of that happens in NES Tetris. If you even touch a piece to part of the board, it's stuck. And you're
it locks.
Yeah, and so it's so much tougher than it even looks if you've played anything past the original NES Tetris.
Right, yeah. Like you watch, say, people playing like Tetris the Grandmaster or, Tetris 99 to bring that up again. And then you go back to watching NES Tetris and you're like, oh, this is easy. It's so slow. And yes, that is true, but there's a lot of, like you said, a lot of jank. I don't know if jank is the word I would use, but it is very kind of clunky in that sense, where you, like you said, you have to make your decisions before the piece hits the stack, because once it does, that is basically it. You're not moving it.
Yeah, it's definitely a much more difficult Tetris than most of the other Tetrises that have come after it. Let's just say it that much at least. I guess is there anything else you want to say about the race, about the competitors that hasn't been said? I know we've been doing a lot of these interviews, so a lot of this stuff has probably already been said.
Yeah, I don't know that I can really add anything new to the competitors, but it really has been great the last month plus. Just watching the various people of, all skill levels, all positions, working through the games, doing full runs. It's been a lot of fun. And hopefully I'll, continue to visit some of those streams. I mean, as for my race, outside of Chippendale, I'd say, everything went pretty well. A lot of the potential trouble spots for me, I didn't have much issue with. Little Samson went great. Mario 2, which was the one I was actually most worried about coming into this, also went very well. So I was happy about that. Like I said, it was really just Chippendale 2, or Chippendale 1 rather. So as for what's next, I guess I'll be... there's a Chippendale knockout tournament coming up in a couple weeks, and I need the salty run back on that game, so now I have to start grinding for that, I suppose.
Yeah, the you're talking about the RGL knockout event?
Yes.
Yeah, that is coming up very soon. So if you did learn Chippendale, anyone out there is going to be a knockout one night only tournament over on RGL soon. So you should look into that if you want to participate. But yeah, MTI, great job. Like pulling in a good time in this event was awesome. It was great watching you. And have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your weekend.
Thank you. You as well. It's been a lot of fun.
Okay, who do we got next? I think we got Christine next, and then we got Mike the Swan, and then that might finish us out. Hey, Christine, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Awesome. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good. Yeah, I got you.
How do you feel about the race? Congrats.
Hey, yeah, thanks. I really appreciate that.
How do you think the race went for you?
I think it went honestly really, really well. So my PB before my last full Big 20 run before today, I PB'd at 4:38. So I PB'd by about 9.5 minutes today, and I'm really, really ecstatic about it. It couldn't have gone any better.
Nice. So you said it was a 3:48?
Yeah, it was a 3:48 before.
Okay. Wow, and yeah, you got a 3:39. Nice. That's an amazing PB on race day.
Thanks.
Days.
Super happy about it.
Did you get many practice runs in? Were you expecting to do that much better?
Well, so my sum of PBs before that, according to that spreadsheet that everybody has been following, has been 3 hours and 21 minutes. So I knew that I could do that well and maybe even better. But honestly, my goal for the race today was sub 4 and maybe a top 20 finish. And I just went on a tear and just really happy with, I couldn't have dreamed of a better run today. So I'm really happy.
No, it's awesome because
Guys, I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we lost the Cov here. Just hold on for a minute here.
I think I got you back in from the stream.
I'm a little confused.
There we go.
Okay, apparently we're back. Christine, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, well, I guess you guys lost me for a little bit. I thought I had lost you guys, but apparently my internet is fluctuating.
I was afraid I had done something wrong.
No, thank you, Apollo. Apollo gave me his energy. No, so you got, I think, like, what was it, 17th place?
Oh yeah, definitely top 20.
Yeah, so I mean that's amazing. And this was, I think, your first Big 20?
Yeah, so I'm fairly actually new to the community. I've been speedrunning Mega Man 2 and 3 for, a couple years. And I just joined Twitch back in January. So I'm just now getting into, this is actually my second competitive event, as a speedrunner. So this is my first Big 20, hopefully not the last. So I'm really happy with how things turned out.
Yeah, because I think you may have been in the Ninja Gaiden knockout tournament, right?
Yeah, I was in the Ninja Gaiden ONOT, and had a little bit of a disappointing finish. I had some really high hopes and ended up finishing 13th in that one.
Well, I mean, you almost beat that place here, and there were 100 people in it.
Yeah, for sure.
And so, I mean, that was pretty good. No, it was good because I remembered seeing your name from that, and maybe from the Mega Man 2 stuff as well.
Mhm.
But no, it's great to see newer runners partaking in these events. Like, what was it like kind of preparing for your first 20 game race where you had a month where you needed to kind of prioritize or learn how to prioritize what you needed to play?
It was a whirlwind. It was definitely a trial. So coming into this, I have experience running Ninja Gaiden, Mega Man 2, and Contra. And other than that, that's about it. Everything else I'd had a lot of experience playing as a kid and, over the years. But I think that other than Little Samson and Chip and Dale 2, which were totally blind, I did have some experience in everything. So it was definitely a lot of work trying to prepare and get up to speed with everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my first one. It was almost as much of a challenge trying to figure out what you should spend your time on than the actual learning of the games.
For sure. Yeah, definitely trying to budget your time. I mean, the way that I did it is I approach speedruns like I like to go in and develop my own strats, and then kind of get to a point where I can get through the game, and then see what other runners do, what the experts do, and then try to adjust my run here and there to try to improve my times. So I think it was definitely good that I sort of learned the basics of all the games, and then I went back through all of them and tried to adjust here and there. I think that helped keep me kind of fresh on all of the games.
Definitely, that was probably a good approach. I guess, is there anything else you want to say? Any shout outs you want to give at all before we go on to Mike?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely want to give huge GGs to Yogi for winning the whole thing, and for all of the other runners for doing such a good job. I want to give a shout out to you guys for doing such an amazing job of putting this on. Hopefully this won't be the last one, and we'll be able to participate in a lot more events in the future. And definitely want to give some shout out to my community I call the X-Friends for all of their love and support. I definitely wouldn't be able to do this without them. I think that's about it.
Awesome. Well, thank you, X-Friends, for supporting Christine along this journey. And thank you, Christine, for the interview. Great job today.
Thank you so much.
And we will get to potentially the last interview being Mike the Swan. We'll see you, Christine.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Hey, Mike, are you there?
Hey, what's up, Go?
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
Feels pretty good. Pretty good.
Oh, so how'd the race go for you? Actually, before you answer that question, we did have a couple other finishers. We had Packy finishing in 70th and Epi35 finishing in 71st. So congrats. I can't believe we're still seeing people finishing. Like, there are so many finishers. We've never had 70 finishers, period.
It's insane.
And we still
insane.
have a ton of people running.
Yeah.
So Congrats, everyone. And yeah, Mike, how are you doing?
Oh man, I'm feeling great. I mean, it's kind of hard not to think about mistakes, but all in all, I mean, I finished top 20 18 in like 1 minute from my PB, which is almost sub 2 hour 40. So yeah, feeling good about this. Like no major mistakes, but some games were not great. So yeah, feeling good, honestly.
Good. I mean, 18th might not be like we've said every time. 18th might not be the normal placing in a Big 20 that you want, but when you look at this field, it's like your time was still really good.
Exactly, because I did Big 29 and 10, and like my placement was exactly 18. But I mean, this one feels so much better. It's not even the same thing. I mean, it's completely different competition for this one. Yeah, feels good.
So what's next for Mike the Swan?
I mean, there's some of those games that I want to continue to grind. Probably gonna do Mega Man 2 Zipless, the old game. Maybe the first one also. I was not a huge Mega Man fan before this, but I really dig those games now as speedruns. Yeah, a couple of those games I'm gonna try to grind a little bit more, and I'm more. I love to play a lot of different speedruns. I'm not like I don't want to play the same speedrun over and over. So yeah, I might do my little own Mike Cathlon, just like our Kister does. I love those. I love to play a lot of speedrun back to back like that. That's my thing, I guess.
Nice. And I guess the most serious question of the interview, how is Fabio doing?
Fabio's doing great, man. You feel pretty proud of me right now. He is sad that Wizards and Warrior was not in it, but still. I think he did vote like 20 times for that game. No, I'm just kidding, but yeah, I mean, the community, the camaraderie this year is insane. I got so much support from every other runners, and my streams and everything were very great for the practice of this Big 20. So yeah, Big 20 is not like all about the actual race, but everything that is in between, like the friends I've made and like the game I've discovered to speedrun, and yeah, it's a whole experience, not just the actual race, which is the conclusion of all of this.
Yeah, I think that's the experience we hope a lot of people have. I know some of the top runners, myself included, honestly, when I competed, we can't, like, that's valuable. And when we look back on it in a couple weeks, that's important. But it's good that you can actually think that now versus like if I didn't finish well for whatever I wanted to finish in this race, if I competed, I would just be really upset. And I wouldn't think of the good things. And so I'm really happy that you're able to keep. I mean, you obviously did really well.
Yeah.
I'm happy you were able to keep kind of the positive lens to it, because it's really good to see. And as I was talking, we did have Vidtendo also finish in 70 seconds. A great job, Vidtendo.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I love Big 20s. Seriously, I know a lot of other people have talked about it, but I sure hope it's not the last one, because, yeah, I really dig those events.
Bad Breaks guaranteed it was not the last one, and then later on said, well, Dexter said maybe it's not, so we're at 99% it's not the last one.
I'm pretty sure, did we break a record on the channel of Best of NES for numbers of viewers and stuff like that? I'm pretty sure it was the most popular ever.
For a Big 20, I think so. Maybe not for the Best NES event. Is that even what it's called? I'm getting a really big brain fart right now. Yeah, the best of NES marathons, the ones that go for the weekend, I think we've hit those numbers. But at least for a Big 20, I don't think we've ever hit 4,000 or 5,000 viewers.
I mean, when I saw everybody like in the SRL room, like 100 entries, I was pretty blown away. Seriously, yeah, awesome, man. Thanks to everybody and the organization, everybody who helped me also, man. The help I got from everybody, from all the other competitors. There's no like, everybody's helping each other. So, yeah, that's the best thing about this, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I think, I mean, that's one of the ways I met people like you and Shuri Bear and
Yeah, exactly.
just countless other people was through helping each other on Big 20s. And I think I met
and
you
it's-
even on one of the ones that I wasn't even competing in. But yeah, like it's so true. It's the community and being able to help each other and learning, and we've heard it from a lot of interviews so far today, but it really is worth driving home over and over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody's hiding any strats or everybody's sharing.
Besides Yogi.
Yeah, but Yogi's.
Besides the winner.
Yeah, man, I can't believe that. I need to rewatch the race tonight, chilling and watching what happened exactly. Because for this one, I was a little bit more serious than my previous, so I was a little bit more focused. Like no mic, no cameraman, just not watching the results. So yeah, I can't wait to dig back into that Big 20. Seriously.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good rewatch. I might actually go back through it tomorrow. I know my Vikings are playing football tomorrow early, but I might rewatch this later on in the evening because it was a really close race, and we were trying to keep track of everybody on commentary. But like when you've got 6 screens to watch, you miss stuff, and so I'm looking forward to going back and rewatching it. But is there anything else you wanna shout out before we go?
No, thanks to the organization, and congrats to you on the mic. You did a great job. I really like also the intro that you guys did. I mean, Mikael Nice and Apollo, I think. Yeah.
Yes, MC Aaron Ice and Apollo did a great job.
Yeah, that was very entertaining too. That was fun to watch, and yeah, thanks everybody. I'm pretty happy with this, and yeah, congrats again to all the runners.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Mike. I think that was the last interview, so I am just gonna kind of do another round of thanks. Thank you, number one, to all of you guys and gals out there. Like, we've still got 1,300 of you strong 6 hours in. That's insane. Like, thank you for hanging out with us today. We've still got 20 to 30 people racing. I don't have a number of how many people have forfeited, but we have about 30 people from the number that started the race that haven't finished yet. So we're still going to be going strong for a while with them, whether we are on this stream or not. Thank you, Apollo and MC Aaron Ice, coming up with a pretty last minute idea to do a pre-show. And I thought you guys did a really good job with it. Like, honest to God, I thought it was really good. I didn't even know what was happening until Apollo went live this morning, and I asked him why he's live and why he's like taking Big 20, like all of the IP and stuff, and he's like, no, this is good. I'm like, okay, I'll listen, and it was good.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
you go ahead.
I was in that montage for Contra, so that was really good. Not just because I was for Contra in that, because people, it's now a meme. Because I don't know if you watch the Summoning Salt Contra video, Cole.
Yeah, of course. I watch everything Summoning Salt makes.
If you watch the first 45 seconds of that video, they show like the leaderboards, and I'm exactly like they show me. For some reason, I'm like 54 in Contra, but if you watch,
hey, you were on it.
No, seriously. So yeah, no, I'm pretty happy. That's like a meme a little bit. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Aaron put it because of that. we did run Contra at the same time, me and Mikael and I. So yeah, another friend I made through speedrunning, I guess.
Nice, but yeah, I mean, it's been a huge group effort. Like MC Aaron Ice and Apollo did a great job with the pre-show. Bad Breaks and Dexter obviously have done a great job putting it on. It's been very, very smooth today, outside of just some initial Discord audio issues we had at the beginning where you couldn't hear commentary. Thank you so much to Sinister One and Cananophone joining me on commentary. They were amazing as always. Sinister is an incredible speedrunner, an incredible person, and just is so good and thoughtful with his commentary. And the same for Cananophone. He's a very good speedrunner, and I am very happy to have been able to commentate with them today. Thank you guys for putting up with my voice for 6 hours, as I've been doing pretty much nonstop talking the last 2.5, 3 hours. I think that's about it. I don't know how much more we're going to stay on before we find a host. We usually stay on 5 hours. We're already at 6 today. But probably soon we're going to try to find a host target to finish out the night. Okay, Dexter has let me know that we actually do usually do 6 hours and not 5 hours, so I'm crazy. But we are going to find a raid target within the next couple minutes that we can go over to. So if you guys don't mind sticking around just a couple minutes, we're going to find a raid, and we're going to go cheer them on a lot. Also, congrats to my dear, dear friend Ciphering coming in at 73rd, as well as it looks like Farcraft QC came in at 72nd as well while we were doing that interview. So congrats, you two. Also, it turns out we got a really good raid target for you. One of the absolute nicest people you would ever have the chance to meet if you ever get the pleasure to meet her. I know in the past Big 20s, she has at least done a day per game and has started learning, at least like playing through them for a day, but she hasn't done the race necessarily. But she actually participated this time. She also might have the most energy for her size of any person I have ever met. Like hands down. Apparently the raid message is, we want you to marble our madness. So yeah, I'm going to just say one more thank you to everybody. This has been just such a remarkable day. We'd love to stay here to wait for everyone to finish. Unfortunately, we can't stay live that long. But please continue to support everyone who's racing. And thank you for being so supportive today. We will be back in the near future with both the Best of NES Marathon as well as in a few months' time, the next Big 20. So take care, everybody.
Me? Okay, fine. The day's events